Part 3, Chapter 5 of Germinal by Émile Zola, translated by L.W. Tancock. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Part 3, Chapter 5. A week passed, and work went on in gloom and suspicion as the expected conflict drew nearer. The next fortnight's money for the Maheus looked like being smaller still, and for all her moderation and common sense, Maheude was becoming more embittered. And now her daughter Catherine had taken it into her head to stay out all one night. The next day she'd come back from this escapade so knocked up and ill that she'd not been able to go to work, but cried and said it wasn't her fault, but that Cheval had kept her, threatening to beat her if she ran away. Cheval was now mad with jealousy and wanted to prevent her from going back into Etienne's bed where, he declared, he knew her family put her. Maheude was furious, forbade her daughter ever to see such a brute again, and talked of going into Montou herself to box his ears. But in any case it was a day lost, and now that she had a lover, the girl did not want a change. 2 days later there was another fuss. On Monday and Tuesday, Germinal, who they supposed was quietly working in Le Voreux, ran off and went on a spree in the marshes and in the forest of Vendôme with Bébert and Lydie. It was he who was the instigator, and nobody ever knew what robberies they had committed or what precocious vice they'd been up to. He received a heavy punishment. His mother thrashed him out on the pavement in the presence of all the terrified children of the village. The idea of such a thing! Children of hers, who had cost money ever since they were born, and ought now to be bringing some in. In this outburst lurked the memory of her own hard childhood, hereditary poverty making of each child in the litter a future breadwinner. That morning, when the men and the girl set off for the pit, Maheude sat up in bed and called to Germinal. "And mind, if you start that again, you little demon, I'll take the skin off your bottom." The work was difficult at Maheude's new pitch. At this point, the filonière seemed narrowed down so much that the colliers were wedged between wall and roof and grazed their elbows while working. In addition to that, it was very wet, and every hour they were afraid of a rush of water, one of those sudden torrents that burst rocks asunder and sweep men away. On the previous day, Etienne, pulling his pick out after a heavy blow, had received a jet of water in the face from a spring, but it had been a false alarm and had merely made the work wetter and more unhealthy. He hardly ever thought now about possible accidents, but worked on with his mates, oblivious of danger. They lived in fire damp without even noticing the weight pressing on their eyelids and the cobwebby veil it left on the lashes. Sometimes they thought about it when the lamps burned pale and blue, and then a miner would put his ear to the seam and listen to the little noise of the gas, a noise like air bubbles sizzling through each crack. But the constant threat was falls of rock, for apart from inadequate timbering, always bodged up in a hurry, the earth itself was unstable, being saturated with water. 3 times in one day Maheude had to make them strengthen the timbering. It was 2:30, and they were on the point of knocking off. Etienne was lying on his side, finishing the loosening of a block, when a distant roar of thunder shook the whole mine. "What's up?" he called, leaving his pick so as to listen. He thought the whole gallery had fallen in behind him, but already Maheude was sliding down the sloping coalface, saying, "A fall! Quick! Quick!" They all tumbled down as fast as they could, moved by a common impulse to help their brothers. In the deathly silence that had ensued, their lamps bobbed up and down as they ran in single file along the passages with their backs bent double, as though they were galloping on all fours. Without slackening speed, they exchanged rapid questions and answers. Where? At the cutting face, perhaps? No, it came from lower down. More likely the haulage. When they reached the chimney, they plunged down one on top of the other, heedless of bruises. Germinal, with his skin still smarting from yesterday's hiding, had not dodged the pit that day. He trotted along barefoot behind his train, shutting the ventilation doors one by one, and sometimes, when he felt there was no danger of meeting a deputy, he clambered up on the last tub, which was prohibited for fear of his going to sleep. But the best fun came every time the train pulled up on a loop to let another pass, when he would go up to the front and join Bébert, who held the reins. He would steal up softly without his lamp and give his chum a good pinch, or think out some evil monkey tricks. His yellow hair, big ears, and pointed face lit up by little green eyes that shone in the dark. Unhealthily precocious, he seemed to have the mysterious intelligence and bodily skill of a human fetus reverting to its animal origins. In the afternoon, Mouk brought Bataille along to do his turn with the pit boys, and as the horse was blowing hard in a siding, Jeanlin, who had slipped up to Bébert, asked, "What's up with the old crock, stopping short like that? He'll make me break my legs." Bébert could not answer, for he had to hold in Bataille, who was getting lively as another train was coming. The horse had recognized from far off the scent of his friend Trompette, for whom he had felt great affection ever since he had seen him unloaded at pit bottom. It was like the tender pity of an aged philosopher, anxious to comfort a young friend by instilling into him some of his own patient resignation. For Trompette could not get used to it, and pulled his train unwillingly with lowered head, still blinded by the darkness and always fretting for the sunlight. So every time Bataille met him, he stretched out his neck, snorted, and gave him an encouraging lick. "God's truth," swore Bébert, "they're at it again, sucking each other's skins." Then, when Trompette had gone, he answered the question about Bataille. "He's a knowing old devil. When he stops like that, it is because he can sense trouble ahead, some stones or a hole. And doesn't he look after himself? He doesn't mean to break any bones. I don't know what's come over him today when he passes that door. He keeps pushing it and standing stock still. Have you noticed anything?" "No," said Jeanlin, "except that there's plenty of water. It's up to my knees." The train moved off again. But on the next journey, Bataille, having pushed open the ventilation door with his head, once again refused to go on and stood whinnying and trembling. When he did make up his mind, he dashed off like lightning. Jeanlin had stayed behind to shut the door. He stooped down to look at the pool in which he was standing, then raised his lamp and saw that the timbers had shifted because of the continual dripping of a spring. Just at that moment, the collier, called Berloc, but nicknamed Chicot, was coming back from the coal-face, being in a hurry to go home to his wife, who was having a baby. He stopped as well to look at the timbering. Suddenly, just as the boy was about to run on to catch up his train, there was an appalling crash, and the fall buried man and boy. There was a long silence. The draft caused by the fall raised a cloud of dust in the galleries, which blinded and choked the miners, who were rushing down in all directions from the most distant workings, and their bobbing lamps dimly lit a stampede of black figures like moles in their runs. Another lot of men from the further coal faces were on the other side of the fall, which had completely stopped up the gallery. It was at once clear that the roof had collapsed for a dozen meters at the most. The damage was not serious at all, but then a dying groan came from beneath the heap of rubble, and a pang of grief gripped their hearts. Bébert had left his train and rushed up shouting, "Jeanlin is under there! Jeanlin is under there!" At the very same moment, Maheu tumbled out of a chimney with Zacharie and Etienne. In his wild despair, he could only utter a stream of oaths. "Christ Almighty! Christ Almighty! Christ Almighty!" Catherine, Lydie, and Mouquette had rushed up too, and began to sob and howl with terror in this awful scene of destruction, made even worse by the darkness. The men tried to stop them, but they were hysterical by now, and each groan from the victims made them scream louder. Brichon, the deputy, had come at full speed, but was very upset that neither Négrel, the engineer, nor Dansaert was in the pit. He put his ear to the fallen rocks and listened, then said that the sounds could not come from a child. There was a man under there, for certain. Maheu had already called Germinal a score of times, but there was not a sound. The child must have been crushed to death. But the monotonous groaning went on and on. They called to the dying man, asking him his name, but the only answer was the same groan. Richomme had already organized the rescue work. "Make haste," he kept on saying. "We can talk afterwards." The miners attacked the fall from both ends with picks and shovels. Cheval worked without a word beside Mathieu and Etienne, while Zachary sought to clearing away the earth. The time for knocking off had come and gone. Nobody had had any food, but you didn't go off to have your supper when comrades were in peril. It did occur to them, however, that they would be worried in the village if nobody came up, and it was suggested that the women should be sent home. Neither Catherine nor Mouquette, nor even Liddy, would budge, however, for the need to know kept them rooted there, and they helped with the clearing. And so Levaque undertook to take the news of the landslip and explained that it was just an accident that was being put right. It was nearly 4 o'clock. In less than an hour the miners had done a day's work, and already half of the fallen earth would have been cleared away had there not been a fresh fall from the roof. Maheu worked on in such a frenzy of determination that he refused with a terrible gesture when somebody offered to relieve him for a moment. "Mind how you go," said Richomme. "We're nearly through. You might finish them off." Yes, the groaning was becoming more and more distinct. It was this continuous groaning that guided the men in their work, and now it seemed to come from right under their picks. It suddenly stopped. They all felt the icy touch of death pass by in the darkness, and silently looked at each other and shivered. Then again they dug away, soaked in sweat and their muscles strained to breaking point. A foot came into sight, and then they cleared the debris away with their hands, freeing the other limbs one by one. The head had not been damaged. The light of the lamps fell on it, and the name of Chicot was passed back. He was still warm. His spine had been broken by a rock. "Wrap him up and put him on a tub," ordered the deputy. "And now for the kid, and look sharp about it." Maheu struck one last blow, and a hole appeared. They were through to the men digging from the other end. They called out that they had just found Germinal unconscious, with both legs broken, but still breathing. His father carried him in his arms, and through clenched teeth all he could mutter was "Christ Almighty!" to express his grief, whilst Catherine and the other girls began moaning again. A procession soon formed. Bébert had brought back Bataille and harnessed him to 2 tubs. In the first lay the body of Chicot, held steady by Etienne, and in the second sat Maheu with Germinal lying unconscious in his lap, wrapped in a bit of cloth from a ventilation door. They set off at a walking pace. On each tub a lamp was burning like a red star. There followed a long line of miners, some 50 shadowy forms in single file. They had now given in to fatigue and were dragging themselves along, slipping in the mud like a mournful herd of cattle stricken with the murrain. It took nearly half an hour to reach pit bottom, for this underground funeral procession seemed to wind on forever through wandering, branching, twisting galleries. At pit bottom, Richomme, who had gone on ahead, had ordered an empty cage to be kept ready. Pierron at once packed in the 2 tubs, Maheu in one with his injured child on his knees, whilst in the other Etienne had to hold Chicot's body in his arms to keep it steady. The rest piled into the other decks, and the cage went up. It took 2 minutes. The water streaming from the lining felt icy cold, and they all looked up impatiently for daylight to appear. Fortunately, the boy who had been sent for Dr. Van der Hagen had found him and brought him at once. Germinal and the dead man were carried into the deputy's room, where there was always a big fire burning from one end of the year to the other. A row of pails full of warm water for foot washing was put on one side. 2 mattresses were spread on the floor, and the man and child laid on them. Only Mathieu and Etienne went in. Outside stood a crowd of haulage girls, colliers, and boys, talking in hushed voices. The doctor took one look at Chicot and said, "He's done for. You can wash him." 2 charge hands stripped and sponged down this coal-black corpse, filthy with the sweat of toil. "Nothing wrong with his head," went on the doctor, kneeling on Jeanlin's mattress. "Chest's all right, too. Ah, it's his legs that have caught it." He undressed the child himself, unfastening his cap, pulling down his trousers, and lifting off his shirt with the skill of a nurse. And the pathetic little body came into view, as thin as an insect's, soiled with black dust and yellow earth and mottled with bloody stains. It was impossible to see anything. He had to be washed as well. The sponging seemed to make him thinner than ever. His flesh was so pallid and transparent that the bones showed through. It was pitiful to see this last decadent specimen of a race of starving toilers, this mere wisp of suffering, half crushed by the rocks. When he had been cleaned, the bruises on his thighs showed, 2 red patches on the white skin. Jeanlin came out of his faint and moaned. Mathieu stood at the foot of the mattress, with his arms hanging loose, looking at him, the tears running down his cheeks. "Are you the father?" said the doctor, looking up. "There's no need to cry. You can see he's not dead. Give me a hand instead." He diagnosed 2 simple fractures. But the right leg was disquieting. It might have to be amputated. At that moment, Négrel, the engineer, and Dansaert, who had at last been told, came in with Richomme. The former listened to the deputy's tale, and then burst out in exasperation. Always this blasted timbering! Hadn't he repeated 100 times that men would be left down there dead? And then these brutes talked about going on strike if they were forced to make their timbering a bit more safe. And the worst of it was that the company would now have to pay for the damage. Monsieur Hennebeau would be pleased. "Who is it?" he asked Dansaert, who was standing silently by the body, which was being wrapped in a sheet. "Chicot, one of our best workmen," answered the overman. "He has 3 children. Poor devil." Dr. Vandenhagen stipulated that Jeanlin should be transported home at once. It was striking 6 and already getting dark, and it would be a good idea to take the corpse as well. The engineer gave orders for horses to be put to the van and a stretcher to be brought. The injured child was put on the stretcher, and the dead man on his mattress was packed into the van. The girls were still waiting outside the door, talking to some of the miners who had stayed behind to see. When the door of the deputy's room opened again, they were all silent. A new procession was formed. First the van, then the stretcher, with the onlookers bringing up the rear. They moved out of the yard and slowly climbed the steep road up to the village. The first chilly days of November had stripped the vast plain, and night was slowly covering it like a shroud falling from the ashen sky. Etienne suggested in a whisper to Mathieu that Catherine should be sent on ahead to warn Mathieu and soften the blow, and the grief-stricken father, following the stretcher, nodded his agreement. The girl ran on as fast as she could, for they were nearly there. But already the van, that dreaded black box, had been sighted, and women were rushing out into the street, 3 or 4 of them running about distraught and bareheaded. Soon there were 30, then 50, all gripped by the same terror. So there was somebody killed? Who? LibriVox story had reassured them at first, but it had now thrown them into an exaggerated nightmare of dread. It was no longer 1 man who had perished, but 10, and the van was going to bring them back one by one. Catherine had found her mother tortured by forebodings, and before she could stammer out more than a word, the former said, "Dad is dead." The girl protested in vain, mentioning Jeanlin, but Maheude had rushed off without listening. Seeing the van come out opposite the church, she grew pale and faint. Women stood on their doorsteps, craning their necks in speechless horror, whilst others ran after the procession, trembling with anxiety to see at which house it would stop. The van went by, and Maheude saw Maheu walking behind with the stretcher. When they set the stretcher down outside her door, and she saw Jeanlin alive but with broken legs, she had such a violent reaction that she nearly choked with rage and stammered, dry-eyed. "That's how it is. They cripple our children now. Both legs, my God! What do they think I can do with him?" Now, shut up," said Dr. Vandenhagen, who had come to bandage Jeanlin. "Would you rather he'd stayed down there?" But Maheude grew more and more frenzied, while Alzire, Lénore, and Henri wailed. While helping to take the patient upstairs and giving the doctor what he needed, she cursed her fate, asking where they expected her to find the money to feed invalids. As if the old man wasn't enough, now the kid had lost his legs as well. And she went on and on, while other cries and lamentations came from a nearby house. Chicot's wife and children were weeping over his body. It was now quite dark, and gloomy stillness had fallen over the village, only broken by these bitter wailings. The exhausted miners were at last eating their supper. 3 weeks went by. They'd been able to avoid amputation. Jeanlin would keep both his legs, but would always be lame. After an inquiry, the company had resigned itself to an award of 50 francs. It had also promised to find the little cripple a service job as soon as he was fit again. Nevertheless, it meant that they were poorer than ever, for the shock had laid the father low with a severe attack of fever. Maheu had been back at work since Thursday, and it was now Sunday. That evening, Etienne talked about the approaching date of the 1st December, and was anxious to see whether the company would carry out its threat. They sat up until 10 waiting for Catherine, who must be dallying with Cheval. But she did not come home. Without saying a word, Maheude furiously bolted the door. Etienne lay awake for a long time, upset by the thought of the empty bed in which Alzire took up so little space. The following day, still no sign of her. It was only in the afternoon, after work, that the Maheuds learned that Cheval was keeping Catherine. He nagged her so abominably that she'd made up her mind to live with him. To avoid recriminations, he had suddenly left Le Voreux and taken a job as Jean-Bart, Monsieur Deneulin pit, and she'd gone there with him as a haulage girl. But the couple was still living in Montou, at Piquette's. At first, Maheu talked of going and giving the man a thick ear and bringing his daughter home with a kick up the backside. But then he threw up his arms in resignation. What was the use? It always went that way, and you couldn't prevent girls picking up men if they wanted to. Better quietly wait for them to get married. But his wife did not take things so calmly. "Now, did I hit her when she went with this chap Cheval?" she asked Etienne, who listened in awkward silence. "Tell me, you're a man of the world. We left her quite free, didn't we? Because, after all, they all go the same way. Take me, for example. I was in the family way when Dad married me. But I didn't leave my parents in the lurch for all that. I would never have done the dirty trick of taking my wages, at that age, to a man who didn't need them. It's disgusting, I tell you. It's enough to make people give up having children." As Etienne made no answer except to nod his head, she returned to the charge. "A girl who went out every evening wherever she wanted to. What's come over her? Fancy not being able to wait until she'd helped us over the hard times, and I let her marry. You have a daughter so that she can work. That's natural, isn't it? But there you are. We've been too kind. We ought not to have let her go about with a man. Give them an inch, and they take an ell." Alzire nodded in agreement. Lénore and Henri, cowed by the storm, whimpered quietly, while their mother proceeded to enumerate their woes. First, there was Zachary. They had to let him get married. Then old Bontemort stuck there in his chair with twisted feet. Then Jeanlin, who wouldn't be able to leave his room for 10 more days because his bones hadn't set properly. And then this as a last straw, this little bitch of a Catherine going off with a man. The family was going to pieces. Only Dad left at work. How could she feed 7 people on his 3 francs, to say nothing of Estelle? They might as well go in a body and throw themselves into the canal. It doesn't do a bit of good fretting like that, murmured Maheu. We may not be at the end of it yet. Etienne had kept his eyes down on the floor, but he now looked up as though at a vision of the future and said, "Ah, it's about time! It's about time!" This ends Part 3, Chapter 5. Part 4, Chapter 1 of Germinal by Émile Zola, translated by L.W. Tancock. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Part 4, Chapter 1. On that Monday, the Anbots had invited the Grégoires and their daughter Cécile to lunch. They'd planned quite an outing. Immediately after the meal, Paul Négrel was to take the ladies round a mine, Saint Thomas, which was being fitted up as a showplace. But all that was really a polite fiction, for the excursion had been thought out by Madame Anbot as a way of bringing nearer the marriage of Cécile and Paul. And then, on that very Monday, at 4 o'clock in the morning, the strike had broken out. When the company had put into effect its new wage system on the 1st December, the miners had shown no excitement. Not one had made the slightest complaint on payday at the end of the fortnight. The whole staff, from the manager down to the most junior charge hand, thought that the scale had been accepted, and great was everybody's surprise that morning at this declaration of war, which had been carried through with a tactical skill and solidarity that suggested energetic leadership. At 5, Dansaert awoke Monsieur Anbot and told him that not a single man had gone down into Le Voreux. He had just come through village 240, and it was still fast asleep, with doors and windows shut tight. From the moment the manager had got out of bed, his eyes still heavy with sleep, he was overwhelmed with news. Messengers appeared every quarter of an hour, and dispatches fell onto his desk thick as hailstones. At first, he hoped that the revolt was confined to Le Voreux, but each minute the news was more serious. Mirou and Crèvecoeur were affected, and only ponymen had turned up at Madeleine. At La Victoire and Feutry-Cantel, the most law-abiding pits, only a third of the men had gone down. Saint Thomas alone had its full complement and seemed to be unaffected by the movement. Until 9 o'clock he dictated dispatches and telegraphed in all directions to the prefect at Lille, the directors of the company, warning the authorities, asking for orders. He had sent Négrel on a tour of the neighboring pits to get exact information. Suddenly, Monsieur Anbot remembered about the luncheon party, and he was on the point of sending the coachman to tell the Grégoires that it was postponed. And then this man, who had just prepared for battle in clipped military phrases, hesitated and paused in a fit of indecision. He went upstairs to find his wife, who had just had her hair done by her maid in her dressing-room. "Oh, so they're on strike," she said nonchalantly, when he had asked her about the lunch. "Well, what difference does that make to us? We aren't going to give up eating, I take it." In vain he pointed out that the lunch would be very disturbed, and that the visit to Saint Thomas could not take place. She insisted and had an answer ready for everything. Why throw away a lunch already being cooked? And as to visiting the mine, well, they could give that up later if it really proved unwise to go. "Besides," she went on, after her maid had gone, "you know why I particularly want to have these good folk. You must surely be more interested in this marriage than in this silly nonsense of your workmen. Anyway, I want it, so don't go against me." As he looked at her, A slight tremor ran through him, and his hard, inscrutable face, the face of a disciplinarian, betrayed the hidden grief of a heartbroken man. Her shoulders had remained uncovered. She was already over-mature, but still lovely and desirable, with a bosom like Ceres gilded by autumn. For a moment he felt a brutal desire to seize her and bury his head between the breasts she was displaying, in this warm room with all the intimate luxury of a sensual woman, where there lingered an exciting scent of musk. But he drew back. For 10 years now they had occupied separate rooms. "All right," he said, going out. "We'll let the arrangement stand." Monsieur Hennebeau was a native of the Ardennes. In his early career, he'd known the difficulties of a penniless young man thrown as an orphan on the streets of Paris. After a hard grind at the School of Mines, he'd gone at 24 to the Grand Combe as engineer in the Sainte-Barbe pit. 3 years later he had become divisional engineer in the Pas-de-Calais at the Marle mines, and there, by one of those strokes of luck which seem to be the rule among mining engineers, he'd married the daughter of a rich Arras spinner. For 15 years they had lived in the same small provincial town, without any event to break the monotony of their existence, not even the birth of a child. Madame Hennebeau, brought up to worship money, and looking down on this husband who'd worked hard to earn a moderate salary which satisfied none of her extravagant schoolgirl dreams, had gradually drifted away from him in growing irritation. He was strictly honest, never speculated, and stuck to his post like a soldier. Their estrangement had gone on growing, made more marked by one of those curious incompatibilities of the flesh which can cool even the most hot-blooded. He worshipped his wife, and she had the voluptuous nature of a sensual blonde, and yet already they slept apart, unable to adjust themselves and quick to hurt each other. Unknown to him, she had taken a lover. Finally, he left the Pas-de-Calais for a secretarial position in Paris, hoping that she would be grateful. But Paris was to complete their separation. Paris that she'd been dreaming about ever since she had her first doll, for it took her just 1 week to shake off every trace of provincialism and become elegant, throwing herself into all the expensive crazes of the moment. The 10 years she had spent there were filled by a great passion, a public liaison with a man who had nearly killed her with grief when he left her. This time the husband could not remain in ignorance, and he had accepted the situation after many appalling scenes, powerless in the face of this woman's tranquil amorality, for she simply took her pleasure where she found it. It was after the breakup of this affair, when he saw she was ill with grief, that he had accepted the management of the Montou mines, in the hope that he might be able to reform her in the wilderness of the coal country. Since they had been at Montou, the Hennebeaus had gone back to the bored irritation of the early days of their marriage. At first, the quiet regularity of a life had seemed to do her good. She found peace in the flat monotony of the endless plain, and buried herself like a woman whose life is finished, affecting to be dead to love and so indifferent to worldly affairs that she did not even mind getting stout. Then, beneath this apparent indifference, a last burst of passion had flamed up, a desire to live once more, which she had kept at bay for 6 months by furnishing and fitting out the manager's small house to her own taste. She said it was hideous, and filled it with tapestries, antiques, and all sorts of artistic luxuries, which were commented on as far away as Lille. But now she found the country exasperating, with its silly fields going on forever, its endless black roads with never a tree, peopled by horrible creatures who filled her with disgust and fear. She began complaining of being exiled, and accused her husband of having sacrificed her for the sake of the salary of 40,000 francs, a mere pittance that was hardly sufficient to run the house. Couldn't he have done what others had done and demanded a partnership, bought shares, in fact, made a success of something? She nagged about this with all the cruelty of an heiress who had brought the money with her. As for him, behind the deceptively correct and cold exterior of an administrator, he was ravaged by one of those violent passions which develop in middle life. He had never possessed her as a favored lover, and now he was obsessed by an inescapable vision, to have her just once for himself, as she'd given herself to another. Every morning he dreamed of winning her that night, and then, when she turned her cold eyes on him, and he felt that everything in her was repelled by him, he avoided even touching her with his hand. It was a relentless torture, without hope of a cure, concealed beneath the stiffness of his normal behavior, the suffering of an affectionate nature secretly heartbroken at not having found happiness in his home. When the 6 months were over, and the house was completely refurbished and no longer interested her, Madame Imbeau relapsed into languid boredom, like a victim doomed to be killed by exile and who would be glad to die. Just then Paul Négrel came on the scene at Montou. His mother, the widow of a captain in Provence, living at Avignon on a small pension, had gone without everything in order to send him to the École Polytechnique. He had passed out with very low marks, and his uncle, Monsieur Imbeau, had given him a chance to leave by offering to take him as engineer at Le Voreux. From then on, he'd been treated as one of the family. He had his own room and lived with them, and this enabled him to send his mother half his salary of 3,000 francs. Monsieur Imbeau disguised this charity by saying how awkward it was for a single young man to set up house on his own in one of the little huts allocated to engineers. Madame Imbeau had at once cast herself in the role of affectionate aunt, treating him with familiarity and looking after his comfort. During the first months, especially, she was full of maternal solicitude and good advice about everything. But she was still a woman and soon slipped into personal confidences. This boy was so young and yet so sensible with his hard-headed intelligence. He professed philosophical theories about love and amused her with the keen pessimism that had left its mark on his thin face and pointed nose. Of course, one evening he found himself in her arms. She seemed to give herself out of kindness of heart, protesting the while that she was dead to love and only wanted to be his friend. And certainly she was not jealous, but teased him about Horlage girls, whom he declared to be horrible, and almost reproached him for having no spicy, youthful exploits to tell her about. Then she threw herself into plans for finding him a wife, fancying herself as a martyr, voluntarily giving him up to some rich girl. Not that their physical relationship ceased, but that was just an amusement into which she put the last flickers of passion of an idle woman who'd really finished with such things. 2 years had passed. One night, hearing somebody going barefoot past his door, Monsieur Imbeau had his suspicions. Really, this latest adventure was disgusting, here in his own house, and as it were between mother and son. But the very next day his wife spoke to him about the choice she had made of Cécile Grégoire for their nephew, and she was so enthusiastic about this marriage that he blushed at his own monstrous imaginings. And so he merely remained grateful to the young man for having made his home a little less gloomy. On coming down from his wife's dressing-room, Monsieur Imbeau met Paul coming in. He seemed quite amused by all this strike business. "Well?" asked his uncle. "Well, I've been round the villages, and they all seem very subdued. But I think they are going to send you a deputation." At that moment Madame Imbeau's voice called from upstairs. "Is that you, Paul? Come up and tell me all about it. Isn't it funny that these people should be so unpleasant when they are so well off?" The manager had to give up hopes of learning anything else since his wife had stolen his messenger. He returned to his desk, on which still more dispatches had piled up. When the Grégoires arrived at 11, they were surprised to find Hippolyte, the footman, standing on guard, and to be hurried inside without ceremony after he had looked anxiously up and down the street. The drawing-room curtains were pulled across, and they were shown straight into Monsieur Imbeau's office, where he apologized for receiving them in this fashion, but explained that the drawing-room looked on to the street, and there was no point in appearing deliberately provocative, was there? "What? Didn't you know?" he went on, seeing their amazement. When Monsieur Grégoire heard that the strike had at last broken out, he shrugged his shoulders in his placid way. "Bah! It wouldn't be anything much. These people were really quite nice." Madame Grégoire nodded in agreement to show that she shared his confidence in the age-old resignation of miners, whilst Cécile, who was in very high spirits that day and looked radiant in a flame-colored dress, smiled when she heard the word strike, which conjured up visions of trips to the village to distribute gifts. Madame Hennebeau appeared in black silk, followed by Négrel. "Isn't it tiresome?" she said, coming through the doorway. "Just as though these people couldn't have waited. Paul simply won't take us to Saint Thomas, you know." "Then we'll stay here," said Monsieur Grégoire obligingly. "It will all be delightful, I'm sure." Paul had merely bowed to Cécile and her mother. Vexed to see him so undemonstrative, his aunt signaled with her eyes that he was to attend to the young lady, and when she heard them laughing together, she enveloped them in a look of motherly affection. Meanwhile, Monsieur Hennebeau finished reading through the dispatches and wrote several replies, while the chatter went on all round him. His wife was explaining that she had not done anything about the office, which still had its old faded red wallpaper, heavy mahogany furniture, and worn-out cardboard files. After 3/4 of an hour they were about to go in to lunch, when the footman announced Monsieur Deneulin, who came in looking very disturbed and bowed to Madame Hennebeau. "Oh, are you here?" he said when he saw the Grégoires, and then at once began speaking to the manager. "It has come, then? I have just heard from my engineer. All my men went down all right this morning, but it may well spread. I am not too happy about it. How are things with you?" He'd come over on horseback, and his anxiety was perceptible in his loud voice and abrupt gestures, which made him look like a retired cavalry officer. Monsieur Hennebeau was beginning to explain the exact situation when Hippolyte threw open the dining-room door. So he broke off and said, "Have lunch with us. I'll tell you all the rest over dessert." "Yes, just as you like," said Deneulin, whose mind was so preoccupied that he accepted without further formality. But then he realized how discourteous he was, and turned to apologize to Madame Hennebeau, who was at her most charming. When she had had a 7th place laid, she arranged her guests thus: Madame Grégoire and Cécile on each side of her husband, Monsieur Grégoire and Deneulin on her own right and left. Paul was placed between the young lady and her father. As they attacked the hors d'oeuvres, she said with a smile, "Do forgive me. I meant to give you oysters. On Mondays, you know, they have a delivery of Ostend oysters at Marchiennes, and I had intended to send cook in the carriage. But she was afraid they might throw stones at her." There was a roar of laughter. They all thought this most amusing. "Shh!" said Monsieur Hennebeau, with an uneasy glance at the windows, through which the road could be seen. "There's no need to let everybody know we have company this morning." "Well, anyhow, here's a slice of sausage they won't get," declared Monsieur Grégoire. There was another laugh, but more subdued this time. The guests all had a feeling of well-being in this room, hung with Flemish tapestries and furnished with antique oak court cupboards. Silver plate gleamed through the glass doors of the cabinets, and there was a large copper chandelier, in the burnished globes of which were reflected a palm and an aspidistra, growing in majolica pots. Outside there was a freezing December day with a keen northeast wind blowing. Not a breath of this came indoors, however, where the hothouse warmth brought out the scent of a sliced pineapple in a cut glass bowl. "Suppose we draw the curtains," suggested Négrel, tickled by the idea of frightening the Grégoires. The maid, who was helping the footman to serve, thought this was an order, and went and pulled them across. From then onwards there were jokes without end. Every fork and glass was put down with infinite precaution, and each new dish was greeted like a piece of salvage rescued from a sacked town. Underlying this forced merriment, however, there was an unspoken fear, betrayed by involuntary glances in the direction of the road, as though a famished army were watching the table from outside. After scrambled eggs with truffles came river trout. The conversation had turned to the industrial crisis, which had been steadily worsening for 18 months. "It was inevitable," said Desnoulins, "that too much prosperity during recent years should land us into this. Think of the enormous amount of capital immobilized in railways, docks, and canals, and all the money buried in ridiculous speculation. In our neighborhood alone, they have set up enough sugar refineries for 3 times the beet harvest of the department. And, of course, the result is that money has now become scarce, and the people have got to wait for the interest to come in from the millions that have been laid out. All this has led to a fatal glut and complete business stagnation." Monsieur Hennebeau disagreed with the theory, but admitted that the workers had been spoiled by years of prosperity. "When I think that in our pits these chaps could make as much as 6 francs a day, double what they earn nowadays. And they lived well, too, and developed a taste for luxuries. Now, of course, they think it hard to go back to their former frugality." "Monsieur Grégoire," broke in Madame Hennebeau, "do have a little more trout. They are delicious, aren't they?" The manager would not be deflected. "But is it really our fault?" he went on. "We are very hard hit as well. Since the factories have been closing down one by one, we've been having the devil of a job to get rid of our stocks. And in view of the decreasing demand, we are obliged to lower our prices. That's what the workers simply refuse to understand." There was a pause. The footman served roast partridges, while the maid began filling glasses with Chambertin. "There has been a famine in India," Desnoulins went on in a low voice, as though speaking to himself. "The Americans have stopped ordering and cast iron, and that has dealt a heavy blow to our smelting works. Everything hangs together, and a distant shock is enough to shake the whole world. And to think that the Empire was so proud of the industrial boom." He attacked his wing of partridge, then raised his voice. "The worst of it is that in order to cut our selling price, we ought logically to increase production. Otherwise the cut must come from wages, and then the worker is quite right to say that he always pays for the damage." This admission, which he made in all honesty, led to an argument. The ladies were finding things very dull. Incidentally, everyone was in the first flush of appetite and busy eating. The footman came in just then, looking as though he had something to say, but hesitating to say it. "Well, what is it?" asked Monsieur Hennebeau. "If it is more dispatches, let me have them. I am expecting some answers." "No, sir. It is Monsieur Dansaert in the hall, but he does not want to intrude." The manager apologized and had the overman shown in. He remained standing a few feet away from the table, and they all turned round to look at this great big man, breathless with the news he was bringing. All was quiet in the villages, but they'd made up their minds to send a deputation, which would probably arrive in a few minutes. "That's all right. Thank you," said Monsieur Hennebeau. "I shall want a report night and morning, you understand." As soon as Dansaert had gone, the joking began again, and they fell to on the Russian salad, saying that there was not a second to be lost if they ever hoped to finish it. But the fun reached its height when Négrel asked the maid for some bread, and she answered with such a whispered and terrified "Yes, sir," that she might have had a band of murderers and ravishers behind her back. "You can speak up," said Madame Hennebeau sweetly. "They are not here yet." Another packet of letters and dispatches has been brought to the manager, who asked to be allowed to read one out. It was from Pierron, pointing out in respectful phraseology that he was obliged to go out on strike with his fellow workers, for fear of being rough-handled, and adding that he had not been able to refuse to take part in the deputation, much as he deplored this move. "And that's what they call freedom to work!" exclaimed Monsieur Hennebeau. The talk came back to the strike, and he was asked his opinion. "Oh," he answered, "we've seen plenty of them before. It will mean a week of idleness, or a fortnight at the most, like last time. They'll hang about in the pubs and then go back to the pits when hunger begins to pinch." Monsieur Denorlin shook his head. "I'm not so sure. They seem better organized this time. They've got a provident fund, haven't they?" "Yes, but hardly 3,000 francs. What can they do with that?" "I suspect that a fellow called Etienne Lantier is the ringleader. He is a good worker, and I should be sorry to have to sack him, as I did the famous Rasseneur, who is still poisoning Le Voreux with his ideas and his beer. Never mind, half of them will have gone back at the end of a week, and the whole 10,000 of them will be down below in a fortnight." He was sure of it. His only worry was the chance of his getting into trouble if the board held him responsible for the strike. For some time he had felt that he was losing favor, and so, abandoning the spoonful of Russian salad he had taken, he reread the instructions from Paris, trying to see hidden meanings behind each word. He had to be excused if the meal was turning into a soldier's lunch, snatched on the battlefield before opening fire. The ladies joined in the conversation. Madame Grégoire pitied the poor folk who were going to suffer hunger, and already Cécile could see herself distributing bread and meat coupons. But Madame Hennebeau was astonished at the talk of sufferings on the part of the Montou miners. Were they not very fortunate? Why, they had lodging, fuel, and medical attention at the company's expense. In her indifference to this herd of cattle, all she knew about them was the lesson she'd learned by heart, and which she recited for the delight of visitors from Paris. And in the end she had come to believe it herself, and was indignant at the people's ingratitude. All this time Négrel went on scaring Monsieur Grégoire. Cécile did not displease him, and he was not averse to marrying her, if it would please his aunt. But there was no passionate ardor about it, for, as he said to himself, he was an experienced man of the world who'd grown out of losing his head. He called himself a Republican, but that did not prevent his treating the workers with the utmost severity, and making fun of them in the presence of the ladies. "I do not share my uncle's optimism either," he said. "I fear serious troubles. So, Monsieur Grégoire, I advise you to lock up La Piolaine. It might be looted." Just then, with the smile that always lit his kindly face, Monsieur Grégoire was vying with his wife in expressing paternal sentiments towards the miners. "Looted? My house?" he cried, aghast. "And why should they want to rob me?" "Aren't you a shareholder in Montou? You do no work. You live on the work of others. In fact, you are the accursed capitalist, and that is enough. You can be certain that if the revolution were to win, it would force you to make restitution of your fortune as stolen money." Monsieur Grégoire suddenly lost the childlike tranquillity and serene indifference in which he lived. He stammered out, "Stolen money? My fortune? But didn't my great-grandfather earn it, and with the sweat of his brow, this money he invested? Haven't we borne all the risks of the enterprise? Am I putting my money to bad use now?" Madame Hennebeau, alarmed at seeing mother and daughter white with fear as well, hastened to intervene. "Paul is joking, my dear sir." But Monsieur Grégoire was by now beside himself. As the servant was passing round a dish of crayfish, he took 3 without realizing what he was doing, and began breaking their claws with his teeth. "Ah, I don't say that there aren't shareholders who abuse their position. For instance, I have heard tales about ministers receiving deniers in Montsou by way of bribes for services rendered to the company, or like the noble peer, whose name I won't mention, a duke and the biggest of our shareholders, whose life is a scandal of extravagance, millions thrown away on women, orgies, and useless luxury. but people like us who live without any display, just as ordinary, decent people. We don't speculate. We're content to live sensibly with what we've got, sharing it with the poor. Come, come, the workers would have to be proper rogues to rob us of a pin." Négrel himself had to reassure him, inwardly very amused at his panic. The crayfish were still going round, and the conversation moved on to politics, to the accompaniment of the cracking of shells. Despite everything, and although he was still shuddering, Monsieur Grégoire declared himself a liberal and sighed for the days of Louis-Philippe. Deneulin was for a strong government, and in his opinion the emperor was on the slippery slope of dangerous concessions. "Remember '89, he said. "It was the aristocracy that made the revolution possible by its complicity, by flirting with philosophical novelties. Well, today it is the middle class playing the same foolish game, with its mania for liberalism, its insensate destructiveness and toadying to the people. Yes, yes, you are sharpening the teeth of the monster so that it can devour us, and devour us it will, you mark my words." The ladies made him stop, and tried to change the subject by asking for news of his daughters. Lucie was at Marchiennes, singing with a friend. Jean was painting the head of an old beggar. But he said all this absent-mindedly, keeping his eye on the manager, who was absorbed in his dispatches, and quite oblivious of his guests. Behind these sheets of paper was Paris and the board of directors, whose orders would decide the course of the strike, and M. Deneulin could not help coming back to the subject on his mind. "Well, what are you going to do?" he suddenly asked. M. Hennebeau started, then avoided the issue with a non-committal, "We shall see." Deneulin went on thinking aloud. "No doubt. You are strong, and you can wait. But if the strike reaches Vandamme, I shall never recover. I have thoroughly modernized Jean Bart, I know, but with only one pit, I must have constant production in order to keep going. Oh, I'm not in for a very jolly time, I can assure you." This involuntary confession seemed to start M. Hennebeau on a new train of thought. As he listened, a new plan took shape in his mind. Supposing the strike were to become more serious, why not utilize it and let things go from bad to worse until his neighbor was ruined, and then buy him up for a song? It was the most certain way of winning back favor with the directors, who'd been dreaming of laying their hands on Vandamme for years past. "If Jean Bart worries you to that extent," he said with a smile, "why not cede it to us?" Already Deneulin was sorry to have betrayed his fears. "Never on your life!" His violence made everybody laugh, and by the time dessert appeared, the strike was at last forgotten. An apple charlotte meringue received the highest praise. The ladies then discussed a recipe in connection with the pineapple, which was also declared to be exquisite. That feeling of mellow contentment at the end of a copious meal was rounded off by fruit, grapes and pears, and they were all merrily talking at once, and the footman was pouring out a Rhenish wine instead of champagne, which was deemed commonplace. In this mellow mood of dessert, the marriage of Paul and Cécile certainly came a good step nearer. His aunt threw such meaning glances at the young man that he put on his most charming manner, and his honeyed attentions quite won back the Grégoires, who had been very depressed by his tales of plunder. Seeing the close understanding between his wife and nephew, M. Hennebeau gave way for a moment to his horrible suspicion, as though he had surprised some guilty physical contact behind the glances they exchanged. But once again he was reassured by the sight of this marriage being settled here in front of his very eyes. Hippolyte was serving coffee when the maid rushed in panic-stricken. "Sir, sir, here they are!" It was the deputation. Doors banged, and a cold breath of fear could almost be heard coming through the rooms. "Show them into the drawing-room," said M. Hennebeau. The guests sat round the table in silence, nervously looking at each other. Then they tried to resume their joking, pretending to put the rest of the sugar into their pockets, and talking of hiding the cutlery. But the manager looked very grave, and the laughter died down to a whisper as the heavy footsteps of the delegates could be heard on the drawing-room carpet next door. Madame Hennebeau said softly to her husband, "You are going to drink your coffee, I presume?" "Of course. Let them wait." He was fidgety, listening to every sound, though apparently only concerned with his cup. Paul and Cécile had risen from the table, and he had made her peep through the keyhole. They whispered to each other, stifling their giggles. "Can you see them?" "Yes, a fat one, with 2 little ones behind." "Haven't they got frightful faces?" "Oh, no, they're very nice." Monsieur Hennebeau suddenly left his chair, saying that the coffee was too hot and that he would drink it afterwards. As he went out, he put a finger on his lips to enjoin prudence. They all sat down again and stayed round the table, mute and not daring to move, straining their ears to catch the meaning of these loud, frightening male voices. This ends Part 4, Chapter 1. Part 4, Chapter 2 of Germinal by Émile Zola. Translated by L.W. Tancock. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 4, Part 2. At a meeting held at Rasseneur's on the previous day, Etienne and some of his mates had chosen the delegates to go next day to see the manager. On hearing that evening that her husband was a delegate, Mahut was very upset, asking whether he wanted to have them all thrown out on the street. Mahut himself had consented very reluctantly. However unjust their sufferings might be, when it came to action they both relapsed into the traditional resignation of their race, trembling for the morrow and preferring to bend their necks to the yoke. Usually, Mahut relied on his wife's judgment in matters of practical behavior, for she gave sound advice. But this time he resented it, especially as he secretly shared her misgivings. "Oh, shut up, do," he said, getting into bed and turning his back on her. "A nice thing it would be to leave my mates in the lurch. I'm doing my duty." She got into bed too, and for a long time not a word was said. Then she answered, "You're right. You must go. But you know, old boy, we're done for." They had a meal at noon because the meeting place was the Avantage at 1 o'clock, and they were going on from there to Monsieur Hennebeau's house. There were potatoes, but as there was only a small piece of butter left, nobody touched it. It would go with the bread in the evening. "You know, we are relying on you to speak," Etienne suddenly said to Mahut. The latter was quite overcome. His emotion had taken away his voice. "Oh, no, that's too much," said his wife. "I don't mind his going, but I won't let him be the ringleader. Why him rather than anybody else?" So Etienne explained with his eloquent enthusiasm. Mahut was the best collier in the pit, the most popular, the most respected, the one everybody quoted as an example of good sense. The miners' demands would carry weight if voiced by him. At first Etienne was to speak, but he'd not been at Montou long enough, and they would be more likely to listen to an old hand who had always lived there. In fact, the chaps were entrusting their interests to the best man, and he could not refuse. It would be cowardly. Mahut waved her arm in despair. "All right, you go, my man, and let yourself be done in for the sake of the others. I'm not stopping you." "But I could never do it," stammered Mahut. "I should say something silly." Etienne patted him on the shoulder, glad to have made him accept. "Just say what you feel. It'll be all right." Grandpa Bonnemort, whose swollen legs were getting better, listened with his mouth full, shaking his head. There was a pause. Whenever there were potatoes for dinner, the children stuffed themselves to choking point and were very subdued. Having swallowed his mouthful, the old man slowly murmured, "Say what you like. It'll be the same as though you hadn't said anything. Oh, I've seen plenty of it. Plenty of it I've seen, just like this. 40 years ago they chucked us out of the manager's door, and with swords, too. Today they'll most likely let you in, but they won't answer you, no more than that wall. Well, anyway, what do you expect? They've got the money. It doesn't matter to them." Another silence. Maheu and Etienne rose and left the family sitting gloomily in front of their empty plates. As they went out, they picked up Pierron and Levaque, and all four went together to Rasseneur's, where the delegates from the other villages were coming in 2s and 3s. When the 20 members of a deputation were all met, they drew up the counter-proposals they would make to the company's conditions and set out for Montou. The keen northeast wind was sweeping the cobbled road. They arrived as it was striking 2. At first the footman told them to wait and shut the door on them. Then he came back and led them into the drawing-room, pulling back the curtains. A soft light filtered through the lace. Left alone, the miners were afraid to sit down, but stood about awkwardly, all in their Sunday best, and carefully shaved, with fair hair and mustaches, twisting their caps in their hands and throwing sidelong glances at the furniture, which was in that jumble of all the styles made fashionable by the craze for the antique. Henri II armchairs, Louis XV's occasional chairs, a 17th century Italian cabinet, a 15th century Spanish contador, an altar front draping the mantel shelf, and old chasuble embroideries cut out and sewn on to the portières. The display of old gold, the tawny hues of old silks, and all this ecclesiastical splendor filled them with respectful awe. The deep pile of the oriental carpet seemed to cling to their feet, but the heat, above all, overwhelmed them. They could not understand this uniform heat given by the stoves, especially as their cheeks were stinging from the icy wind outside. 5 minutes went by, and this discomfort increased in this sumptuous room, so snugly closed to the outer world. Monsieur Imbeau came in at last, with his frock coat buttoned up in military fashion, and wearing on his lapel the little rosette of his decoration. He was the first to speak. "Ah, here you are. This is a revolt, it seems." He broke off to add with stiff politeness, "Sit down. I am only too delighted to have a chat." The miners turned round looking for seats. A few ventured to sit on chairs, but most of them took fright at the look of the silken embroideries and preferred to stand. Another pause. Monsieur Imbeau had moved an armchair in front of a chimney-piece, and was now looking them rapidly up and down to try to place their faces. He recognized Pierron hiding in the back row, and his eyes came to rest on Etienne, seated in front of him. "Well," he said, "what have you to say to me?" He expected the young man to speak, and when Maheu came forward, was so surprised that he could not help adding, "What, you? One of the best workmen, who have always been so reasonable, an old inhabitant of Montou, whose family's been working here ever since the first blow was struck. Oh, I'm sorry. I really am sorry to see you at the head of these malcontents." Maheu stood listening, looking at the floor. Then he began in low, diffident tones. "Sir, it's just because I am a quiet man, and nobody has anything against me, that my mates have chosen me. That is enough to show you that this is not the work of a few agitators or bad lots trying to make trouble. We only want justice. We're getting tired of dying of hunger, and it seems to us high time to come to some arrangement, so that at any rate we get bread to eat every day." His voice gained strength, and he raised his eyes and looked straight at the manager. "You know quite well that we cannot accept your new system. We're accused of not timbering properly, and it's quite true that we don't put in the necessary time on the work. But if we did, our day would be cut down still more. And as it doesn't give us enough to eat as it is, that would be the end of everything. The clean sweep that would finish all your men off. Pay us better, and we shall timber better, and we shall put in the right number of hours at it, instead of concentrating all the time on coal getting, which is the only job that pays. There is no other possible way. If the work is to be done, it must be paid for. And what have you hit on instead? Something we can't possibly entertain, sir. Don't you see? You cut down the price per tub, and then you pretend to make up for the cut by paying for timbering separately. Even if that were true, we should still be the losers, because timbering always takes more time. But what makes us so angry is that it isn't even true. The company doesn't compensate us at all, but simply pockets 2 centimes on every tub. So, there you are. Yes, that's right, chimed in the other delegates, seeing Monsieur Hennebeau trying to cut him short with a violent wave of the hand. But it was Mayhew who did the cutting short. Now that he was well launched, the words came of themselves. At times he was surprised at the sound of his own voice, as though it were a stranger speaking inside him. Things stored up in his heart that he did not even know were there now came tumbling forth in a great outpouring of emotion. He spoke of their universal poverty, of the hard toil and brutish life, women and children crying out with hunger in their homes. He quoted the recent disastrous paydays, the ridiculous wages of some of the fortnights, eaten into by fines and stoppages of work, and taken home to families in tears. Were they determined to kill all the miners off? And so, sir, we have come to say that, death for death, we prefer to die in idleness. At any rate, it is not so tiring. We've left the pits, and we shall not go down again unless the company accepts our conditions. You want to cut the price per tub and pay separately for timbering. We want things to stay as they were, and moreover, we want 5 centimes more per tub. Now it's up to you to show whether you were on the side of justice and the workers. The miners' voices rose in chorus. That's right. He has said what we all feel. We're only asking for what is right. Those who did not speak nodded in agreement. The sumptuous room with its golden embroideries and its strange collection of antiques had disappeared, and they were no longer even conscious of the carpet beneath their heavy boots. "Give me a chance to answer," shouted Monsieur Hennebeau, who was beginning to lose his temper. "To begin with, it is not true that the company is making 2 centimes on each tub. Let's look at the figures." That led to a confused argument. In an attempt to divide them against themselves, the manager called upon Pierron, who muttered something non-committal. Levaque, on the other hand, voiced the sentiments of the most aggressive elements, and confused the issue by affirming facts that he knew nothing about. In this hothouse atmosphere, the shouting was muffled by the rich hangings. "If you all talk at once," said Monsieur Hennebeau, "we shall never get anywhere." He had now recovered his brusque politeness and calm, with no trace of bitterness. In fact, the manner of the administrator who has his instructions and means to have them respected. From the outset, he had never taken his eyes off Etienne, and he was maneuvering to draw him out of his self-imposed silence. To this end, he now dropped the question of the 2 centimes and suddenly widened the basis of the discussion. "No, why don't you own up to the truth? You're being led on by detestable agitators. It is a plague, infecting all workers nowadays and corrupting even the best. Oh, I'm not asking anybody to admit anything, but I can see that you've been changed. You used to be so contented. You've been promised more butter than bread, haven't you? And you've been told that it is your turn to be masters. In fact, you've been recruited into this famous international, this band of criminals whose dream is the destruction of society." Then Etienne did break in. "You are mistaken, sir. Not a single Montou miner has yet joined. But if they are forced into it, every pit will join. It depends on the company." From then onwards, the struggle was between Monsieur Hennebeau and Etienne, as though the other miners were no longer there. The company watches over its men like Providence, and you are very wrong to threaten it. This year it has spent 300,000 francs on building new housing estates, and that does not bring in 2%, and I'm not counting the pensions it pays out, nor the free coal and free medical attention. You seem to be intelligent, and in a few months you've become one of our most highly skilled men. But wouldn't you be better employed in spreading truths like that than in ruining your prospects by getting mixed up with notoriously bad characters? Yes, I'm referring to Rasseneur, whom we had to get rid of to save our pits from socialist corruption. You're always at his place, and no doubt it is he who's urged you to start up this Provident Fund, which we were perfectly willing to allow if it was simply a means of saving. But as we see it, this fund is a weapon against us, a reserve fund in anticipation of the costs of war. And while we are on the subject, I must add that the company means to exercise some sort of check on that fund. Etienne let him talk on, looking him straight in the eyes, but his mouth was twitching nervously. The last phrase made him smile, and he answered, "That, sir, is a fresh imposition, for up to now you have omitted to ask for any such check. Unfortunately, our wish is that the company should look after us a little less. Instead of playing the part of Providence, we simply wanted to play fair by giving us our due, the profits we make which at present it is sharing out for itself. Is it right, whenever a crisis comes, to let the workers die of starvation so as to keep the shareholders' dividends intact? However you put it, sir, the new system is a disguised wage cut, and that is what we are up against, for if the company must economize, it is quite wrong for it to do so wholly at the workers' expense." "Ah, here it comes!" exclaimed Monsieur Hennebeau. "I was expecting this accusation of starving the people and living on their toil and sweat. How can you say such stupid things when you ought to realize what enormous risks capital runs in industry, for example, in the mines? Today, a properly equipped pit costs anything from 1,500,000 to 2 millions, to say nothing of all the trouble and anxiety before a meager return comes in from all that money sunk. Nearly half the mining companies in France are bankrupt. Besides, it's foolish to accuse the successful ones of cruelty. If their workmen suffer, they suffer themselves. Do you think that the company hasn't as much to lose in the present crisis as you have? It cannot fix wages as it likes. It must be competitive or go under. Why don't you blame the facts instead of the company? But you won't listen. You refuse to understand. On the contrary, we understand perfectly that there is no chance of improvement for us as long as things go on as they are now. Indeed, it is for that very reason that sooner or later the workers will see to it that things are managed differently." This remark, so moderate in form, was said in a low voice, trembling with such conviction and implied threats that everybody was reduced to silence, and a wave of embarrassment and fear could be felt in the quiet room. The other delegates had not followed very well, but sensed that their comrade had asked for their share of all this comfort, and once again they cast sidelong glances at the warm hangings, the comfortable chairs, and all this luxury, the most trifling knick-knack of which would have kept them in soup for a month. Monsieur Hennebeau, after sitting for some moments in thought, rose to show them out. They all stood up, but Etienne had gently nudged Mehue in the elbow, and the latter began in a tongue-tied and awkward manner. "So that's all you have to answer, sir. We shall have to tell the others that you reject our terms." "But my dear fellow," exclaimed the manager, "it isn't me. I'm not rejecting anything. I am just a paid servant like you, and I have no more say in this than the youngest of your pit boys. I'm given my orders, and my job is to see them properly carried out. I've told you what I felt I ought to say, but the decision is not in my hands. You bring me your demands, I shall pass them on to the board of directors, and then I shall let you know their answer." He was now using his correct administrative manner, avoiding personal emotion with the curt politeness of a mere instrument of authority. and by now the miners were looking suspiciously at him, wondering what he was up to and what interest he could have in lying to them, what he was making out of standing between them and the real masters. He must be some sort of intriguer, presumably, to be paid like a workman, but to live so well. Etienne made bold to intervene once more. "You see, sir, what a pity it is that we cannot plead our cause in person. We could explain many things and use arguments which naturally mean nothing to you. If only we knew whom we ought to see." Monsieur Hennebeau did not take offense. He even smiled. "Oh, well, it gets awkward if you have no confidence in me. You will have to go down there." The delegates looked at his hand, pointing vaguely to one of the windows. Where was down there? Paris, presumably, but they could not say for sure. The whole question was receding into some distant and terrifying place, some far-off metaphysical region where the unknown god was crouching on his throne in the depths of a tabernacle. They would never see this god, but they felt him as a power, weighing down from afar on the 10,000 miners of Montou. And when the manager spoke, he had this hidden power behind him and pronounced its oracles. They were profoundly discouraged, and even Etienne shrugged his shoulders as if to say that the best thing to do was to go. Monsieur Hennebeau was tapping Mayhew's arm in a friendly way and asking about Germinal. "Now, there's a terrible lesson for you, and yet you defend faulty timbering. Think it over, my friends, and you will realize that a strike would be a disaster for all concerned. You'll be dying with hunger before a week is out, and then how will you manage? However, I rely on your good sense, and am convinced that you will go back into the pits by Monday at the latest." They all made their way out, leaving the room with bowed heads like a herd of animals, saying not a word in answer to this hope of their giving in. The manager, as he saw them out, had to wind up the discussion himself. The company on the one hand with its new wage scheme, the men on the other with their demand for an increase of 5 centimes per tub. So as to leave them under no misapprehension, he felt it his duty to warn them that their terms would certainly be rejected by the board. "Think it out before doing anything rash," he repeated, for their silence worried him. In the hall, Pierron bowed obsequiously, but Levaque deliberately put on his cap. Mayhew was trying to find some parting word, but once again Etienne nudged him on. They all went off in ominous silence. The only sound was the bang of a door closing behind them. Monsieur Hennebeau went back into the dining room and found his guests sitting glum and silent, with liqueurs in front of them. He explained the position briefly to Deneulin, who looked even more depressed. Then, while he was drinking his cold coffee, they tried to change the subject. But even the Grégoires came back to the strike, expressing their astonishment that there was no law to prevent work people from leaving their work. Paul reassured Cécile by saying that they expected the police. At length, Madame Hennebeau summoned the footman. "Hippolyte, before we go into the drawing-room, open the windows and let in a little air." This ends Part 4, Chapter 2. Part 4, Chapter 3 of Germinal by Émile Zola. Translated by L.W. Tancock. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Part 4, Chapter 3. A fortnight had gone by, and on the Monday of the third week the list sent up to the manager showed a new decrease in the number of men underground. It had been expected that work would be resumed that morning, but the miners were exasperated by the unyielding obstinacy of the board. Le Voreux, Crèvecoeur, Mirou, and Madeleine were not the only idle pits. By now, scarcely a quarter of the men had gone down into La Victoire and Feutry-Cantel, and even Saint-Thomas was affected. The strike was steadily spreading. At Le Voreux, the yard was wrapped in heavy silence. It was like a dead factory. The great workings were empty and abandoned, and everything was at a standstill. Beneath the grey December sky, 3 or 4 forgotten tubs were standing on the raised track with the mute sadness of inanimate objects. Lower down, between the slender uprights of the trestles, the stock of coal was running out, leaving the earth bare and black, whilst the stack of pit props was rotting in the rain. A half-loaded barge by the canal wharf looked asleep in the dirty water, and on the deserted pit bank, where decomposing sulphide was smoking despite the rain, a cart thrust its shafts up into the air drearily. But it was above all the buildings that seemed frozen in torpor. The screening shed with its shutters closed, the headgear which no longer heard the rumbling sounds of the pithead, the cold boiler house, and the great chimney now too large for the occasional wisps of smoke. The winding engine only worked in the morning, for the ponymen had to go down with fodder for their beasts, and deputies, who were the only men now working underground, had to act as ordinary labourers and keep an eye open for accidents that might damage the roads, now that they were not being regularly looked after. From 9 o'clock onwards, any other journeys had to be made by ladder. Above these dead buildings, shrouded in black dust, the only sound was the slow, heavy panting of the exhaust of the pump, all that remained of the life of the pit, which would be destroyed by water if the panting stopped. On the high ground opposite, village 240 seemed dead too. The prefect had come from Lille. Police had patrolled the roads, but in view of the quietness of the strikers, prefect and police had gone back home. Never had the village set such a good example in the great plain. The men slept all day so as not to go to the pubs, and the women, through having to ration themselves with coffee, had become much more sensible and less furiously talkative and quarrelsome. Even the gangs of children seemed to understand, and behaved so well that they ran about barefoot and hit each other with the minimum of noise. The word of command had been repeated and sent round: exemplary behavior. However, the Mahieu's house was always full of people coming and going. Etienne, as secretary, had used it as headquarters for sharing out the 3,000 francs of the fund among necessitous families, and a few hundred francs more had come in from various sources, like subscriptions and collections. But now all resources were drying up. The men had no money left to carry on the strike, and hunger was staring them in the face. Maigrat had promised everybody a fortnight's credit, but had changed his mind at the end of a week and cut off supplies. He usually took his orders from the company, which probably wanted to make a speedy end of it all by starving the villages. Moreover, he acted like a capricious tyrant, giving bread or withholding it according to the face of the girl sent by her parents for provisions, and he shut his door on Mahieu in particular, full of resentment and determined to take it out of her because he had not had Catherine. And as the last straw, it was freezing hard, and the women watched their shrinking coal supplies with the anxious thought that they would not be renewed so long as the men did not go to work. It wasn't enough to die of hunger. They were going to freeze to death as well. Already everything had run short at the Mahieu's. LibriVox still had something to eat thanks to a 20-franc piece lent by Bouteloup. The Pierrons still had money, of course, but fearing they might be called upon for loans, they put on outward appearances of being as hard up as everybody else and bought food on credit from Maigrat, who would have thrown all his shop at Pierron if she had shown him a bit of her skirt. By Saturday, many families had gone to bed supperless. But although they could see terrible days setting in, not a single person uttered a complaint. Everybody obeyed orders, quietly and courageously. Despite all, there was absolute confidence, religious faith, the blind self-dedication of a community of believers. Since they'd been promised the new era of justice, they were prepared to suffer for the conquest of happiness for all. Hunger filled their souls with mystic elation, Never before had the closed-in horizon opened out a broader vision of the beyond before these poor people, now light-headed from misery. Though their eyes were dim with weakness, they perceived over yonder the ideal city of their dreams, now drawing near and almost real, where all men were brothers, a golden age when work and food would be shared by all. Nothing could shake their conviction, but they were at last on the threshold. The fund was exhausted. The company would never budge. Each day could only make the situation worse. And still they kept their hope and smiled scornfully at hard facts. If the earth were to open beneath their feet, they would be saved by a miracle. Their faith was bread and warmth enough. When the Mayhews and the rest had gulped down their clear water soup too fast, they floated away into a kind of trance, the same ecstatic vision of the promised land which threw the martyrs of old to the wild beasts. From now on, Etienne was the undisputed leader. As study sharpened his intellect and enabled him to speak on all subjects with authority, the evening conversations became oracles which he delivered. He spent his nights reading and received more and more letters. He had even begun subscribing to L'Évangeur, a Belgian socialist paper, and this, the first paper of its kind to be seen in the village, had earned him a position of extraordinary prestige among his mates. Every day his popularity grew, and every day he felt more elated. To be carrying on an extensive correspondence, discussing the fate of workers in the four corners of the province, giving consultations to the miners of L'Évangeur, above all, to be a center and feel the world pivoting on oneself, a mere ex-mechanic and collier with black, greasy hands. All this naturally flattered his vanity. In reality, he was climbing a rung of the social ladder into the ranks of a detested bourgeoisie, with an intellectual satisfaction and feeling of well-being which he dared not admit to himself. He still had one cause for uneasiness, his lack of education, consciousness of which made him awkward and nervous as soon as he was with a gentleman in a black coat. He went on studying voraciously, but his lack of method made real learning slow, and his mind was becoming so muddled that he found he knew things by heart that he had not understood. And so, in his more self-critical moments, he had had doubts about his mission and feared that he might not after all be the man the world was waiting for. Perhaps that man ought to be a lawyer, a learned man able to speak and act without compromising his fellow workers. But then a reaction soon restored his self-esteem. No, they didn't want lawyers. All lawyers were rogues using their knowledge to enrich themselves at the people's expense. Come what may, the workers must manage their own affairs. Thereupon he found renewed delight in his dream of becoming a popular leader. Montou at his feet, Paris in the mists of the future, who could tell? Member of Parliament some day, the dais of some great hall where he visualized himself castigating the bourgeois in the first speech made in Parliament by a working man. During the past few days, Etienne had been perplexed. Pluchart had written letter after letter, offering to come to Montou and inspire the strikers with new zeal. He suggested that a private meeting might be arranged, with Etienne in the chair. His underlying idea was to exploit the strike and win the men over to the International, towards which so far they had shown themselves very lukewarm. Etienne was afraid of a disturbance, but all the same he would have let Pluchart come, had not this move been violently criticized by Rasseneur. Strong though his position was, the young man had to reckon with the publican, whose services to the cause dated back further than his own, and who still had his supporters among his customers. So he still hesitated, not knowing what to reply. On this particular Monday, at about 4, another letter came from Lille, while Etienne was alone in the downstairs room with Maheude. Her husband, chafing at the inactivity, had gone off fishing, for if he was lucky enough to catch a good fish below the canal lock, he could sell it and buy bread. Old Bonnemort and young Jeanlin had sallied forth to try out their newly restored legs, whilst the children were with Alzire, who spent hours and hours on the pit bank, gleaning for cinders. By the tiny fire, which they dare not attempt to mend, Méhut was sitting with her dress unbuttoned, one breast hanging down to her stomach, feeding Estelle. When Etienne had folded up the letter, she asked, "Good news? Are they sending us any money?" He shook his head, and she went on, "I don't know how we're going to get through this week. Still, we'll hold out somehow. When you've right on your side, it gives you strength, doesn't it? And you're bound to win in the end." By now she was more or less in favor of the strike. It would have been better still if they could have stayed at work and yet forced the company to be fair. But since they had stopped, they should not start again before seeing justice done. On this point she was quite uncompromising. Better die than appear to have been wrong when you were right. "Ah," exclaimed Etienne, "if only a nice outbreak of cholera would rid us of all these slave-driving directors." "No, no," she replied, "we mustn't wish for anybody's death. It wouldn't get us anywhere either, for some more would spring up in their place. All I ask is that they come round to a more sensible way of thinking, and that's what I expect will happen, because there are decent people in all walks of life. You know I don't hold at all with your politics." In fact, she always blamed his violent language and thought he was aggressive. To get one's work paid for at a proper rate, well and good, but why concern oneself with all sorts of other questions? The bourgeois, the government. Why interfere with other people's business when you could only bring harm on yourself? But she respected him nevertheless, because he did not drink and paid his 45 francs regularly. When a man was steady, you could overlook a lot of other things. Then Etienne talked about a republic which would guarantee a living wage for everybody. But Méhut shook her head, for she could remember 1848, the hell of a year that had left her and her husband stripped naked as worms in the early days of their married life. She talked on, telling him about those troubled days in a mournful voice, gazing into space and her breast still bare, whilst Estelle was falling asleep on her lap, still sucking. Etienne could not take his eyes off this huge breast, which contrasted with the worn and yellow skin of her face. "We hadn't a farthing," she murmured. "Nothing to eat, and work stopped in all the pits. It was just death for poor people, same as now." But at that moment the door opened, and they were speechless with surprise to see Catherine come in. She'd never been back to the village since the day she ran off with Cheval. She was so overcome with emotion that she forgot to shut the door behind her, but stood there mute and trembling, for she had expected to find her mother alone, and the sight of the young man had driven the carefully prepared speech right out of her head. "What have you come here for?" said Méhut, without even getting up. "I've done with you. Clear out." Catherine tried to remember her speech. "Mother, here's some coffee and sugar. Yes, for the children. I've made something on overtime, and I thought that they—" She took out of her pocket a pound of coffee and a pound of sugar, and ventured to put them on the table. It worried her very much that there was a strike at Le Voreux, whereas she was working at Jean Bart, and this was the only way she could think of to help her parents while pretending to think of the children. But her kindness did not disarm her mother, who countered, "Instead of bringing us presents, you would have done better to stay at home and earn us some bread." Then she relieved her pent-up feelings by heaping abuse upon her daughter, and saying to her face all the things she'd been saying about her for the past month. The idea of running off with a man and getting tied up at 16 when you have a family in want. Only the most unnatural child could think of such a thing. You could forgive one piece of silliness, but no mother could ever forget a trick like this. You could have understood if she had been kept on a lead. But no, not a bit of it. She'd been free as air,
the only thing she'd been asked to do was come home to sleep. Tell me, what's come over you at your age?" Catherine stood by the table and listened, hanging her head. A shudder ran through her thin, undeveloped body, and she tried to answer in disjointed words. "Oh, if it was only me! What fun do you think I get out of it? It's him. What he wants I have to want as well, don't I? Because he's the strongest, you see. How can you tell how things turn out? Anyhow, it's done now and can't be undone. Just as soon him as anybody else now. He'll have to marry me." She went on trying to justify herself, without bitterness, with the passive resignation of the girl who has to submit to the male at an early age. It was the usual thing, wasn't it? She had never imagined it would be anything else. Raped behind the slag heap, a baby at 16, and then a poverty-stricken home if her lover married her. And the only reason why she was blushing with shame and trembling was that she was being treated like a whore in front of this young man, whose presence filled her with hopeless misery. Meanwhile, Etienne had risen and was busying himself trying to mend the remainder of the fire, so as not to embarrass her in her explanations. But their eyes met, and he thought how pale she looked, and worn out, and yet pretty, with her eyes looking so bright in her tanned face. And he felt a strange emotion from which all bitterness had gone, and only a wish to see her happy with the man she had preferred to him. He still wanted to look after her, to go to Montou and force the other fellow to be kind to her. But all she could see in the affection he was still offering her was pity. How he must despise her to look at her like that! Her heart was so full that her voice failed her, and she could find no other excuses to stammer out. "That's right, you'd much better keep your mouth shut," went on her mother implacably. "If you've come back for good, well, come in. If not, then clear off at once and think yourself lucky that I'm taken up with the baby. Otherwise I would have put my foot somewhere before this." As though this threat had suddenly been realized, Catherine received a flying kick in the behind, so violent that she was stunned with surprise and pain. It was Cheval, who had leapt in through the open door and charged at her like a wild beast. He'd been watching outside for the last minute or two. "You bitch," he bawled. "I followed you. I knew you came back here to get him to fill you up. And you pay him to do it, do you? You pour coffee down him out of my money." Maheude and Etienne were too thunderstruck to move. Cheval was furiously driving Catherine towards the door. "Will you get out, blast your eyes?" As she went and cowered in a corner, he turned on the mother. "A nice business, keeping watch while your bitch of a daughter has her legs in the air upstairs." He seized Catherine by the wrist and jerked her towards the door. In the doorway he turned again on Maheude, who was still rooted to her chair and had forgotten to put back her breast. Estelle had fallen forward in her sleep and buried her face in her mother's woolen skirt. The great bare breast was hanging free like the udder of a huge cow. "When my daughter's not at it, the mother gets herself plugged," he shouted. "Go on, show him all you've got. He's not particular as your filthy lodger." Etienne rushed to hit him. Only the fear of rousing the whole village by a fight had prevented his snatching Catherine out of this man's hands. But it was now his turn to fly into a rage, and the two men stood face to face with eyes blazing. Their old hatred and repressed jealousy now flared up. It was clear that one of them would have to kill the other. "Take care," Etienne muttered through clenched teeth. "I'll do you in." "Just you try," answered Cheval. For several seconds they stood glaring at each other, so close they could each feel the other's hot breath. Catherine seized her lover's hand in mute supplication and dragged him outside and away from the village without a glance behind. "What a brute," said Etienne, slamming the door. He was so angry that he had to drop into a chair. Maheude was still motionless in front of him. She waved her arm in a sweeping gesture, and there fell one of those painful silences, heavy with unspoken thoughts. Try as they might to avoid it, his eyes kept coming back to her breast, that expanse of flesh, the dazzling whiteness of which embarrassed him. She might well be 40 and shapeless from having too many children, but many still admired her with her firm, strong-looking body and large, long face that had once been beautiful. She had slowly and calmly taken her breast in both hands and put it back into her dress. The pink corner refused to go in, and she pushed it with her finger and buttoned herself up, and was now black and sloppy again in her old jacket. "He's a swine," she said at last. "Only a dirty swine could have such filthy ideas. Not that I care. It wasn't worth answering." Without taking her eyes off the young man, she went on in a straightforward tone. "Not that I haven't my faults, of course, but not that one. Only 2 men have ever touched me. A trammer years ago when I was 15, and then Mayhew. If he'd left me in the lurch like the other one, well, I don't know what might have happened. And I'm not at all proud of having been loyal to him since we were married, because when you've done no wrong, the reason often is that you've never had the chance. I'm only saying how it is, and I know some of our neighbors who couldn't say as much, could they?" "Yes, that's true," said Etienne, getting up to go. And out he went, while she made up her mind to light the fire again, having put down the sleeping Estelle on 2 chairs. If Dad had caught and sold a fish, they might be able to have some soup after all. Outside, night was already falling, a freezing night, and Etienne walked on with his head down, feeling desperately sad. It was no longer just anger with the man and pity for the poor ill-treated girl. The brutal scene itself faded into insignificance, but it forced his mind back to the sufferings of all of them, the abomination of poverty. In his mind's eye, he saw the village without food, and these women and children who would have nothing to eat that night. All these starving people fighting on. And in the horrible, gloomy twilight, the doubt that he had already felt at times rose again within him and tortured him with misgivings he'd never had so strongly before. What a terrible responsibility he had shouldered. Was he to urge them on to still more obstinate resistance, now that there was no money and no credit left? And what would be the end of it all if no help were forthcoming and hunger got the better of their courage? Suddenly he saw a vision of disaster, children dying, weeping mothers, and the men, thin and haggard, going back to the pits. On and on he walked, stumbling over stones, and the thought that the company would prevail and that he would have brought about the misfortune of his mates filled him with unbearable anguish. He looked up and found himself in front of Le Voreux. Its buildings rose in a dark mass in the deepening gloom. The deserted yard, in the middle of which stood great motionless shadows, looked like the corner of an abandoned fortress. As soon as the winding engine stopped, these walls lost their soul. At this hour of the night there was nothing left alive, not a single lamp or voice. The very exhaust of the pump sounded like the gasps of the dying, coming from some far-off part of the emptiness that was once a pit. As he looked, Etienne's spirits rose again. The worker might be dying of hunger, but the company also was eating into its millions. Was it inevitable that it should be the stronger in this war of labor against money? At all events, its victory would cost it dear, and it would have its casualties too. Once again he felt the fury of battle, the fierce desire to have done with suffering for good, even if the price were death. The village might just as well die straight away as die little by little of starvation and injustice. His ill-digested reading came back into his mind, with examples of people burning their own towns to halt the enemy, vague stories of mothers saving their children from slavery by dashing their brains out on the pavements, or of men deliberately starving to death rather than eat the bread of tyrants. How inspiring they were! A red gaiety succeeded his black melancholy, casting out doubt and making him ashamed of his momentary weakness. And in this revival of his faith, gusts of pride wafted him higher and higher, carried aloft by the joy of leadership, of being obeyed to the point of sacrifice, and his dream broadened out to a vision of his own power on the night of triumph. Already he saw in his mind's eye a scene of simple grandeur, himself as a triumphant leader renouncing power and placing all authority in the hands of the people. Then he was rudely awakened by the voice of Maheu recounting his good luck. He'd caught a wonderful trout and sold it for 3 francs. There would be some supper after all. He let his friend go back to the village, saying he would follow on later, and went and sat down in the Avantage. After a customer had gone, he told Rasseneur, without any beating about the bush, that he was going to write and ask Pluchart to come at once. He had made up his mind to organize a private meeting, for victory seemed assured if only the miners of Montou would solidly join the International. This ends Part 4, Chapter 3.
Part 4, Chapter 4 of Germinal by Émile Zola, translated by L.W. Tancock. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Part 4, Chapter 4. The meeting was fixed for the following Thursday at 2 o'clock at the Bon Joyeux, Widow Désir's place. The widow was outraged at the sufferings inflicted upon her children, the miners, and, especially since her custom had fallen off, her anger had never cooled. Never had a strike been less thirsty. Even the drunkards shut themselves up at home for fear of disobeying the command to keep sober. Montou, packed solid on fair days, was now silent and dismal, with its broad street stretching on in endless desolation. No more beer pouring from counters and bellies. The gutters had dried up. From the pavement outside Casimir's and the Progrès, all that could be seen was the pale faces of the barmaids, hopefully looking out at the street. In Montou itself, the whole line of pubs was empty, from L'Enfance to Tisson's, passing by Piquette's and Tête Coupée. It was only at Saint-Éloi, where the deputies foregathered, that a few glasses were still being served. The solitude even extended to the Volcan, the ladies of which were resting for want of gentlemen admirers, although they would willingly have lowered their fee from 10 sous to 5 in view of the hard times. The whole neighborhood was sunk in blackest despair. "My God!" Widow Désir had exclaimed, slapping her thighs with both hands. "It's all the fault of the police! They can bung me in prison if they want to, but I must go for them all the same." To her, all authorities, all employers were policemen, a term of general contempt which covered all enemies of the people. So she had welcomed Etienne's proposition with delight. Her whole house belonged to the miners. She would let them have her ballroom free of charge. She would issue them invitations herself, since that was the law. And if the law took exception, well, so much the better. She would give the law a bit of her mind. The next day Etienne brought her 50 letters to sign, having had them copied by those neighbors in the village who could write. And these letters were sent off to the delegates and some other safe men in the pits. Ostensibly, the agenda was to discuss the continuation of the strike, but in reality, Pluchart was expected, and it was hoped that a speech from him would produce a mass recruitment to the International. On Thursday morning, Etienne was very worried because his old foreman had not come, for he had telegraphed to say that he would be there on Wednesday. What could be the matter? He was very disappointed not to be able to talk things over with him before the meeting. By 9 o'clock he was in Montou, thinking that Pluchart had perhaps gone there direct without calling at Le Voreux. "No, I have not seen your friend," answered Widow Désir, "but everything is ready. Come and have a look." She led him into the dance hall. The decorations were still the same:
paper chains meeting in a wreath of artificial flowers in the middle of the ceiling, gold cardboard shields around the walls with saints' names. But instead of the musician's platform, a table and 3 chairs had been put in a corner and rows of seats faced them, crossing the hall obliquely. "Perfect," declared Etienne. "And you know you are quite at home," she went on. "You can bawl your heads off if you like, and if the police come, they'll have to pass over my dead body." Anxious as he was, he could not help smiling at the look of her. She seemed so vast, with a pair of breasts, each one of which required a man to embrace it. Rumor had it that nowadays she had to have 2 of her weekday lovers each night to cope with the job. But to his surprise, Rasseneur and Souvarine came in, and as the widow was going to leave the 3 of them together in the hall, he exclaimed, "What? You already?" Souvarine, who had been on the night shift at LibriVox, as the engine-men were not on strike, had simply come out of curiosity. But Rasseneur had been looking ill at ease for 2 days past, and his fat round face had lost its good-natured smile. "Pluchart hasn't turned up, and I'm very worried," Etienne went on. The publican looked away and muttered awkwardly, "I'm not surprised. I am not expecting him now." "What?" Then Rasseneur took the plunge, looked Etienne squarely in the face, and said jauntily, "You see, I sent him a letter too, if you want to know, and urged him not to come. Yes, I think we ought to settle our own affairs and not drag strangers in." Etienne, trembling and beside himself with rage, looked his companion in the eyes, and all he could find to say was, "You've done that. You have done that." "Yes, I've done that. And yet, you know, I've every confidence in Pluchart. He's clever and reliable and a man you can work with. But then, you see, I don't give a damn for your ideas. Politics, government, and all that. Not a damn. What I want to see is the miners better treated. I worked underground myself for 20 years, and I sweated so much with poverty and fatigue that I've sworn I'll get some of the pleasures of life for the poor buggers who are down there still. And I'm quite sure that you will never get anything with all your talk. You will only make the miner's lot even worse. When he's forced down again by starvation, the company will bleed him still more and thrash him like a cur that has escaped and being driven back to his kennel. And that's what I mean to prevent. Do you understand?" He stood there foursquare on his thick legs, belly thrust forward and shouting at the top of his voice. And all the reasonable and patient nature of the man poured itself forth in clear, effortless phrases as he made his confession of faith. Surely it was stupid to think that the world could be changed at one blow, the workers put in the place of the employers, and money shared out like dividing up an apple. It would need perhaps thousands and thousands of years for that to come about. So don't let anyone talk to him about miracles. The wisest course, if you didn't want to come a cropper, was to go straight ahead with demanding feasible reforms and bettering the workers' conditions as and when the chances arose. So he was making it his business to bring the company round to better conditions, whereas, if they were pig-headed about it, well, they would all go under. Etienne had let him talk on, too indignant to utter a sound. At last he cried, "God Almighty, haven't you got any blood in your veins?" For a moment he was on the point of striking him, and to resist the temptation he worked off his fury on the seats, striding down the hall and knocking them out of the way. "You might at least shut the door," said Souvarine. "There's no need for everybody to hear." He went and shut it himself, and then calmly sat on one of the platform seats. He rolled a cigarette and sat watching the others with his gentle, intelligent eyes, and his lips were pursed in a wry smile. "You can lose your temper as much as you like, but it doesn't get us anywhere," observed Rasseneur judiciously. "At first I thought you had some sense. You did well to urge the chaps to keep calm and not leave their own houses. In fact, to use your intelligence to maintain order. But now you're going to land them in the soup."
In the intervals of careering up and down between the seats, Etienne came up to the publican, took him by the shoulders and shook him, shouting answers in his face. "But damn it all, I am for being calm. Yes, I have imposed discipline on them, and I am still advising them to lie low. But we can't just let those people snap their bloody fingers at us. You're fortunate enough to keep cool, but as for me, there are times when I feel I'm going off my head." It was now his turn to make a confession. He made fun of his own early illusions. His religious dream of universal compassion when justice would speedily come and reign over the brotherhood of mankind. A fine method indeed, to wait with folded arms if you wanted to see men devour each other like wolves for ever and ever. No, you had to take a hand in it yourself, or else injustice would never end and the rich would always suck the blood of the poor. That was why he could not forgive himself for having once been so silly as to say that politics should be banished from the social question. He was ignorant then, but since that time he had read books and studied. Now his ideas were mature, and he flattered himself that he had a system. But he expressed it badly in confused phrases which kept bits of all the theories he'd worked through and abandoned. At the summit stood unshakable the idea of Karl Marx. Capital was the result of theft, and labor had the duty and the right to recover its stolen wealth. In practice, like Proudhon, he had first of all been taken in by the dream of mutual credit, a vast bank of exchange which would cut out middlemen. But later he'd been enthralled by the cooperative societies of LaSalle, subsidized by the state and gradually transforming the world into one great industrial city, until one day he had lost his taste for them on realizing the difficulty of control. And more recently still, he had reached the stage of collectivism and demanded that all instruments of work be handed over to collective ownership. But all that remained very vague, and he could not see how to realize this new dream, for he was still held back by scruples of human feeling and common sense, and did not dare to advance the uncompromising affirmations of the fanatics. He was therefore still at the stage of saying that first of all the government must be taken over. After that, they would see. "But what has come over you? Why have you gone over to the bourgeois?" he went on violently, coming back and holding forth at Rasseneur. "You yourself used to say that it would have to come to a showdown." Rasseneur colored slightly. "Yes, I did say that once. And if it does come to a showdown, you will see that I am no more of a coward than anybody else. Only I will not side with people who trouble the waters still more so as to fish themselves a position." It was Etienne's turn to color. The two men had now given up shouting at each other and were coldly bitter and spiteful in their open rivalry. In fact, it was what always lies at the bottom of exaggerated dogmas. One man runs to revolutionary violence, and the other, by way of reaction, to insincere moderation, and both get carried far beyond their genuine convictions simply because they find themselves cast for parts not of their own choosing. On the fair, girlish face of Souvarine, watching these two, appeared an expression of silent scorn, the crushing scorn of the man prepared to sacrifice his own life in obscurity without even the glory of a martyr's crown. "That's meant for me, I suppose," said Etienne. "Are you jealous?" "Jealous of what?" answered Rasseneur. "I don't set myself up as a great man. I'm not trying to found a section at Montou so as to be the secretary." Ignoring the other's attempts to interrupt him, he went on, "Why don't you be honest? You don't care a damn about the International. All you are longing for is to be our leader and play the gentleman writing letters to the famous Conseil Fédéral du Nord." After a pause, Etienne replied, trembling with passion, "All right. I thought I had nothing to reproach myself with. I always consulted you because I knew you had been struggling here long before me. But as you can't bear anyone else on the stage with you, from now on I shall act on my own.
And to start with, I'm telling you now that this meeting is going on even if Pluchart doesn't turn up, and that the comrades will join in spite of you." "Join," murmured the publican. "Easier said than done. You've got to get their subscriptions out of them." "Oh, no, I haven't. The International grants time to workers on strike. We can pay later, but it will come to our help at once." This made Rasseneur lose his temper altogether. "Very well, we'll see. I'm part of this meeting of yours, and I'm going to speak. Yes, I'm not going to let all our friends have their heads turned by you. I'm going to show them where their real interests lie. We shall see which one they mean to follow. Me, whom they've known for 30 years, or you, who have turned everything upside down in less than one. No, that be damned for a tale. We're going to see which of us will smash the other." He went out, banging the door, making the paper chains tremble under the ceiling and the gilt shields jump on the walls. And the big hall was once again wrapped in heavy silence. Sitting at the table, Souvarine was smoking peacefully. After striding up and down for a minute or two in silence, Etienne relieved his feelings in a torrent of words. Was it his fault that people deserted that fat, lazy devil and turned to him? He denied that he had hunted for popularity. He didn't even know how it came about. The friendship of everybody in the village, the miners' confidence in him, and his present power over them. He was indignant that anyone should accuse him of wanting to stir up trouble to satisfy his own ambitions, and thumped his chest, protesting sentiments of fraternity. Suddenly he stood still in front of Souvarine and said, "Don't you see? If I were capable of causing any friend of mine to lose a single drop of blood, I would run off to America straight away." The engine-man shrugged his shoulders, and once again smiled his thin smile. "Oh, blood," he said. "What does blood matter? The earth needs some blood." Etienne calmed down at once, took a chair, and sat opposite him with his elbows on the table. This fair face, with the dreamy eyes that sometimes lit up with fierce red glints, frightened him, and at the same time exercised some strange fascination over his willpower. His friend did not even need to speak, for his very silence seemed gradually to dominate Etienne. "Look here," he asked, "what would you do in my place? I'm right to want to do something, aren't I? Surely the best thing is for us to join the association?" Souvarine slowly blew out a cloud of smoke, and answered with his favorite word, "Balderdash. But in the meantime, it's something. What's more, their International will soon begin to work. He is interested in it." "Who?" "He." Souvarine had pronounced this word in a hushed voice, full of religious awe, turning his eyes towards the east. He was referring to the master, Bakunin the destroyer. "He is the only one who can deal the knockout blow. All your intellectuals are cowards with their talk of evolution. Before 3 years are out, the International under his command is bound to wipe out the old world." Etienne listened attentively, longing to learn and understand this religion of destruction, about which the engine-man only dropped an occasional dark hint, as though he kept its mysteries to himself. "But why don't you explain? What's your object?" "To destroy everything. No more nations, no more governments, no more property, no more God or religion." "Yes, I gather that. Only where is it going to lead you?" "To the primitive and formless community, to a new world, a fresh start." "And how are you going to carry it out? How do you propose to set about it?" "By fire, poison, and the dagger. The real hero is the murderer, for he is the avenger of the people, the revolutionary in action, not someone just trotting out phrases out of books. We must have a series of appalling cataclysms to horrify the rulers and awaken the world." As he spoke, Souvarine became terrible. He rose up in his chair in ecstasy. A mystic flame darted from his pale eyes, and his delicate hands gripped the edge of a table so tightly they almost broke it. The other man watched him in terror, thinking of the stories his friend had half confided in him. Mines laid under bazaars, palaces, police chiefs struck down with knives like wild boars. A mistress of his, the only woman he had ever loved, hanged one rainy morning in Moscow while he, standing in the crowd, kissed her with his eyes for the last time. "No, no," cried Etienne, waving away this hateful vision. "We haven't got to that stage here. Murder, fire, never. It's monstrous and unjust, and all our comrades would rise up and strangle the assassin." He still could not understand, for all his racial instincts recoiled from this dark vision of world extermination, of the world mown to the ground like a field of rye. What could they do after that? How would the nations rise again? He demanded an answer. "Tell me what your program is. We want to know where we are going." Then Souvarine, gazing with misty eyes into space, peacefully concluded, "Any reasoning about the future is criminal, for it prevents pure destruction and holds up the march of the revolution." In spite of the cold chill this answer sent down his spine, Etienne had to laugh. Yet he freely admitted that there was some sense in these ideas, which attracted him by their terrible simplicity. But it would be playing right into Raceneur's hands if such things were spread among their mates. They had to be practical. Widow Désir then came in and suggested they had some lunch. They accepted and went into the bar, which on weekdays was separated from a dance hall by a movable partition. When they had finished their omelette and cheese, Souvarine wanted to go. And as Etienne tried to make him stay, he said, "What for? To hear you all talking a lot of useless nonsense? I've seen enough. So long." And off he went in his gentle, obstinate way, a cigarette in his mouth. Etienne felt increasingly anxious. It was 1 o'clock, and Pluchart was certainly going to let him down. By 1:30, the delegates began to appear, and he had to receive them because he wanted to check them as they came in, for fear of the company sending its usual spies. He examined every invitation and scrutinized the bearers, though of course many of them did come in without showing their invitations. If they were known to him, it was good enough, and they were admitted. As it was striking 2, he saw Rasseneur come, who, however, finished a pipe at the counter and stood there chatting without hurrying himself. This cool and mocking attitude still further irritated him, especially as the wags had come in full force just to lark about. Zacharie, Mouquet, and plenty of others. People who would not take the strike seriously, but thought it fun to be leading a life of idleness. There they all were, sitting at the tables and spending their last penny on a glass of beer, grinning away, pulling the legs of their more serious companions who, they said, had come to make fools of themselves. Another quarter of an hour went by, and the hall was getting restive. In despair, Etienne was just making up his mind to go in and begin when Widow Désir, who was looking down the street, called out, "Here comes your gentleman." It really was Pluchart. He arrived in a carriage drawn by a broken-winded old hack. He leaped down, slim and dandified, with a square head too big for his body, and in his black frock coat he looked like a well-to-do artisan in his Sunday best. For 5 years now he had never so much as used a file, and he dolled himself up, taking particular care of his hair, very proud of his success as an orator. But he was still awkward in his movements, and the nails on his broad fingers had not grown, for they were permanently eaten away by iron. He served his own ambition very actively, constantly running round the province and airing his views. "Now, you mustn't be angry with me," he said, forestalling questions and reproaches. "Yesterday, conference at Preuilly in the morning, and an evening meeting at Valençay. Today, lunch at Marciennes with Sauvagnat. However, I managed to get a cab. I am quite worn out. Just listen to my voice. But never mind. I'll speak to them just the same." On the doorstep of the Bon Joyeux, he stopped short. "Gosh, I'm forgetting the cards. That'd be a nice thing." He went back to the cab, which the cabby was just going to take home, and pulled out of the box a little black wooden case which he brought in under his arm. Etienne followed him, radiant, while Rasseneur, covered with confusion, dared not shake hands with him. But Pluchat had already seized his and said a word or two about his letter. What a funny idea! Why not hold this meeting? You should always hold a meeting when you could. Widow Désir said, would he take something? But he refused. No point in it. He could speak without drink. But he had very little time, as he hoped to be able to push on as far as Choiseul that evening, because he must have a talk to Les Gougeux. So they all went into the hall in a body. Messieurs and Levaque, who were arriving late, followed them in. The door was then locked so that they could be undisturbed, which made the gigglers sneer louder than ever, Zacharie calling to Mouquet that perhaps they were all going to be got with child in there. Some 100 miners were waiting on the benches in the stuffy hall, where the hot smells of the last dance seemed to be coming up from the floor. There was some whispering, and heads were turned as the newcomers took their places in the empty seats. They stared at the gent from Lille, whose black coat caused them surprise and apprehension. Etienne began by moving that a proper committee be elected. He suggested names, and the floor approved by raising hands. Pluchat was made chairman, with Mathieu and Etienne himself as committee members. There was a shifting round of chairs, and the committee took its place. For a moment the chairman was lost to sight behind the table, under which he was slipping his box, which so far he'd been holding tight. When he reappeared, he tapped on the table with his fist to call for attention, and then began in a hoarse voice, "Citizens!" But at that moment the little door opened, and he had to stop. It was Widow Désir, who had gone round by the kitchen and was carrying a tray with 6 glasses of beer on it. "Don't let me disturb you," she said. "Talking is thirsty work." Mathieu took the tray from her, and Pluchat was able to go on. He said he was very touched by the kind reception he had had from the workers of Montou, apologized for his lateness, and mentioned how tired he was and his sore throat. Then he called upon Citizen Rasseneur, who had asked if he could speak. Rasseneur was already at the table, near the beer. He had turned a chair round and was using it as a sort of rostrum. He seemed deeply moved, and after a preliminary cough, shouted at the top of his voice, "Comrades!" His influence over the miners was due to his verbal facility, the good-natured way he could go on addressing them for hours without ever tiring. He did not venture on any gestures, but stood stolidly smiling, drowning them with words and hypnotizing them until they shouted as one man, "Yes, yes, quite true, you're quite right." But today he felt a hostile undercurrent as soon as he opened his mouth, and therefore he proceeded warily. He confined his remarks to the continuation of the strike, and counted on winning applause before opening the attack on the International. Of course, honor forbade their giving in to the company's demands, but what a terrible prospect if they had to hold out much longer. And without actually advocating surrender, he weakened their courage, painted a picture of the villages dying of starvation, asked what resources the advocates of resistance could count on. 3 or 4 of his friends tried to back him up, which only accentuated the coolness of the majority and their increasing irritation and disapproval of his eloquence. Then, despairing of winning them over, he lost his temper and prophesied woe if they let their heads be turned by agitators from outside. By now, 2/3 of the audience were on their feet, angrily trying to prevent him from saying any more, since he was insulting them and treating them like children who didn't know how to behave. He stood there, taking gulp after gulp of beer, and went on talking through the din, shouting that the man wasn't yet born who could stop him doing his duty. Pluchart stood up. As he had no bell, he banged on the table and repeated in his raucous voice, "Citizens! Citizens!" He finally obtained some calm, submitted the matter to the meeting, which took away Rasteneur's right to speak. The delegates who had represented the pits at the interview with the manager carried the others with them, for they were all maddened with hunger, and their heads were full of the new ideas. The vote was a foregone conclusion. "You couldn't bloody well care less. You've got plenty to eat," yelled Levaque, brandishing his fist at Rasseneur. Etienne had to lean over behind the chairman's back to calm Maheu, who was red in the face with fury at this hypocritical speech. "Citizens," said Pluchart, "may I speak now?" Silence fell at once. He spoke. His voice was hoarse and painful to listen to, but he was used to that, as he was always on the move and took his laryngitis with him as part of his performance. He strengthened his voice in a gradual crescendo, which produced effects of pathos. He stood with arms open and punctuated his periods with a swing of the shoulders, giving his eloquence some of the character of the sermon, dropping his voice at the end of each sentence in a religious way, which carried conviction by its very monotony. He worked in his set speech on the greatness and benefits of the International, the one he always trotted out at the beginning in localities where he was not known. He explained its object, the emancipation of the workers. He demonstrated its imposing structure. At the base, the commune. Higher up, the province. Still higher, the nation. And at the summit, humanity. His arms waved slowly, indicating the successive levels in building the immense cathedral of the world of the future. Next, he turned to the internal organization. He read out the statutes and spoke about the congresses, pointing out the growing importance of the aims and objects, the broadening program which, having begun with discussion of wages, was now working towards the liquidation of society and the abolition of the wage system itself. No more nationalities. The workers of the whole world united by a common hunger for justice, sweeping away the rotten bourgeoisie, establishing at long last the free society in which he who does not work does not reap. He was now bellowing, and his breath startled the colored paper flowers hanging from the low, blackened ceiling, which echoed with the sound of his voice. A tidal wave ran along the sea of faces. Some voices called out, "That's right! We're with you!" He went on. The whole world would be conquered in 3 years. He enumerated the conquered peoples. New support was coming in from all sides. Never had a new religion made so many converts. And when they were the masters, they would dictate the laws to the employers, whose turn it would be to have a hand on their throats. Yes, yes, it'll be their turn to go down the mine. He enjoined silence with a wave of the hand. Now he came to the question of strikes. In principle, he disapproved of strikes. They were too slow and tended to aggravate the troubles of the worker. But until better means could be found, when they became inevitable, you just had to make up your mind to have them, for they had the advantage of disorganizing capital. And he showed how, if it came to such a pass, the International would be providential for the strikers, and gave examples. In Paris, at the time of the bronze workers' strike, the employers had conceded everything immediately, terrified by the news that the International was sending help. In London, it had saved some mine workers by sending back at its own expense a party of Belgians called in by the owners. You only had to join, and the companies trembled. The workers were enrolling in the great army of labor, ready to die for each other rather than remain slaves in a capitalist society. He was interrupted by a burst of applause. He mopped his brow with a handkerchief, refusing the glass proffered by Maheu. When he tried to start again, he was prevented by renewed cheering. "That's got him," he hissed. quickly to Etienne. "They're ready now. The cards! Quick!" He dived under a table and reappeared with a little black box. "Citizens," he cried, dominating the uproar, "here are membership cards. If your delegates will come up, I will give them some to hand round. We can settle later." Rasseneur leaped to his feet and protested again. Etienne was getting excited, and he also had to make a speech. There ensued a moment of extreme confusion. Levaque was punching the air as though he were going into battle. Maheu was on his feet and holding forth, but nobody could hear a word he was saying. In the growing tumult, the dust rose from the floor, the floating dust of former dances, filling the air with the strong reek of haulage girls and pit boys. The little door suddenly opened, and Widow Désir, filling the aperture with her stomach and bust, said in stentorian tones, "Shut up, for God's sake! The police are here!" The local superintendent had arrived, rather late in the day, to make a report and suspend the meeting. He had 4 officers with him. For 5 minutes the widow had been keeping them at bay at the door, telling them that she was in her own home and had a perfect right to have a few friends in. But they had pushed their way in, and so she had rushed on ahead to warn her children. "You'll have to come out this way," she said. "There's a dirty policeman guarding the yard. But that doesn't matter, as my little woodshed opens onto the back alley. Look sharp." The superintendent was already thumping on the door, and as it did not open, he was threatening to smash it in. Some spy must have given them away, for he was shouting that the meeting was illegal, as a large number of miners were there without invitations. In the dance hall, the confusion became even greater. They could not run away like this. No vote had been taken, either for joining the International or for going on with the strike. Everybody insisted on talking at once. Then the chairman had the idea of a vote by acclamation. Hands were put up, and delegates hurriedly declared that they were joining on behalf of absent comrades. And thus it came about that the 10,000 miners of Montou became members of the International. The rout was now setting in. To cover their retreat, Widow Désir went and stood against the door, which the butts of the gendarmes' rifles were already battering down behind her. The miners jumped over benches and made their escape one by one through the kitchen and woodshed. Rasseneur was one of the first to disappear, followed by Levaque, who had quite forgotten how he had cursed him, and was wondering whether he could catch a glass to pull himself round. Etienne made sure of a little box, and then waited with Pluchart and Maheu, who made it a point of honor to be last out. As they were going, the lock was forced, and the superintendent found himself in the presence of the widow, whose bust and stomach still presented a serious obstacle. "A lot of good it has done you, smashing my place up," she said. "You can see there's nobody here." The superintendent, the slow-moving person who disliked scenes, merely threatened to take her to the lock-up, and off he went to report, taking his 4 men, and followed by the jeers of Zacharie and Mouquet, who were filled with admiration for the way their mates had played them up, and didn't care tuppence for armed force. In the street outside, Etienne ran along, hampered by the box, with the others at his heels. He suddenly thought of Pierron, and asked why he had not been seen, and Maheu, running at his side, answered that he was ill. A diplomatic illness, fear of compromising himself. They wanted to keep Pluchart for a minute, but he, still running, declared that he must be off at once to Choiseul, where Legouger was waiting for instructions. So they shouted goodbye, still without slackening speed, as they ran full pelt through Montou. A few breathless words were exchanged. Etienne and Maheu now felt sure of triumph, and were confidently smiling. When the International had sent help, it would be the company's turn to beg them to go back to work. And in this surging hope, this gallop of big boots clattering on the cobblestones, there was something else, something somber and fierce, a gust of violence that was to inflame the villages as far as the 4 corners of the coal field. This ends Part 4, Chapter 4.
Part 4, Chapter 5 of Germinal by Émile Zola. Translated by L.W. Tancock. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Part 4, Chapter 5. Another fortnight went by. It was the beginning of January, and cold fogs numbed the immense plain. The misery had worsened, and with every hour the villages suffered greater agonies of famine. 4,000 francs, sent from London by the International, had scarcely provided bread for 3 days. Since then, nothing. The death of this great hope broke down everybody's courage. Whom could they count on now, since their own brothers were leaving them in the lurch? They felt lost in the cruel winter, cut off from the world. By Tuesday, village 240 was at the end of its resources. Etienne and the delegates had redoubled their efforts, opening new subscription lists in the neighboring towns, and even as far away as Paris. Collections were made and conferences organized. All these efforts had little effect, for public opinion, at first deeply stirred, was now getting bored with this strike that dragged monotonously on without any exciting incidents. The few paltry sums collected scarcely sufficed to keep the poorest families. The rest kept themselves alive by pawning clothes and selling up their homes bit by bit. Everything found its way to the dealers: the wool stuffing from mattresses, kitchen utensils, even furniture. At one stage they thought they were saved, for the small shopkeepers of Montou, who'd been cut out by Maigrat, offered credit to try to entice his customers back, and for a week Verdonck the grocer and the 2 bakers, Carouble and Smelton, did keep open shop, but as they could get no more credit themselves, all 3 stopped. The bailiffs were delighted, and all that came out of it was a burden of debt which would hang over the miners for years. Now, with no more credit anywhere, and not a single old saucepan left to sell, all they could do was lie down in a corner and die, like mangy dogs. Etienne would have sold his own flesh if he could. He'd given up his fees and pawned his best coat and trousers at Marchiennes, only too glad to be able to keep the pot boiling a little longer for the Mayhews. The only thing he kept was his pair of shoes, so as to keep his feet all right, he said. His bitter regret was that the strike had come too early, before the Provident Fund had had time to accumulate. In his view, that was the sole cause of a disaster, for the workers were bound to beat the employers when they could save enough money to resist. And now he remembered that Souvarine had accused the company of provoking the strike in order to nip the fund in the bud. The sight of the village and of all these poor people without food or fire depressed him so much that he preferred to go out and tire himself with long walks. One evening, as he was passing Réquillart on his way home, he saw an old woman lying unconscious by the roadside. She was no doubt dying of starvation. After lifting her up, he called out to a girl whom he saw on the other side of the fence. "Oh, it's you," he said, recognizing Mouquette. "Give me a hand. We must make her drink something." Mouquette's eyes filled with tears of pity, and she ran home quickly to the rickety hovel her father had fixed up among the ruins, coming back at once with some gin and bread. The gin revived the woman, who greedily gnawed at the bread without saying a word. She was the mother of a miner who lived in a village over Cougny way, and she had collapsed there on her way home from Choiseul, where she'd vainly tried to borrow 10 sous from a sister. When she had eaten the bread, she wandered off, still dazed. Etienne was standing there in the waste ground of Réquillart, with its ruined sheds half buried in brambles. "Well, won't you come in and have a nip yourself?" asked Mouquette brightly. And as he hesitated, "You're still afraid of me, then?" He followed her in, won over by her merry laughter, and touched by her having so freely given the bread. She would not entertain him in her father's room, but took him into hers, where she poured out 2 little glasses of gin.
The room was very neat, and he complimented her on it. The family did not seem to be short of anything, for the father was still in his job as ponyman at Le Voreux, and she, saying she could not live with folded arms, had set up as a laundress, which brought in 30 sous a day. Even if you do have fun with men, that doesn't mean you're a slacker. "Tell me," she suddenly said, coming and putting her arms round his waist, "why don't you want me?" He could not help joining in her laughter, for she had said it so winningly. "Oh, but I do," he answered. "No, you don't. Not how I want it. You know I'm dying for it. What about it? I should simply love it." It was quite true. She'd been asking him for 6 months. He looked down at her as she clung to him, squeezing him with her trembling arms, her face looking up at him with such a supplicating expression that he was quite overcome. There was nothing beautiful about her full round face with its complexion yellowed and mottled by coal, but there was a flame in her eyes, and there emanated from her whole being such a sensual charm that she seemed very fresh and young. In the face of such a humble and passionate gift of herself, he could hardly go on refusing. "Oh, you will," she murmured, exultant. "You will." And she gave herself to him with all the swooning clumsiness of a virgin, as though it was the first time and she had never known a man before. When he left her, she was the one to overflow with gratitude, thanking him and kissing his hands. This piece of good fortune left Etienne a little ashamed of himself. There was nothing to be proud of in having had Mouquette, and on the way home he swore he would not start that again. But still he looked back on it with friendly gratitude, for she was a good sort. But the bad news he heard when he reached the village drove the adventure from his mind. There was a rumor that the company might agree to make a concession if the delegates would make another appeal to the manager. At least, that was the tale the deputies had been spreading round. The truth was that, now that the fight was on, the mine was suffering even more than the miners. On both sides, obstinacy was aggravating the trouble. If labor was dying of hunger, capital was being eaten away. Each day's stoppage cost hundreds of thousands of francs. A machine stationary is a machine dead. The plant and material assets were deteriorating, and idle money was melting away like water soaking into the sand. Since the small stock of coal on the pit yards had run out, customers were talking of going to Belgium for it, and that constituted a danger for the future. But what worried the company most of all, and what it was most careful not to disclose, was the ever-increasing damage to the galleries and workings. The deputies could not cope with repairs. Props were giving way everywhere, and falls were occurring every hour. Soon the accidents became so serious that long months of repair work would be required before production could start again. Stories were already going round. At Crèvecoeur, 300 meters of road had subsided in one solid piece, blocking the way to the St. Palms seam. At Madeleine, the Malgré Tout seam was flaking away and filling with water. The management would not admit this, but suddenly 2 accidents occurring one after the other forced an admission. One morning, near La Piolaine, a fissure opened in the ground above the north gallery of Mirou, which had fallen in the day before. And the next day, there was a subsidence in Le Voreux which shook one corner of the neighborhood so severely that 2 houses had almost disappeared. Etienne and his fellow delegates hesitated to risk another move without knowing the director's intentions. They approached Dansaert, but he hedged. Of course, any misunderstanding was to be deplored. Anything possible would be done to bring about an understanding. But he said nothing definite. They finally decided to go to Monsieur Hennebeau so as to put themselves in the right, for they did not want to be accused later on of not having given the company a chance to admit it was in the wrong. But they swore they would not give in over any point, but come what might would stand by their terms, which were the only fair ones. The interview took place on Tuesday morning, the day when the village was sinking into black despair. It was less friendly than the first one. Maheu was again the spokesman, explaining that his fellow workers had sent them to inquire whether the gentleman had anything new to say. At first, Monsieur Annebault pretended to be surprised. No other order had reached him. Nothing could be changed as long as the miners persisted in their outrageous revolt. This unbending authoritarianism had the most unfortunate effect. Indeed, even if the delegates had been going out of their way to be conciliatory, such a reception would have sufficed to stiffen their resistance. Later, the manager expressed his willingness to look for a basis for mutual concession. For example, the workers might accept separate payment for timbering, whilst the company on its side might raise this payment by the 2 centimes it was accused of pocketing. But, of course, he added, he was making this offer on his own initiative, for nothing had been decided. He flattered himself, however, that he could bring Paris round to this concession. But the delegates refused and repeated their terms, the old system to be maintained with a rise of 5 centimes per tub. Then he admitted that he was in a position to negotiate there and then, and urged them to accept for the sake of their wives and starving little ones. But they remained adamant, and staring at the floor said no, and again no, with savage energy. The talk broke up abruptly. Monsieur Annebault slammed the doors, and Etienne and the others went off, stamping on the cobblestones with their heavy boots in the mute rage of defeated men at the end of their tether. At about 2 o'clock on the same day, the women went in a deputation of their own to Macquart. The only hope left was to touch this man's heart and coax another week's credit out of him. The idea came from Maheude, who often banked too much on people's kindness. She persuaded Ma Brûlé and La Levaque to go with her, but Pierron begged to be excused, alleging that she could not leave Pierron, whose recovery was exceedingly slow. Other women joined the band, which numbered about 20. When the good people of Montou saw them coming, a line of sullen and desperate-looking women stretching right across the road, they anxiously shook their heads. Doors were shut, and one lady hid her silver. This was the first time they'd been seen acting thus, and there could be no worse augury, for usually the situation had reached breaking point when the women took to the road. At Macquart's there was a violent scene. He began by letting them in, leering and pretending he thought they had come to pay their bills. It was nice of them to come together and bring the money in a lump sum. Then, as soon as Maheude began to speak, he flew into a simulated rage. What? Were they trying to pull his leg? More credit? Were they thinking of reducing him to beggary? No, not another potato, not a single crumb of bread. He referred them to Verdonck the grocer, and Carouble and Smelton the bakers, since they dealt with them now. The women heard him out with an air of frightened humility, and apologized, watching out for any sign of pity in his eyes. He tried to be funny again, offering all his shop to Ma Brûlé if she would have him for her young man. They were all cowardly enough to laugh at this, and La Levaque went one further and said that for her part she was quite willing. But he at once became rough and herded them towards the door. As they went on pitifully pleading, he laid hands on one of them. On the pavement, the others shouted that he was in the pay of the company, and Maheude, raising her arms to heaven in a gesture of avenging indignation, called down death upon him, saying that such a man had no right to eat. The return to the village was mournful indeed. As the women came back empty-handed, the men looked at them and lowered their eyes. It was all over, but they would end without a single spoonful of soup, and all the other day stretched out ahead in frozen darkness, without any gleam of hope. But they had faced up to this possibility, and nobody spoke of surrender. The very excess of their misery made them all the more quietly determined, like hunted animals prepared to die in their hole rather than come out. Who would have dared to be the first to speak of giving in? They had all sworn with their mates to stand together, and stand together they would, just as they did in the pit when one of them was trapped by a fall. That sort of thing went without saying, for the pit was a good school for resignation, and you could tighten your belt for a week when you had lived on fire and water since the age of 12. Their loyalty to each other was supplemented by this soldierly pride, the pride in the job of men who in the daily struggle against death have developed a spirit of rivalry in self-sacrifice. That evening was terrible in the Mayhew home. They all sat in silence round the dying fire, in which the last cake of damped dust was smouldering. Having emptied the mattress handful by handful, they had resigned themselves 2 days previously to selling the cuckoo clock for 3 francs, and the room seemed bare and dead without the familiar tick-tock. The only luxury left was the pink cardboard box on the middle of the dresser, a present from Mayhew which his wife clung to like a precious jewel. The only 2 good chairs having gone, old Bonnemort and the children huddled together on an old mildewed bench brought in from the garden. The great twilight seemed to intensify the cold. "What's to be done?" repeated Mayhew, crouching in the corner by the oven. Etienne, who had to stand, looked at the pictures of the Emperor and Empress stuck up on the wall. He would have torn them down long since, but the family wanted to keep them for ornament. He muttered, "And to think that those bloody fools who are watching us starve wouldn't fork out 2 sous. "Suppose I took the pink box," ventured Mayhew, after some hesitation, looking very pale. Mayhew, sitting on the edge of the table dangling his legs, with his head bowed down in his chest, jumped up. "No, I won't have it." Mayhew painfully rose to her feet and walked round the room. Good God, was it possible that they'd come down to this? Not a crumb in the cupboard, nothing left to sell, and not even an idea how to get a loaf. And the fire going out. She flew into a rage with Alzire, whom she'd sent cinder hunting on the pit bank that morning, and who had come back empty-handed, saying that the company wouldn't allow gleaning, just as though anyone cared a damn about the company. Was it robbing anybody to pick up a few forgotten bits of coal? The child tearfully explained that a man had threatened to hit her, but she promised to go back next day, whether she was hit or not. "And that dratted Jeanlin!" cried her mother. "Now where's he got to, I'd like to know? He was supposed to bring in some salad. At any rate, we could have chewed that like the cows. He won't come back, you mark my words. He stayed out last night as it is. I don't know what he's up to, but the beggar always looks well fed." "Perhaps he picks up a few sous on the road," ventured Etienne. That made her brandish her fists in a frenzy of rage. "If I thought that! My children beg? I'd rather kill them and kill myself afterwards." Mayhew had sunk back onto the table. Lenore and Henri, wondering why there was no supper, began to grizzle, whilst old Bonnemort sat in silence, philosophically rolling his tongue round his mouth to keep hunger at bay. Nobody even spoke now, for they were all stupefied by the accumulation of woes. Grandpa coughing and spitting black, with his old rheumatic complaint turning to dropsy. Father asthmatical, his knees swollen up with water. Mother and the children scarred by scrofula and hereditary anemia. Of course, all that was part of the job, and you didn't complain except when lack of food finished you off. And already in the village they were dropping off like flies. But something had got to be found for supper. What? Where, for God's sake? Then, as the dismal twilight was making the room darker and darker, Etienne, who for some time had been hesitating, could stand it no longer and came to a decision. "Wait a bit," he said. "I'm going to have a look round." He went out. He had thought of Mouquette. She would certainly have a loaf and be only too glad to give it to him. He was vexed at having to go back to Réquillart. She would kiss his hands like a lovesick servant girl. But still, you couldn't let down friends in trouble, and he would do the necessary with her again if need be. "I'm going to have a look too," said Mayhew. "This is too silly."
She opened the door again after the young man and slammed it behind her, leaving the others silent and motionless in the glimmer of a bit of candle that Alzire had lit. She stopped outside for a moment to consider. Then she went into the LibriVox. "Look here, I lent you a loaf the other day. Suppose you let me have it back." But she said no more, for the sight that met her eyes was anything but encouraging, and the house seemed more poverty-stricken even than her own. LibriVox was staring at the dead fire, whilst her husband, made dead drunk on an empty stomach by some nail-makers, was asleep on the table. Bouteloup was leaning back mechanically, rubbing his shoulders up and down against the wall, utterly bewildered, as a good fellow might well be whose savings have been spent for him, and who finds to his surprise that he has to tighten his belt. "A loaf? Oh, my dear," answered LibriVox, "and I was just thinking of borrowing another." At that moment her husband grunted with pain in his sleep, and she flattened his face against the table. "Shut up, you swine! A good job, too, if it burns your guts. Instead of getting yourself treated to drinks, couldn't you have touched some friend for 20 sous? She was off, swearing and relieving her feelings, in that filthy house neglected so long already that an unbearable stench arose from the floor. The whole show could go to hell for all she cared. Her son, that little twerp Bébert, had disappeared since the morning, and she bawled that it would be a bloody good riddance if he never came back. Then she said she was going to bed. At least it would be warm. She gave Bouteloup a push. "Come on, up we go. The fire's out and there's no need to light the candle to look at the empty plates. Are you going to come, Louis? I tell you we're going to bed. It cheers you up to get together. And let this bleeding drunkard peg out with coal down here on his own." Outside once again, Maheude resolutely crossed the gardens and headed for the Pierrons' house. There was laughter inside. She knocked, and it stopped dead. They took a full minute to open the door. "Oh, fancy, it's you!" exclaimed Pierron, pretending to be most surprised. "I thought it was the doctor." She did not give her a chance to speak, but went straight on, pointing to Pierron, who was sitting in front of a big coal fire. "Oh, he's very poorly, still very poorly. He looks all right in the face, but it affects him in the stomach. So you see he must be kept warm, and we're burning everything we've got." Pierron certainly looked bonny, with a good color and firm flesh. He was trying to act like a sick man by fetching deep sighs, but was not having much success. As soon as she went in, Maheude noticed a strong smell of rabbit. They had whisked away the dish, no doubt. There were crumbs on the table, and right in the middle stood a bottle of wine they had forgotten to hide. "Mother has gone to Montou to try to get a loaf," Pierron went on, "and we're just cooling our heels waiting for her." But the words stuck in her throat, for she'd followed her neighbor's eyes and noticed the bottle. She recovered herself at once, however, and proceeded to tell the story. Yes, indeed, it was a bottle of wine. The people from La Pierlaine had brought it for her husband, for whom the doctor had prescribed claret. And she overflowed with gratitude. Such kind people, especially the young lady, and not a bit proud, coming into working folks' homes and giving her gifts with her own hands. "Yes, of course," said Maheude. "I know them." She reflected with a pang that the good things always go to the least poor. It happened invariably, and those La Pierlaine people would have carried water to the river. How was it she hadn't seen them about the village? Perhaps she might have got something out of them anyhow. "Well," she confessed at length, "I really came to see if things were a little better with you than with us. Have you got such a thing as a little vermicelli? I shall let you have it back, of course." Pierron noisily expressed her disappointment. "Nothing whatever, my dear, not even a grain of semolina. As mother isn't back, that means she's had no luck. We shall go to bed hungry." At that moment, a sound of crying came from the cellar, and she angrily banged on the door with her fist. It was that scamp Liddy, she explained. She had to lock her in to punish her for not coming home until 5 after running wild all day. The child was getting quite out of control and always running away. Maheude went on standing there, unable to tear herself away. The warmth from the big fire went right through her and was so lovely that it hurt, and the thought that there was food to be had in that house made her stomach feel emptier than ever. Clearly they had got rid of the old woman and shut up the child so as to guzzle rabbit on their own. Ah well, it was no use denying it. When a woman misbehaved herself, it brought good luck to the home. "Good night," she said suddenly. Night had fallen outside, and the moon behind the clouds shed a fitful light. Instead of returning across the gardens, Maheude went round by the road in abject misery, not daring to go in. All along the rows of lifeless houses, the very doors seemed to smell of famine and resound hollowly. What was the use of knocking? It was poverty and company everywhere. Nobody had had a square meal for weeks, and even the smell of onions had gone, the pungent smell that usually heralded the village from far across the countryside. Now the smell was that of old cellars and dank holes where nothing can live. The last sounds were dying away, stifled sobs and muffled oaths, and in the gradually deepening silence you could hear the approach of famished sleep and the thud of people's bodies falling on their beds in nightmare agonies of hunger. As she passed the church, she saw a shadowy figure hurrying along. An ray of hope made her quicken her steps, for she recognized the parish priest of Montou, Abbé Joire, who said Mass on Sundays at the village chapel. Presumably, he had come out of the vestry where he'd been on business. He was scurrying past with head bent forward, looking fat and jolly and anxious to live at peace with all the world. He must have chosen to do his errands after dark for fear of being compromised with the miners. It was said that he had just been given a preferment and had even brought his successor round, a lean priest with eyes like burning coals. "Sir, sir," she stammered, but he did not stop. Good night, my good woman." And so she found herself at her own door, scarcely able to stand on her feet. She went in. Nobody had moved. Maheude was still sitting in a heap on the edge of the table. Old Bonnemort and the children were still huddled together on the bench to keep each other warm. Not a word had been spoken, and the candle had burned down so low that soon there would not even be any light left. Hearing the door open, the children looked round, but seeing their mother with nothing in her hands, they stared at the floor again, holding back a good cry for fear of being scolded. Maheude sank back into her place by the dead fire. Nobody questioned her, and the silence was unbroken. Everybody had understood, and they all thought it pointless to tire themselves out by talking. So they settled down to wait, exhausted and utterly downcast, for the last hope, that Etienne might dig something out somewhere. As the minutes went by, they gave up counting even on that. When Etienne did come back, he had a dozen cold-boiled potatoes wrapped in a rag. "This is all I could find," he said. There was no bread left at Mouquette's either, but she had forced him to take her own dinner when she had put it in the rag, kissing him ardently. "No, thank you," he said when Maheude offered him his share. "I had something to eat there." It was not true, and he miserably watched the children jump at the food. Their father and mother refrained as well, so as to leave more for them. But the old boy greedily devoured everything. They had to take a potato away from him for Alzire. Then Etienne said he had heard some news. The company, in its anger at the obstinacy of the strikers, was talking of handing back cards to compromised miners. Clearly it wanted war. An even more serious rumor was going round that the company was boasting that it had persuaded a large number to go down again, and that tomorrow La Victoire and Feutry Cantel would be back on full time, and even at Madeleine and Mirou there would be a third of the men back. The Mehues were exasperated. "Good God," said Mehu, "if there are traitors, they must be dealt with." He stood up, carried away by rage and suffering. "Tomorrow night, then, in the forest. As they won't let us talk it out at the Bon Joyeux, it'll have to be the forest. We shall be on our own there." This cry woke old Bonnemort, who was nodding after his gluttony. It was the old rallying cry, the meeting place where long ago the miners had plotted defiance to the soldiers of the king.
Yes, to Vandame. I'm with you if you go there."
Mehud waved her arms vigorously. "We'll all go. There must be an end put to these injustices and treacheries." Etienne decided that a summons should be sent out to all the villages for the following night. But by now the fire was out, as it was at LibriVox, and the candle suddenly went out too. There was no coal and no oil, so they had to feel their way to bed in the biting cold. The children were crying. This ends Part 4, Chapter 5. Part 4, Chapter 6 of Germinal by Émile Zola, translated by L.W. Tancock. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Part 4, Chapter 6. Jeanlin was better now, when able to walk again, but his legs had been so badly set that he limped with both, and it was a sight to see him waddling along like a duck, although he still ran as fast as ever, with the agility of some evil predatory animal. One evening, just at dusk, Jeanlin, with his two henchmen, Bébert and Lydie, was keeping watch in the Aquila road. He was lying in wait in a piece of waste ground behind a fence, opposite a frowsy little general shop which stood crossways where a path branched off. The shop was kept by an old woman who was nearly blind, and she set outside 2 or 3 sacks of lentils and haricot beans black with dust. But the booty on which he had cast his narrow, covetous eyes was an ancient, fly-blown dried cod hanging in the doorway. Twice already he had dispatched Bébert to unhook it, but both times somebody had come round the corner. Always nosy Parkers about. You couldn't get on with the job. A gentleman on horseback appeared, and recognizing Monsieur Hennebeau, the children dropped flat on the ground by the fence. Since the beginning of the strike, he could often be seen like this on the roads, riding alone through the hostile villages, personally inspecting the lie of the land with quiet courage. No stone had ever whistled past his ears, and all he found was silent men slow to greet him, but more often he came across lovers taking their fill of pleasure in odd corners, heedless of politics. He would trot past on his mare, looking straight ahead so as not to disturb anybody, but his heart ached with unsatisfied longings in the midst of this orgy of free love. He could not help seeing youngsters lying about in heaps, boys on top of girls. So even the kids were already finding fun to drown their sorrows. His eyes grew misty, and he rode on, sitting bolt upright in his saddle, buttoned up in his greatcoat like a soldier.
"Bloody rotten luck," said Jeanlin. "This is going on forever. Go on, Bébert. Pull it by the tail."
But now 2 men were coming, and the boy stifled another oath as he recognized the voice of his brother Zacharie telling Mouquet how he had discovered a 40-sou piece sewn into his wife's skirt. They were both grinning with joy and slapping each other on the shoulder. Mouquet suggested a grand game of cross for the next day. They would set out from the Avantage at 2 and go on to Montou, near Marchiennes. Zacharie agreed. Why should anyone bother them with this strike? As there was nothing doing, they might just as well enjoy themselves. They were going round the corner when Etienne, coming from the direction of the canal, stopped them and began talking.
"Are they going to sleep there?"
asked Jeanlin in exasperation. "It's nearly dark, and the old girl is taking her sacks in." Another miner came along, going towards Réquillart. Etienne went with him, and as they were passing the fence, Jeanlin heard him mention the forest. The meeting had to be put off another day for fear of their not being able to let all the villages know in the one day. "I say," he whispered to his companions, "the big show is for tomorrow. We must be there. Shall we bunk off in the afternoon, eh?" The coast was clear at last. He sent Bébert off. "At it, boy! Pull its tail! And mind how you go. The old girl's got her broom." Fortunately, it was quite dark by now. Bébert had taken a flying leap at the cod, hung onto it, and broken the string. He made off, waving it like a kite, followed by the other two at full speed. The woman came out of her shop, puzzled and amazed, for she could not make out the band disappearing into the darkness. The little devils had become the terror of the neighborhood, which they had progressively ravaged like a horde of barbarians. At first they'd been content to roll about in the coal stacked in the yards of Livreux, whence they emerged like niggers, or to play hide-and-seek among the stores of timber, where they could get lost as in a virgin forest. Then they had taken the pit bank by storm, sliding on their behinds down the bare parts which were still hot with hidden fires, lying doggo all day long, busy with quiet little games like mischievous mice. And then they widened their field of conquest, went and fought bloody battles among the piles of bricks, ran wild in the fields, eating all sorts of juicy herbs just as they were, without bread, hunted in the canal banks, caught fish in the mud and swallowed them raw, roamed for miles as far as the tall forest of Vendôme, where they gorged on wild strawberries in spring and nuts and bilberries in summer. Soon the whole vast plain had become their territory. But what sent them prowling with wolfish eyes along the roads between Montou and Marchiennes was their growing passion for robbery. Jeanlin was always captain of their forays, hurling his troops against all kinds of booty, ravaging fields of onions, pillaging orchards, swooping on things displayed in front of shops. People in the neighborhood accused the strikers, and there was talk of a great organized band. One day he had even forced Liddy to rob her mother, making her bring him dozens of sticks of barley sugar from one of the jars which Pierron kept on a plank in her window. And although the child had been flayed alive, she had not given him away, so terrifying was his authority. The worst of it was that he invariably awarded himself the lion's share. Bébert also had to deliver up his winnings and consider himself lucky if the captain did not hit him and keep the lot. For some time Jeanlin had been overdoing it. He used to beat Liddy like a real wife, and he exploited Bébert's credulity in order to land him in awkward scrapes, thinking it grand fun to make a fool of this great lout, who was stronger than he was and could have knocked him down at one blow. He despised them both and treated them as slaves, telling them he had a princess for his mistress, before whom they were not fit to be seen. And indeed, for a week now, he had taken to disappearing suddenly at the end of a street, where a path turned off, anywhere in fact, after ordering them in a terrible voice back to the village, but never before pocketing the swag. This was what happened on this particular evening. "Give it me," he said, snatching the card away from his companion, when the three had stopped running at a bend in the road near Réquillart. Bébert protested. "I want some, you know. It was me that got it." "What?" he shouted. "You'll get some if I give you any. But it won't be tonight, and that's a fact. Tomorrow, if there's any left." He clouted Liddy and stood them side by side in line like soldiers shouldering arms. Then, going behind them, "Now, you're going to stay like that for 5 minutes without turning round. And by God, if you do turn round, you'll be eaten up by wild beasts. And after that, you'll go straight home. And if Bébert touches Liddy on the way, I shall know about it, and you'll cop it." Then he vanished in the darkness so nimbly that they could not even hear the sound of his bare feet. The two children stood still for the 5 minutes, with never a look behind for fear of a blow from the invisible foe. In their common terror, a deep affection had gradually developed between these two. For a long time he had dreamed of taking her and hugging her tight in his arms, as he'd seen other people do, and she would have liked it too, for it would have been a nice change to be gently caressed. But neither would have dreamed of disobeying. When they moved off, they did not even kiss each other, although it was pitch dark, but walked along side by side, despairing of showing their love and certain that, if they touched each other, the captain would hit them from behind. At the same moment, Etienne had reached Réquillart. The day before, Mouquet had begged him to come back, and back he had come, feeling ashamed of this desire he would not acknowledge even to himself for a girl who worshipped him like a holy image. But of course he intended to break it off. He would see her and explain that she must not run after him any more because of all their mates. It was no time for fun and games, and it wasn't decent to enjoy pleasures like this when other people were dying of hunger. But not having found her at home, he had decided to wait. And so there he was, watching out for passing shadows. Under the ruined headgear yawned the old shaft, half blocked up. Above the black hole stood one post with a bit of roof on it, looking like a gibbet, and from the broken masonry of the coping grew 2 trees, a rowan and a plane, as though they were springing up from the depths of the earth. It was a wild and solitary place, the grassy and tufted edge of a chasm, cluttered up with old timbers and overgrown with blackthorn and hawthorn, where hedge sparrows nested in spring. For the past 10 years, the company, wishing to avoid the heavy expense of upkeep, had been meaning to fill in this dead pit, but it was waiting to install a ventilating system in Le Voreux, for the ventilating furnace of the 2 pits, which were connected, was at the bottom of Réquillart, the old shaft of which acted as a chimney. All that had been done was to hold the lining of the shaft in place by cross stays, which prevented coal being brought up, and then the upper galleries had been abandoned. Only the bottom one had been kept in order, and there the furnace blazed like the fires of hell, the huge mass of red-hot coal making such a powerful draught that the wind whistled like a hurricane throughout the neighboring mine. As a measure of prudence, an order had been issued to keep the escape shaft in trim, so that people could go up and down. But as this was nobody's business, the ladders were rotting with damp, and some of the platforms had already collapsed. A clump of brambles blocked the entrance to the shaft, and as the first ladder had lost some of its rungs, you had to hang suspended from a root of the rowan tree and let yourself drop into the darkness on faith. Etienne was patiently waiting, hidden behind a bush, when he heard a long swishing sound among the branches. For a moment he thought it was an adder he had disturbed, but to his amazement the match was suddenly struck, and he saw Germinal lighting a candle and plunging into the abyss. His curiosity was thoroughly aroused, and he went to the edge of the hole. The boy had disappeared, but a faint light was coming from the second platform down. After a moment's hesitation, he lowered himself by clinging to the roots. Thought he was going to drop sheer down the 124 meters to the bottom, but eventually felt a rung and went softly down. Germinal could not be heard. Etienne could still see the light going down and down below him, while the boy's shadow danced about, gigantic and frightening, with the waddling gait of his poor legs. He was scuttling down as agile as a monkey, catching on by his hands, feet, or chin when there were gaps between the rungs. The 7-meter ladders went on one after the other, some still solid, others shaky and on the point of breaking. The narrow platforms succeeded each other, so gray and decayed that you felt as if you were treading on moss, while the lower you went, the more stifling the heat became because of the furnace in the shaft. Luckily, the fire was very low owing to the strike, for in normal times, when it consumed its 500 kilograms of coal per day, nobody could have ventured down there without being roasted alive. "Bloody little toad," swore Etienne, between his gasps. "Where the hell is he going?" Twice he had nearly gone down head first. His feet slipped on the damp wood. If only he had a candle like the boy. But he banged himself every minute, and his only guide was the faint glimmer always falling away beneath him. It must be the 20th ladder by now, he thought, and still he went down. Then he began counting. 21, 22, 23, and still down and down. His head felt as though it would explode with the heat, and he thought he was falling into a furnace. At last he struck a level and saw the candle going along a gallery. 30 ladders. That meant about 210 meters. How long is he going to lead me this dance, he thought. It must be in the stables that he has his hideout. But the road leading to the stables on the left was blocked by a fall. The journey became more and more painful and dangerous. Frightened bats fluttered about and clung to the gallery roof. He had to hurry to keep the light in sight, and threw himself into the same gallery, but where the child slipped through as supple as a serpent, he could only squeeze along, bruising his limbs. Like all disused workings, this gallery had narrowed, and was still narrowing every day because of the ceaseless pressure of the earth, and in places it was a mere pipe which must soon disappear altogether. Under this continual squeezing, the split and broken props were becoming very dangerous, threatening to saw through his flesh or impale him on their thorn-like points, sharp as swords. He could only make headway by using the greatest care, proceeding on his knees or flat on his belly, feeling in front of him in the darkness. Suddenly a swarm of stampeding rats ran over him from head to foot. "Bloody hell! Aren't we nearly there?" he growled, gasping for breath, his back breaking. They were there. After a kilometer of it, the passage opened out, and they were in a perfectly preserved length of gallery. It was the terminus of the old haulage road, hewn out of the seam like a natural cave. Etienne had to stop, for in the distance he saw the boy had placed his candle between two stones. He was settling himself down, looking happy and relaxed, like a man glad to be back home. He had fitted up this gallery end and turned it into a comfortable dwelling. In one corner a heap of hay made a soft bed, and on a table made of old pit props there was everything needful: bread, apples, opened liters of gin. In fact, a real robber's den with spoils collected over many weeks, even useless spoils like soap and boot polish, stolen for the sheer joy of stealing. And the boy was sitting in state, alone with all his plunder, savoring it like a selfish brigand. "So you don't care a damn about anybody, do you?" said Etienne, when he'd recovered his breath. "You come down here and blow yourself out while we are dying of starvation up there." Jeanlin was trembling with panic, but when he recognized the young man, he recovered at once. "Won't you have dinner with me?" he said at length. "What about a piece of grilled cod? You watch." He was still clinging on to his dried cod, and now he set about cleaning it up, scraping off the fly-bone bits with a fine new knife, one of those little bone-handled daggers with mottos carved on them. This one bore the single word, love. "You've a nice knife there," said Etienne. "A present from Liddy," answered Jeanlin, omitting to add that she'd stolen it under his supervision from a stall in Montou outside the Tête Coupée. And going on with his scraping, he proudly added, "I've got a nice place here, haven't I? A bit warmer than up there, and smells much better." Etienne had taken a seat, wanting to make the boy talk. His anger had all gone, and he was interested in this vicious little devil who was so cheerful and industrious in his crimes. Indeed, he was enjoying the comfort of this hole, where it was not too hot and the temperature was constant whatever the season, like a warm bath, while up on the earth the December frost was chapping poor folks' skins. As time passed, the galleries cleared themselves of noxious gases. There was no fire damp left, and the only smell was that of old rotten wood, a subtle aroma with the pungency of ether and a dash of cloves. Moreover, these timbers were interesting to look at, of a pale yellow marble hue, fringed with whitish lace and gossamer-like growths which seemed to drape them with silk and pearl embroidery. Others were spiked with fungi, and white moths flew about, and snowy flies and spiders lived there, a whole colorless population that had never known the sunlight. "So you aren't afraid?" asked Etienne. Jeanlin looked surprised. "Afraid of what? I'm on my own." Having at last finished scraping the cod, he lit a small wood fire, spread the embers, and grilled it. Then he cut a loaf in two. It made a terribly salt meal, but it was none the less delicious to a strong digestion. Etienne accepted his helping. "I'm not surprised that you get fat while we're all getting thin. Don't you think it's a bit thick to blow yourself out like this? Don't you ever think about the others?" "No. Why are the others so silly?" "Well, anyway, you were right to hide. If your father found out you were stealing, he'd give you what for." "Just as if the rich didn't steal from us. You're always saying so yourself. When I pinched this loaf from my Gras, I bet it was one he owed us." The young man went on chewing in silence. He felt strangely troubled as he contemplated this child who, with his pointed muzzle, green eyes, long ears, resembled some degenerate with the instinctive intelligence and craftiness of a savage, gradually reverting to man's animal origins. The pit had made him what he was, and the pit had finished the job by breaking his legs. "And what about Liddy?" Etienne began again. "Do you bring her down here sometimes?" Jeanlin laughed a sneering laugh. "That kid? Oh, good Lord, no. Women talk." And he went on laughing, full of boundless scorn for Liddy and Bébert. "You never saw such soppy kids. The thought of their swallowing all his tails and going off empty-handed while he ate the cod and the worm tickled him to death." Then he concluded with the solemnity of a little philosopher. "Much better to be on your own than you never fall out." Etienne finished his bread and took a nip of gin. For a moment he had wondered whether to be ungrateful to his host and take him back up there by the ear, letting him know that if he went marauding again he would tell his father. But as he looked round this deep retreat, he began thinking. Supposing one of these days he needed it for his mates or himself if things got too awkward above ground. So he simply made the child swear not to stay out again all night, as he sometimes did when he dropped off to sleep in the hay, and then, taking a bit of candle, he started off first, leaving Jeanlin methodically putting his house in order. Mouquette was waiting in desperate anxiety, sitting on a log in spite of the bitter cold. As soon as she saw him, she threw herself on his neck, and when he told her he had made up his mind not to see her any more, it was like a stab in the heart. In God's name, why? Didn't she love him enough? Fearing he might succumb to his own desire to go home with her, he drew her away towards the road and explained as kindly as possible that she was compromising him in the eyes of his mates, and therefore jeopardizing their political cause. She was amazed. Whatever was this to do with politics? Then it occurred to her that he was ashamed of her. Not that she was offended, for it was quite natural. And she offered to let him hit her in public, so as to give the impression that he had broken off the affair. But he could see her just the same, if only for a little while now and then. She implored him almost hysterically, swore to stay in the background. She would not keep him 5 minutes. He was shaken, but still refused. He had to. But at least he wanted to kiss her goodbye. Step by step, they had reached the first houses in Montou, and they were standing in the light of the full moon with their arms round each other, when a woman passed by and suddenly jumped, as though she had tripped over a stone. "Who's that?" asked Etienne anxiously. "Catherine," answered Mouquette. "She's on her way back from Jean-Bart." The woman was going away with bowed head, and stumbling as though she were very tired. The young man watched her go, distressed at having been seen by her, and heartbroken with unjustified remorse. Wasn't she living with a man herself? Hadn't she made him suffer the very same pain, here on this very Requiat road, where she'd given herself to this man? But in spite of all that, he bitterly regretted having paid her back in the same coin. "I'll tell you what," whispered Mouquet as she left him. "If you don't want me, it's because you want somebody else." Next day the weather was superb, with a clear frosty sky. One of those lovely winter days when the hard earth rings underfoot like crystal. By 1 o'clock Jeanlin had made off, but he had to wait for Bébert behind the church, and they almost went without Liddy, who'd been shut up in the cellar again by her mother. She had just been set free and given a basket, and they had told her that if she did not bring it back full of dandelion leaves, she would be shut up yet again, and for the whole night with the rats. And so she was terrified and wanted to go and pick salad at once, but Jeanlin talked her out of it. They would go see about that later. For many a long day, Poland, Rasteneur's fat rabbit, had been very much on his mind, and just as he was passing the Avantage, the rabbit came out into the road. In one swoop he seized her by the ears and stuffed her into the girl's basket, and the three ran for all they were worth. It was going to be great sport making the rabbit run like a dog all the way to the forest. But they stopped to watch Zacharie and Mouquet, who, after a couple of drinks with two friends, were beginning the Grand Cross match. The prize, a new cap and a red silk square, had been deposited with Rasseneur. The 4 players in teams of 2 were bidding for the first lap, from Le Voreux to Payot Farm, nearly 3 kilometers, and Zacharie won by bidding to do it in 7 against Mouquet's 8. The Cholet, a little boxwood egg, was placed on the road point upwards. Each player had a crosse, a mallet with an oblique iron head and a long handle tightly bound with string. They began as the clock struck 2. Zacharie, whose first drive consisted of 3 successive strokes, sent the Cholet in masterly style for more than 400 meters across fields of beet, for the game was forbidden in villages and on roads, where it had been known to cause fatal accidents. Mouquet, who was also a good player, then drove so vigorously that he brought the Cholet back 150 meters. And so the game went on, one side driving forward and the other back, and always at racing speed over frozen plowed land that hurt the feet. At first, Jeanlin, Bébert, and Liddy had run behind the players, excitedly watching the big drives. Then they remembered Poland, whom they were jogging about in the basket, and abandoning the game in the open country, they released the rabbit to see how fast she would run. Off she went, with them in hot pursuit, and the hunt lasted an hour at full pelt, with continual twists and turns, while they yelled to frighten her and then attempted to catch her, only to grasp thin air in their outstretched arms. If she'd not been starting another of her pregnancies, they would never have got her. As they were gasping for breath, voices swearing loudly made them look round. They were back in the middle of the cross game, and Zacharie had nearly split open his brother's skull. The players were now in the 4th lap. From Payot Farm they had gone to Quatre Chemins, then from Quatre Chemins to Montoire, and now they were on a 6-drive lap from Montoire to the Pré des Vaches. That made 2.5 leagues in an hour, and they had stopped for drinks at Vincent and at the Trois Sages into the bargain. Mouquet was now leading. 2 more strokes and victory was his, but Zacharie, claiming his right with a malicious grin, hit back so skillfully that the Cholet went into a deep ditch. Mouquet's partner could not get it out, and that meant disaster. All 4 shouted and got more and more excited, for they were neck and neck, and the whole thing would have to be started again. From the Pré des Vaches it was less than 2 kilometers to the Pointe des Herbes Rousses, a matter of 5 strokes. There they could refresh themselves at Les Renards. Then Jeanlin had an idea. He let the players go, then produced some string from his pocket, which he tied to Poland's left hind paw. And what fun it was! The rabbit ran along in front of the 3 little devils, jerking her thigh and limping so pitifully that they had never laughed so much in their lives. Then they tied the string round her neck and made her gallop, and as she got tired they dragged her along on her belly or her back, just like a little carriage. This had been going on for over an hour, and the rabbit was at her last gasp when they popped her back in her basket on hearing the players again near Cruchot's wood. They had stumbled into the game once more. Zachary, Bouquet, and the other two were now mopping up the kilometers, only resting long enough to swallow a beer in each of the pubs planned as objectives. From the Herbes Rousses they had gone to Bouchy, then La Croix-de-Pierre, then Chamblay. The earth resounded under their feet as they galloped untiringly after the Cholette bouncing on the ice. The weather was ideal. There was no fear of sinking into the mud. The only risk was broken legs. The mallet blows went off like gunshots. Their brawny hands clasped the bound handles, and their whole body swung forward as though to fell an ox. And this went on for hours, from end to end of the plain, over ditches, hedges, road embankments, and low walls. You needed a good pair of bellows in your chest and iron hinges in your knees. Colliers were passionately fond of this game, which loosened their joints after the pit. Some of the young 25-year-old fanatics did their 10 leagues. You could not play after 40. You were too heavy. 5 o'clock struck, and night was already falling. 1 lap left to the Forest of Vendôme to decide who should have the cap in Silk Square. With his sarcastic indifference to politics, Zachary thought it would be fun to fall in with their mates. As for Germinal, ever since they'd left the village he'd been making for the forest, although apparently careering about at random. He intimidated Lydie with a furious gesture when, overcome with remorse and fear, she spoke of returning to Le Voreux to pick dandelions. Were they going to cut the meeting? For his part, he intended to hear what the old folks had got to say. He egged Bébert on and suggested enlivening the last bit of a journey as far as the trees by letting Poland loose and chasing her with stones. His undeclared ambition was to kill her, for he longed to take her down to his lair in Réquillart and eat her. The rabbit ran on with her nose screwed up and her ears back. 1 stone grazed her back and another cut her tail, and despite the gathering darkness, she would have ended her days there if the children had not seen Etienne and Maheu standing in the middle of a clearing. They pounced frantically on the animal and put her back into the basket. Almost at the same time, Zachary, Bouquet, and the 2 others, with their last drive, landed the Cholette within a few meters of the clearing. They had all dropped pat into the meeting. Since twilight had set in, there had been a steadily moving stream of silent shadows wending their way singly or in groups from all corners of the countryside, along roads and paths across the plain towards the purple glades of the forest. Every village had emptied, and women and even children had set off under the clear open sky as if for a holiday jaunt. The roads were now nearly dark, and this crowd making its way to the same meeting place could no longer be seen, but its presence could be felt as it tramped obscurely on, led forward by one and the same thought. Between the hedges, among the bushes, there was just a faint rustling sound like the vague murmur of nocturnal voices. Monsieur Imbeau, who happened to be on his way home riding his mare, listened to these mysterious sounds. He had passed several couples, quite a slow procession of people out walking in the lovely winter night. Still more lovers going to take their pleasure behind the walls with lips pressed to lips. These were his normal encounters now. Girls on their backs in every ditch, penniless louts gorging themselves with the only joy that cost nothing. And these fools grumbled at their life when they had bellyfuls of the one and only happiness of love. How gladly he would have starved like them if he could have begun his life again with a woman who would give herself to him, here on the ground, with all her body and all her heart. His misfortune was without any possible consolation, and he envied those poor wretches. He rode slowly home with bowed head, tortured by these long drawn-out sounds in the depths of the black countryside, where he seemed to hear nothing but kisses. This ends Part 4, Chapter 6. Part 4, Chapter 7 of Germinal by Émile Zola, translated by L.W. Tancock. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Part 4, Chapter 7. The Plan des Dames was a great clearing recently opened up by tree felling. It was on a gentle slope, girt by lofty trees, magnificent beeches whose straight, regular trunks surrounded it with a white colonnade flecked with green lichens. Some of the fallen giants still lay on the grass, while to the left a pile of sawn logs stood in a geometrical cube. With the coming of evening the cold had sharpened, and the frozen mosses crackled underfoot. At ground level it was quite dark already, but the higher branches showed up against the pale sky, in which the rising full moon would soon dim the stars. Nearly 3,000 mining folk had come to the meeting place, a milling crowd of men, women, and children, gradually pouring into the clearing and overflowing into the undergrowth. Latecomers were still arriving, and the sea of faces wrapped in shadow stretched as far as the nearby beaches. A hum of conversation rose from it, like a stormy wind in the still frozen forest. Etienne stood at the top, looking down the slope, with Rasseneur and Mérieux. A dispute had broken out, and their voices could be heard in sudden bursts. Men standing near were listening, Levaque with clenched fists, Pierron turning his back to them and very worried because he had not been able to plead sickness any longer. Grandpa Bonnemort was there too, and old Mouque, side by side on a log, looking very philosophical. And behind them were the scoffers, Zacharie, Bouquet, and the others who'd come for fun. But the women, on the contrary, made a very serious group, as solemn as though they were in church. Mérieux silently nodded while Levaque swore under her breath. Philomène was coughing, her bronchitis having returned with the winter. The only one who frankly laughed was Mouquette, tickled by the way Ma Brûlé was carrying on about her daughter, calling her an unnatural creature who'd got rid of her mother so as to guzzle rabbit, a creature who sold herself and throve on her husband's cowardice. Charlin had taken up his position on the pile of wood, hoisting up Liddy and making Bébert follow, all three of them up in the air and higher than anybody else. The dispute had arisen because Rasseneur wanted to proceed constitutionally by electing officers. He was still smarting from his defeat at the Bon Joyeux, and he had sworn to have his revenge, counting on regaining his former prestige with the rank and file of the miners and not merely with the delegates. Etienne thought that a committee was outrageous and ridiculous here in the forest. Since they were hunted down like wolves, they must act like revolutionaries and savages. Seeing that the argument might go on forever, he took control of the crowd at once by standing on a felled trunk and shouting, "Comrades! Comrades!" The confused murmur died down like a long drawn-out sigh. While Mérieux silenced Rasseneur's protests, Etienne went on in stentorian tones. "Comrades! Since we are forbidden to speak, since they put the police on to us as though we were thieves, we have come here to thrash the matter out. We are free here, we are at home, and nobody will come and shut us up, any more than you can the birds and animals." He was answered by a thunder of cries and exclamations. "Yes, yes, the forest is ours. We've a right to talk here. Go on." Etienne stood still for a moment on his log. The moon was still too low on the horizon and only lit the topmost branches, so that the crowd, which had gradually calmed down into complete silence, was still lost in shadow. He too looked black and stood out above the crowd at the top of a slope like a dark pillar. Slowly he raised one arm and began, but his voice no longer thundered, for he had adopted the frigid tones of a simple representative of the people making his report. Now at last he was able to work in the speech which the police had cut short at the Bon Joyeux. He began with a rapid history of the strike, making a point of expressing it with scientific eloquence. Facts, nothing but facts. He spoke first of his dislike of strikes. The miners had not wanted this one, for directors had provoked them with their new scale of payment for timbering. Then he reminded them of the first approach made by their delegates to the manager and of the bad faith of the administration. And then, later, at the time of their second deputation, the tardy concession, the 2 centimes, footnote, given back after they had tried to steal them. So now here they were. He quoted figures to show that the Provident Fund was exhausted, gave details of the allocation of the help that had been sent, devoted a few sentences to excusing the International, Pluchart, and the others for not having done more for them in the middle of all their preoccupations in the struggle for world conquest. So the situation was daily going from bad to worse. The company had given them back their cards and was threatening to take on workers from Belgium. Moreover, they had intimidated the weaker brethren and had persuaded a number of miners to go back to work. He still spoke in a monotonous tone, as though to drive home the seriousness of his news. He told of the victory of famine and the death of hope, the struggle that had reached the culminating frenzy of courage. Then, suddenly, without raising his voice, he concluded, "It is in these circumstances, mate, that you must come to a decision tonight. You want the strike to go on? And if so, what do you propose to do to beat the company?" Footnote. Zola's text gives 10 here, but 2 on all other occasions when the dispute is mentioned. A great silence fell from the starry sky. In the darkness, the unseen crowd held its peace at these heartbreaking words, and a sigh of despair was the only sound that could be heard through the trees. But already Etienne was speaking again, in a different voice. He was no longer the secretary of an association, but a leader, an apostle bringing the gospel of truth. Were there any cowards among them who would break their word? Why, they would have suffered for a whole month in vain, and go back to the pits hanging their heads, back once again to face the never-ending agony. Wouldn't it be better to die at once in an attempt to destroy the tyranny of capital starving the workers? Wasn't it a stupid game that they had had quite enough of, this business of always submitting under the lash of hunger until it came to the point when once again hunger drove even the meekest of them to revolt? He showed how the miners were exploited and were the only ones to suffer from these disastrous crises, reduced to starvation whenever the exigencies of competition brought down prices. No, the timbering scale was unacceptable. It was only a disguised economy. They meant to rob each man of 1 hour of his working day. This time it had gone too far, and the time was coming for the downtrodden worms to turn and see justice done. He paused with arms outstretched. The word justice shook the crowd, and a burst of applause passed over it like the rustle of dry leaves. Voices shouted, "Justice! It's high time! Justice!" Gradually, Etienne was warming up. He lacked Racheneur's facile stream of words. Often he was at a loss, and had to use tortuous sentences from which he emerged with an effort emphasized by a forward lunge of his shoulders. But when he was pulled up in this way, he found simple, energetic images which struck home to his audience, whilst his movements, those of a workman on the job, elbows now well back and now thrust forward to strike out with his fists, his jaw suddenly jutting out as though to bite, had an extraordinary effect upon his mates. As they all said, he was not very big, but he made you listen. "The wage system is a new form of slavery," he went on in a still more ringing voice. "The mine should belong to the miner, like the sea to the fisherman and the earth to the peasant. Do you understand? The mine is yours, yours, for you have all paid for it with 100 years of blood and misery." He faced up squarely to the thorny legal question and lost his way in the maze of special regulations on mines. The subsoil belonged to the nation just as much as the soil. It was only a hateful privilege that handed over the monopoly to the companies, and this was all the more shameful in the case of Montou, where the so-called legality of the concessions was complicated by agreements made ages ago with owners of ancient fiefs, according to the old custom of Hainaut. The mining folk had only to reconquer their own possessions, he said, as with a wave of the hand he took in the whole country, beyond the forest. Just then the moon rose clear of the topmost branches and lit him up. When the crowd, still in darkness, saw his figure standing out white, distributing fortunes with open hands, they burst out again into prolonged applause. "Yes, yes, quite right! Bravo!" Then Etienne trotted out his favorite subject, the collectivization of the means of production, as he said more than once in a phrase the pedantic jargon of which pleased him mightily. His own evolution was now complete. He had started from the sentimental fraternity of the novice, the need to reform the wage system, and now he had reached the political theory of abolishing wages altogether. Since the Bon Joyeux meeting, his collectivism, from being vague and humanitarian, had hardened into a complicated program, each point of which he could argue scientifically. As a first point, he affirmed that liberty could only be gained by the destruction of the state. Then, when the people had the government in their own hands, reform could begin. Return to the primitive community, substitution of a free and equal family for the morally oppressive one. Absolute civil, political, and economic equality, individual independence guaranteed thanks to the possession of the tools for work and of the whole output, and finally, free technical education paid for out of collective funds. That involved a total recasting of the old corrupt society. He attacked marriage and the right to bequeath property, limited everybody's personal fortune, and overthrew the iniquitous monument of dead centuries with the same repeated sweeping gesture of the harvester striking down the ripe corn with his scythe. Then, with the other hand, he built humanity of tomorrow, an edifice of truth and justice rising in the dawn of the 20th century. Reason tottered before this mental effort and left only the obsession of the fanatic. Gone were the scruples of his human feeling and common sense, and nothing seemed simpler than the realization of this brave new world. He had foreseen everything, and he referred to it as though it were a machine he could fix up in a couple of hours, and neither fire nor blood counted. "It is our turn now," he yelled in a final crescendo. "It is our turn to have power and wealth." Acclamations roared towards him from the depths of the forest. By now the moon lit up the whole clearing and picked out the isolated points in the sea of heads, far off into the dim recesses of the glades between the tall gray trunks. Here, in the icy winter night, was a whole people in a white heat of passion, with shining eyes and parted lips, famished men, women, and children let loose to pillage the wealth of ages, the wealth of which they had been dispossessed. They no longer felt the cold, for these burning words had warmed them to the vitals. They were uplifted in a religious ecstasy, like the feverish hope of the early Christians expecting the coming reign of justice. Many obscure phrases had baffled them. They were far from understanding these technical and abstract arguments. But their very obscurity and abstract nature broadened still further the field of promises and carried them away into hallucinations. What a wonderful dream, to be the masters and suffer no more, to enjoy life at last. "That's right, by God! Our turn now! Death to the exploiters!" The women were hysterical. Maheude forgot her usual calm and yielded to the intoxication of hunger. La Levaque was yelling. Ma Brûlé, beside herself, was waving her witch's arms. Philomène was shaking herself to pieces in a fit of coughing, and Mouquette was so worked up that she was shouting endearments at the speaker. Amongst the men, Maheu was quite won over, and had exclaimed with impatience at Pierron trembling on one side of him, and Levaque talking too much on the other, whilst the scoffers, Zacharie and Mouquet, feeling ill at ease, tried to raise a giggle by saying how amazed they were that the comrade could say so much without having a drink. But the biggest noise of all came from the wood-pile, on which Jeanlin was shouting and egging on Bébert and Lydie by brandishing the basket containing Poland. The clamour rose again. Etienne was tasting the heady wine of popularity. This was power that he was holding in his hands, materialized in the 3,000 breasts whose hearts were beating at his bidding. Had he deigned to come, Souvarine would have applauded his ideas, in so far as he recognized them, and would have been pleased to see his pupil's progress towards anarchy. He would have given his approval to the program, except in the matter of education, which was a relic of sentimental silliness, for wholly salutary ignorance must be the bath in which men would be tempered anew. As for Rasseneur, he was shrugging his shoulders in angry scorn. "You are going to let me speak?" he shouted at Etienne. Etienne jumped down from his tree trunk. "Speak away. We'll see if they listen to you." Rasseneur had at once jumped up in his place and was already waving his arms for silence. But the noise did not die down, for his name was being passed on from the front rows, who had recognized him, to the back rows away under the beeches, and they refused to give him a hearing, for he was a fallen idol, the very sight of whom annoyed his former supporters. His facile elocution and cheery flow of words, which had charmed them so long, was now treated as lukewarm tea, fit only for lulling cowards to sleep. He bellowed in vain through the din, trying to bring out once again his stock speech on appeasement, the impossibility of changing the world by acts of parliament, the necessity of allowing social evolution time to come about. But they only laughed and shushed him, and his defeat at the Bon Joyeux now worsened beyond redemption. In the end they threw bits of frozen moss at him, and a woman's shrill voice screamed, "Down with the traitor!" He was trying to explain that the mine could never be the miner's property in the way that the loom is the weaver's, and that he preferred profit-sharing, which made the worker an interested party, one of the family, so to speak. "Down with the traitor!" 1,000 voices repeated, and stones began to whistle. Rasseneur turned pale, and his eyes filled with tears of despair. His whole life-work was crumbling, 20 years of ambitious fraternizing crushed by the ingratitude of the mob. He stepped down from the log, cut to the heart, and without the strength to go on. "You think it's funny," he stammered to the triumphant Etienne. "All right, I hope it happens to you, and happen it will, make no mistake." And as though disclaiming any responsibility for the misfortunes he could foresee, he made one final sweeping gesture and walked off alone into the quiet and silvery countryside. Some catcalls were raised, and to everybody's amazement old Bonnemort could be seen standing on a log and holding forth in the midst of the uproar. Until then, Luc and he had stood there absorbed, appearing, as they always did, to be musing on far-off things. Probably he was overcome by one of those garrulous fits which suddenly came and stirred up the past so violently that his memories welled up and poured out of his mouth for hours. A deep silence had fallen, and they listened to this old man, this ghostly spectre in the moonlight. And as he was telling things with no obvious bearing on the discussion, long stories that nobody could understand, the amazement grew. He was talking about his own young days, the death of his 2 uncles who were crushed in a fall at Le Voreux. Then he went on to the pneumonia that had carried off his wife. But through it all he clung to his point. Things had never gone well in the past, and they never would in the future. For example, they had had a meeting in the forest, 500 of them, because the king would not reduce working hours. But then he stopped short and began the story of another strike. He'd seen so many of them, he had. And they all finished up under these here trees in the Plan des Dames, or else at the Charbonnerie, or further off still, over Saut-du-Loup way. Sometimes it was freezing, sometimes it was blazing. One night it rained so hard that they'd gone home without saying anything, and the king's soldiers arrived, and it ended up with shooting.
We put our hands up like this, and they swore never to go back. Oh, I've sworn, I have. Oh, yes, I've sworn.
The crowd was gaping in uncomfortable amazement when Etienne, who'd been watching the scene, leaped onto the fallen tree and stood beside the old man. He had recognized Chaval among his friends in the front row, and the thought that Catherine must be there too had put new fire into him, and a desire to be applauded in front of her. "Comrades, you have just heard. Here is one of our old friends, and that's what he has suffered, and what our children will suffer if we don't have it out once and for all with these thieves and murderers." His rage was terrifying. Never had he spoken so vehemently. With one arm he supported old Bonnemort, displaying him like a flag of misery and grief, crying for vengeance. In rapid phrases he went back to the first of the Mahus, and told of the whole of this family done to death in the pit, victimized by the company, hungrier than ever after 100 years of toil. And then, by contrast, he pictured the bellies of the directors sweating money, the great crowd of shareholders kept like whores for a century, doing nothing, just enjoying their bodies. Wasn't it terrible to think of? A whole race of people dying down in the pits, sons after their fathers, so that the bribes could be given to ministers, and generations of noble lords and bourgeois could give grand parties or sit and grow fat by their own firesides. He had studied miners' occupational diseases, and now brought them all out with horrible details. Anemia, scrofula, black bronchitis, choking asthma, paralyzing rheumatism. They, poor devils, were just machine fodder. They were penned like cattle in housing estates. The big companies were gradually dominating their whole lives, regulating slavery, threatening to enlist all the nation's workers, millions of hands to increase the wealth of 1,000 idlers. But the ignorant miner, the mere brute buried in the bowels of the earth, was a thing of the past. In the depths of the mine, an army was springing up, a harvest of citizens germinating like seeds that would break through the earth one sunny day. And then they would know whether, after 40 years' service, they could dare to offer 150 francs as a pension to an old man of 60, spitting coal and with legs swollen with the water of the coal-face. Yes, labor would call capital to account. Capital, that impersonal god, unknown to the worker, crouching somewhere in his mysterious tabernacle, whence he sucked the blood of the poor starving devils he lived on. They would go and hunt him out, and make him show his face in the glare of fires. They would drown him in blood, this disgusting hog, this monstrous idol gorged with human flesh. He stopped, but his arms remained stretched out into space, pointing at the enemy over there, somewhere, wherever he might be in the world. This time the clamor raised by the crowd was so loud that the bourgeois of Montou heard it and looked anxiously towards Vandamme, thinking it was some terrible landslide. Nightbirds flew up out of the woods and soared into the moonlit sky. He wanted an immediate decision. "Comrades, what have you decided? Do you vote for going on with the strike?" "Yes, yes," roared the voices. "Then what steps are you going to take? If any blacklegs go down the pit tomorrow, we are bound to be beaten." The voices rose again like a hurricane. "Death to all blacklegs!" "Very well, then. You have decided to hold them to their duty and sworn word. This is what we could do. Go to the pits. Our presence will stop the blacklegs, and we could show the company that we are all in agreement and will die rather than surrender." "Right-o! To the pits! To the pits!" All the time he'd been speaking, Etienne had been looking for Catherine among the pale, roaring faces down there. No, she could not be there. But Chaval he could still see, making a point of sneering and shrugging his shoulders, consumed with jealousy and ready to sell himself for a little of Etienne's popularity. "And if there are any informers amongst our numbers, mates," Etienne went on, "let them look out, for we know who they are. Yes, I can see some Vendôme men who haven't left their pit." "Is that for my benefit?" asked Cheval with a fine show of bravado. "Yours or anybody else's. But as it's you who've spoken, you might as well understand that those who have got something to eat are quite a different thing from those who go hungry. You're working at Jean Bart." A mocking voice broke in. "Oh, he works, does he? No, he's got a woman who works for him." Cheval went scarlet and swore. "Christ, aren't we allowed to work then?" "No," shouted Etienne, "not when your mates are going through hell for the good of all. We are not going to let people crawl over to the boss's side just to do themselves a good turn. If the strike had been general, we should have been the masters long before this. Ought a single Vendôme man to have gone down when Montou was out? The trump card would be if the whole area stopped work, and Monsieur Denorland's same as here. Do you see? They're all blacklegs on the coal faces at Jean Bart. You are all traitors." The crowd round Cheval was getting dangerous. Fists were being brandished and cries of death were heard. He had turned pale. But in his furious determination to get the better of Etienne, he suddenly had an idea. "Just you listen to me now. You come to Jean Bart tomorrow and see for yourselves whether I am working. We're all on your side, and that's what I was sent here to say. The furnaces have got to be put out, and the engine men must come out too. And if the pumps give out, all the better. The water will bust up the pits and the whole bloody lot." He was wildly applauded in his turn, and from then on even Etienne was edged into the background, as speaker after speaker mounted the fallen trunk, waved his arms about in Medin, and threw out the wildest proposals. It was now a paroxysm of blind faith, the impatience of a religious sect, weary of waiting for a miracle and determined to provoke one itself. These people, light-headed with hunger, saw red, had visions of fire and blood in a glorious apotheosis out of which universal happiness was rising before their eyes. The peaceful moonlight bathed this surging swell, and the clamor for blood was hemmed in on all sides by the deep silence of the forest. The frozen moss crackled underfoot, whilst the beeches, standing tall and strong, spreading the delicate tracery of their branches black against the sky, were blind and deaf to the poor wretches moving at their feet. There was some pushing in the crowd, and Maheude found herself next to her husband, and both of them, crazed by the long-drawn-out exasperation of the past months, were backing up Levaque, who was going one better than everybody else, and demanding the heads of the engineers. Pierron had vanished. Bonnemort and Mouque, both talking at once, were saying vague and terrible things that nobody could hear. Zacharie, just for fun, was agitating for the demolition of the churches, whilst Mouquet was banging the ground with his cross, just to add to the row. The women were quite off their heads. La Levaque, hands on hips, was going for Philomène, whom she accused of laughing. Mouquet talked of putting the police out of action by kicking them up the so-and-so. Marbrulé, who'd been cuffing Liddy for being without her basket or any salad either, was aiming punches into the air for all the bosses she would have liked to get hold of. For a moment, Jeanlin had been overcome with panic, Bébert having heard from a fellow that Madame Rasseneur had seen them take Poland. But he soon decided to go back and let the rabbit loose at the door of the Avantage, and set about yelling louder than ever, opening and brandishing his new knife, and proudly making the blade gleam. "Comrades! Comrades!" Etienne was repeating, at the end of his tether, hoarse with trying to get a moment's silence in order to come to some definite decision. At last he got their attention. "Comrades! Tomorrow morning at Jean Bart. Is that settled?" "Yes, yes, to Jean Bart. Death to the traitors!" The 3,000 voices rose to heaven in a tempest and died away in the pure light of the moon. This ends Part 4, Chapter 7. Part 5, Chapter 1 of Germinal by Émile Zola, translated by L.W. Tancock. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Part 5, Chapter 1. It was 4 o'clock. The moon had set and the night was very dark. At Dennerlands everybody was still asleep, and the old brick house stood silent and dark, with doors and windows closed, at the end of a large untidy garden separating it from the Germinal pit. The front of the house looked on to the deserted road to Vendôme, a big village hidden behind the forest, about 3 kilometers away. Dennerlands, exhausted after having spent part of the previous day at pit bottom, was snoring with his face to the wall when he dreamed that somebody was calling him. When he at length came out of his dream, he really did hear a voice and ran and opened the window. It was one of his deputies, standing in the garden. "What is it?" he asked. "It's mutiny, sir. Half the men refuse to work and won't let the others go down." He did not quite grasp what was being said, for his head was still heavy and buzzing with sleep, and the extreme cold had caught him like an icy shower. "Then, good God, make them go down," he managed to stammer out. "It's been going on for an hour already," went on the deputy, "so we thought we'd better come for you. You're the only one who might be able to make them see reason." "All right, I'll come." He hurriedly dressed, quite clear-headed now, and very perturbed. The house could easily have been burgled, for neither the cook nor the manservant had stirred. By now, frightened voices were whispering across the landing, and when he came out, the door of his daughter's room opened, and they both emerged, having slipped on white dressing gowns. "What's the matter, Daddy?" Lucy, the elder, was already 22, tall, dark, and dignified, whilst the younger, Jeanne, just 19, was small, golden-haired, charming, and graceful. "Nothing serious," he answered reassuringly. "It seems that some awkward customers are kicking up a row down there, and I'm going to see about it." But they protested that he must not go without having something hot, or else he would come back ill, with his stomach all upset as usual. He argued, swore that he was in too much of a hurry. "Now listen," said Jeanne, clinging to his neck. "Drink just a little glass of rum and eat a couple of biscuits. If you don't, I shall stay like this and you'll have to carry me with you." He had to give in, grumbling that the biscuits would stick in his throat. They went downstairs with him, each holding a candlestick. In the dining room they eagerly awaited on him, one pouring out the rum and the other running off to the pantry for a packet of biscuits. As they had lost their mother when they were very young, they'd been brought up alone and in a haphazard way by an indulgent father. The elder was obsessed by her dream of singing on the stage, and the younger mad on painting, in which he displayed daringly individual taste. But when serious business troubles had forced the household to retrench, these apparently harum-scarum girls had suddenly blossomed into sensible and shrewd housewives, with an eye for even a few centimes out in the accounts. And now, for all their bohemian manners, they held the purse strings, watched every sou, haggled with the tradesmen, constantly refurbished their clothes, and managed to put a decent face on the growing poverty of their home. "Eat them up, Daddy," said Lucy. But, noticing how he relapsed into silence and gloomy thoughts, her fears returned. "It must be serious, then, for you to pull such a face. Look here, we'll stay at home with you. You can do without us at this lunch party." She was referring to an excursion arranged for that morning. Madame Hennebeau was to go in her carriage and pick up Cécile de Grégoire's, and then come to collect them, and they were all going to Marchiennes to lunch at the Forges as guests of the manager's wife. It would be a chance to go over the workshops and see blast furnaces and coke ovens. "Yes, of course, we'll stay here," echoed Jean. But he would not hear of it. "The idea! I tell you once again, it's nothing much. Be so good as to go back to bed and be ready for 9 o'clock, as you had arranged." He kissed them and hurried off, and his footsteps could be heard dying away on the frozen earth of the garden. Jean carefully corked up the rum bottle, and Lucie locked the biscuits away. The room was bare and clean, as all rooms are where the fare is frugal. Then they both took advantage of being down so early to have a look round in case anything had been left lying about since the day before. There was a napkin out. The servant would get a scolding. Finally, they went upstairs again. As he took a short-cut along the narrow paths of the kitchen garden, Deneulin was thinking of his fortune in jeopardy, the Montou denier, the million he had realized and dreamed of multiplying tenfold, and which was now so seriously threatened. He had had an uninterrupted series of misfortunes, enormous unforeseen repairs, ruinously costly working conditions, and finally this disastrous industrial crisis just at the moment when some profit was beginning to come in. If the strike broke out in his pit, he would be finished. He pushed open a little gate, and in the pitch darkness the colliery buildings could be guessed at rather than seen by the even deeper blackness starred with a few lamps. Jean-Bart was not as important as Livareux, but its modernized plant made it a nice pit, as the engineers put it. Not only had the shaft been widened by 1.5 meters and taken down to a depth of 708 meters, but it had been newly equipped with a new winding engine, new cages, in fact completely new plant fitted up in accordance with the most recent scientific developments. And this deliberate elegance extended even to the buildings, for the screening shed had a carved frieze. There was a clock tower, and the top landing and winding house were rounded like Renaissance chapels, the whole being surmounted by a chimney adorned with a mosaic spiral in red and black bricks. The pump was installed in the other shaft of the concession, the former Gaston Marie pit, now used exclusively for drainage. To the right and left of the main winding shaft, Jean-Bart had only 2 subsidiary shafts, one for the steam ventilator and the other for ladders. That morning Cheval had been the first to arrive at 3 o'clock, and had set about corrupting his mates, convincing them that they ought to imitate the Montou men and demand a rise of 5 centimes per tub. Soon the 400 colliers had overflowed from the locker room into the top landing, with much shouting and gesticulating. Those who wanted to work were standing barefoot, lamp in hand and pick and shovel under their arms, whilst the others, still wearing their clogs and with their coats on because of the cold, were barring the way to the shaft. The deputies had shouted themselves hoarse in their attempts to restore order, begging the men to be reasonable and not prevent those who wanted to work from going down. Seeing Catherine in her trousers and vest, with her hair tucked into her blue cap, Cheval flew into a rage. When he got up, he had roughly ordered her to stay in bed, but she'd followed him all the same because the stoppage of work filled her with dismay. As he never gave her any money and she had to keep both of them, what would become of her if she earned nothing? She was haunted by fear of the brothel at Marchiennes, which was where pit girls ended up when they found themselves without food and lodging. "What the bloody hell are you doing here?" he asked. She nervously pointed out that not having a private income, she wanted to work. "Then you set yourself up against me, you bitch! Go home at once, or I'll send you there with kicks up the behind." She backed away in fear, but did not go, determined to see how things would turn out. Deneulin came down the staircase from the screens. In spite of the dim light of the lanterns, he took the whole scene in at a glance. The mob of shadowy figures, every one of whom he knew, colliers, onsetters, trammers, haulage girls, and even the pit boys. In the vast shed, still new and clean, the interrupted work was waiting. The engine, with steam up, was gently blowing off. The cages were suspended from motionless cables. Tubs were standing unattended on the iron floor. Scarcely 80 lamps had been taken, and the rest were still burning in the lamp room. But no doubt a word from him would suffice, and everything would start up again. "Well, well, what's the matter, boys?" he asked in a loud voice. "What's upsetting you? Tell me all about it, and we'll thrash it out." He usually treated them in a fatherly way, though expecting good hard work. He was brusque and authoritative, and always tried first to get his way by bursts of matyness, loud as bugle calls. And he often won the men's affection, for they respected him above all as a man of courage, always down at the coal-face with them, the first on the scene of danger as soon as any accident alarmed the pit. On 2 occasions, after fire-damp explosions, when even the bravest flinched, he'd been let down by a rope tied under the armpits. "Now then," he went on, "you're not going to make me regret having trusted you, are you? You know I turned down an offer of police protection. You can talk quietly. I'm listening." But nobody spoke, and they all shuffled away in embarrassment. In the end, it was Chaval who acted as spokesman. "It's like this, Monsieur Deneulin. We can't go on working because we want 5 centimes more per tub." He looked amazed. "What? 5 centimes? Why this demand? It isn't as though I complained about your timbering. I don't want to impose a new rate like the Montou company." "That's as may be, but our mates at Montou are right all the same. They won't have the new rates and are insisting on a rise of 5 centimes because it isn't possible to do the job properly under the present contracts. We want 5 centimes more, don't we, mates?" Voices backed him up, and the hubbub began again with threatening gestures. Gradually they were closing in and forming a compact ring. Deneulin eyes flickered with anger, and he clenched his fists, for he was a man who liked strong government, and he was afraid of yielding to the temptation to seize one of them by the scruff of the neck. Better to argue reasonably. "You want 5 centimes, and I grant you the job is worth it. Only I can't give it to you. If I did, I should be finished, that's all. You must understand that I have to get a livelihood first if you are to have one. And now I've reached the end. The slightest increase in costs would send me up the spout. 2 years ago, you may remember, at the time of the last strike, I gave in. I still could then. But all the same, that rise meant ruin to me, and these 2 years have been a constant struggle. Today I would rather throw up the whole thing straight away than not know where to lay my hands on your next month's wages." As he listened to this employer so frankly explaining his position, Chaval wore an ugly sneer on his face. The others looked down on the ground, obstinately incredulous, refusing to get it into their heads that any boss did not make millions out of his workmen. But Deneulin stuck to his point. He told them about his fight against Montou, which was always on the lookout to smash him if he were foolish enough to overreach himself. It was fierce competition which forced him to cut his expenses, especially as the great depth of Jean-Bart increased extraction costs. And these unfavorable conditions were not really counterbalanced by the great thickness of his coal seams. He would never have raised wages after the last strike if he'd not been obliged to keep level with Montou for fear of losing his men. He held out the threat of the future. What a fine outcome it would be for them if they forced him to sell, and they came under the terrible yoke of the company. He did not sit on a distant throne in some unknown temple. He was not one of those shareholders who paid managers to fleece the men and whom the men never saw. He was an employer, and he had other things to lose as well as his money, his intelligence, his health, and his life. Stoppage of work would mean death to him, simply that, for he carried no stock, and the orders had to be delivered. Neither could the capital tied up in his plant simply lie dormant. How was he to honor his commitments? Who would pay the interest on money entrusted to him by his friends? It would mean bankruptcy. So there you are, chaps, he concluded. I have tried to show you. You can't expect a man to do himself in, can you? And whether I give you 5 centimes or let you go on strike, it's like cutting my own throat either way. He was silent, and a murmur ran round the crowd. Some of them seemed to hesitate, and some moved off towards the shaft. At any rate, said a deputy, let everybody have a free hand. How many of you want to work? Catherine was one of the first to step forward, but Cheval angrily pulled her back, shouting, We're all agreed. Only bloody swine leave their mates in the lurch. From then on, conciliation seemed out of the question. The shouting began again, and men were hustled away from the shaft and nearly crushed against the walls. For a minute the owner tried desperately to fight on alone and force the mob to bend to his will. But he realized that it was stupid and useless and had to retire. He sat for a few minutes, breathless, on a chair in the checkweighman's office, so overcome by a feeling of impotence that he could not think of anything to do. Eventually he recovered and told the foreman to go and find Cheval. Then, when the latter had agreed to have a parley, he sent everybody else away. Leave us alone. Deneulin's idea was to see what there was in this fellow. From the first words he spoke, he realized that he was conceited and full of resentful jealousy. He therefore got at him by flattery, expressing surprise that a workman of his caliber should jeopardize his future in this way. From the way he spoke, it sounded as though for some time he had singled him out for rapid promotion, and he wound up by making him a direct offer of a deputyship later on. Cheval listened in silence, but his fists, which at first had been clenched, gradually opened. A deep calculation was going on in his head. If he insisted on going on with the strike, he would never be anything more than second in command to Etienne. But here was a new ambition opening out before him, to become one of the bosses. His face flushed with pride, and he felt exultant. And in any case, the army of strikers he'd been expecting all the morning would not come now. Something must have stopped them, the police most likely. It was high time to give in. But he went on shaking his head in refusal, posing as the incorruptible, banging his hand on his heart with a great show of indignation. In the end, without mentioning the arrangement he had made with the Montou men, he undertook to calm his mates and persuade them to go down to work. Deneulin remained unseen, and even the deputies kept themselves in the background. For a whole hour, Cheval could be heard holding forth and arguing, standing on a tub in the top landing. Some of the men booed him, and 120 of them went off in disgust, determined to abide by the decision he himself had made them take. It was now after 7, and day was dawning, a clear, bright, frosty day. And suddenly the sounds of the pit started up again, and work went on where it had left off. First, the crank of the engine began to plunge up and down, winding and unwinding the cables on the drums. Then, amid the clanging of signals, the descent began, cages filled, dived out of sight, and rose again. The pit was swallowing its ration of pit boys, haulage girls, and colliers, whilst labourers pushed tubs about on the iron floor with a rumbling of thunder. "What the hell are you doing there?" Cheval shouted at Catherine as she stood waiting her turn. "Will you go down and not stand there messing about?" When Madame Annebault arrived in her carriage with Cécile at 9, she found Lucie and Jean quite ready and looking very elegant, although their clothes had been refurbished a score of times. But Deneulin was surprised to see Négrel accompanying the carriage on horseback. What? Were men in the party too? Madame Annebault, sounding very motherly, explained that they had frightened her with tales about the roads being infested with dangerous characters, and that she preferred a bodyguard. Négrel laughingly reassured them. There was nothing to worry about. The usual threats from the more vocal elements, of course, but not one of them would dare throw a stone through a window. In the first flush of success, Deneulin told them about the insurrection that had been suppressed at Jean-Bart. He was quite confident now, he said. And as the young lady stepped into the carriage on the Vendôme road, everybody was delighted at the lovely weather, little dreaming that in the open countryside a long rustling sound was growing. It was the people on the march, whose tramping feet they could have heard had they put their ears to the ground. "Very well, that's settled," repeated Madame Annebault. "You will come and fetch your young ladies this evening and have dinner with us. Madame Grégoire has promised to come and pick up Cécile." "I shall be there," answered Deneulin. The carriage set off in the direction of Vendôme, Jeanne and Lucie leaning forward to smile a goodbye at their father standing at the roadside, whilst the gallant Négrel trotted along behind the flying wheel. They went through the forest and took the road from Vendôme to Marchiennes. As they were nearing Les Tartarets, Jean asked Madame Annebault if she knew the Green Hill, and she, although she'd been in the neighborhood for 5 years now, admitted that she'd never been that way. So they made a detour. Les Tartarets was a piece of wild moorland on the edge of the forest, sterile volcanic rock beneath which a coal mine had been burning for generations. It went back to legendary times, and the local miners told a story about it. The fire from heaven had fallen on this Sodom in the bowels of the earth, where long ago pit girls committed untold abominations, and it had fallen so swiftly that they had not had time to come up, so that to this very day they were still burning down in this hell. The dark red calcined rocks had taken on an efflorescent coating of alum, like leprosy. On the edge of fissures, sulphur grew like yellow flowers. Doughty souls who were brave enough to peep down these holes at night swore that they could see flames and the spirits of the damned frizzling in the red-hot furnace below. Wandering lights moved over the surface of the ground, and hot vapors, stinking of lecherous sin and the disgusting smell of the devil's kitchen, rose unceasingly. And it was here that, like a miracle of eternal spring in the midst of the accursed moor of Les Tartarets, the green hill stood forth with its grass forever green, the leaves of its beech trees forever new, and its fields were as many as 3 harvests ripened. It was a natural hothouse, warmed by the burning strata below. Snow never settled there. Beside the bare trees of the forest, the great clump of verdure flourished on this December day, and the frost had not even nipped its edges. Soon the carriage sped across the plain. Négrel laughed at the legend and explained how fire usually broke out at the bottom of a pit through fermentation of the coal dust, and if it could not be dealt with, it burned on forever. He instanced a Belgian mine which they had flooded by diverting a river into it. But he suddenly stopped, for groups of miners had been passing the carriage for the last few minutes. They went by in silence, casting sidelong glances at this luxurious turnout which forced them to one side. They went past in increasing numbers, and on the little bridge over the Scarpe the horses had to slacken to a walking pace. What was going on to bring all these people out on the roads? The young ladies were getting nervous, and Négrel was beginning to suspect that some trouble was brewing in the seething countryside. It was a relief when they reached Marchiennes. Beneath the sun which appeared to dim their fires, the batteries of coke ovens and lofty blast furnaces belched forth clouds of smoke which rained down soot eternally. This ends Part 5, Chapter 1. Part 5, Chapter 2 of Germinal by Émile Zola, translated by L.W. Tancock. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Part 5, Chapter 2. At Jean-Bart, Catherine had been pushing her tub to the relay point and back for an hour, and she was so dripping with sweat that she paused for a minute to wipe her face. From where he was in the depths of the seam, picking away at the coal with the rest of the team, Cheval was surprised not to hear the usual rumbling of wheels. The lamps were burning badly, and dust made it difficult to see. "What's up?" he shouted. When she called back that she was sure she was going to melt and that her heart was missing a beat, he angrily bellowed back, "Don't be so silly. Take your shirt off, same as us." They were 708 meters below ground, at the north end, in the first gallery of a Désirée seam, 3 kilometers from pit bottom. When this part of the mine was mentioned, Colliers went pale and spoke in hushed voices, as though talking of hell itself, and most often they dismissed the subject with a shake of the head, preferring not to discuss these fiery depths. As the galleries dived down northwards, they went in the direction of Le Tartaret and penetrated into the underground fire which had calcined the rocks up above. At the point the team had reached, the temperature at the coalface averaged 113 degrees, footnote 45 degrees centigrade. It was in the accursed city, amid the flames which passers-by on the plain above could see down the fissures, spitting sulphur and noxious gases. Catherine had already taken off her jacket, and now she hesitated, then shed her trousers, and with bare arms, legs, and her shirt tied round her hips with a piece of string like a blouse, she began pushing again. "Anyhow, it will be better like this," she said aloud. The stifling heat filled her with uneasiness. During the 5 days they had been working there, she'd been thinking of the tales she'd heard as a child about the girls of long ago, who were still burning under Le Tartaret, being punished for things you dare not repeat. Of course, she was too old now to believe such silly stories. But all the same, what would she have done if she had suddenly seen a girl come out of the wall, red hot like a stove and with eyes like live coals? The very thought brought her out in a fresh sweat. At the relay point, 80 meters from the coal face, another girl took the tub on for another 80 meters to the foot of the incline, where the receiver dispatched it with others that had come down from the higher galleries. "Oh my, you're making yourself comfortable," said the woman at the relay, a skinny widow of 30, when she saw Catherine in her shirt. "I can't, because the kids on the incline start bothering me with their dirty tricks." "Oh, I can't help the men," answered Catherine. "I feel too rotten." Off she went, pushing her empty tub. The worst of it was that in the bottom gallery something else made the heat unbearable, besides being near Le Tartaret. The gallery ran near some disused workings, an abandoned gallery of Gaston Marie, also very deep, where a fire-damp explosion 10 years before had set fire to the seam, which was still burning on the other side of the Corroi, the clay wall that had been set up there and had to be repaired continually so as to check the spread of the trouble. The fire ought to have gone out for want of air, but there must have been some unnoticed drafts to keep it alive, and it had gone on for 10 years, heating the clay wall like bricks in a kiln till it burned you as you went past. And haulage ran alongside this wall for more than 100 meters in a temperature of 140 degrees, footnote 60 centigrade. After 2 journeys, Catherine was overcome with heat again. Fortunately, the tunnel was wide and easy in this Désirée seam, which was one of the thickest in the district. The stratum was 1 meter 90 high, and the colliers could work standing up. But they would have preferred a back-breaking job with a little cool air. "Here you! Have you gone to sleep?" roared Cheval again, as soon as he could no longer hear Catherine. "How the hell did I come to get such a bitch? Will you kindly fill your tub and get on with it?" She was at the foot of the seam, leaning on her shovel, having come over faint, and there she stood looking at them stupidly and did not obey. She could not see them very clearly in the red glimmer of the lamps. They were as naked as animals, but so black and encrusted with sweat and coal that their nakedness did not worry her. Toiling in the darkness, ape-like backs were straining and stretching. It was like an infernal vision of reddened limbs toiling to dropping point amid dull thuds and groans. But evidently they had a clearer view of her, for Pick stopped tapping, and they chaffed her for having taken off her trousers.
Now mind how you go, you'll catch cold. She's got a good pair of legs. I say, Cheval, there's room for two. Oh, we want to see the rest. Lift it up, up.
Quite unmoved by the laughter, Cheval fell upon her again.
Come on, for Christ's sake. Oh, when it comes to dirty jokes, she's quite all right. She'll stay there listening to them until tomorrow.
With great difficulty, Katrine made herself fill the tub, and she pushed it off. The gallery being too wide for her to get a purchase against the timbers on each side, her bare feet caught in the rails where they tried to get a hold, and she moved along very slowly, with her arms held out stiff in front and her body bent double. When she reached the stretch along the Corrois, the torture by fire began again, and sweat poured from her in great drops like heavy rain. Before she'd gone a third of the relay, she was streaming and blinded, and covered with black mud like the men. Her tight-fitting shirt seemed to be soaked in ink, and it clung to her skin and crept up to her haunches with the movement of her thighs. It tied her up so painfully that she had to stop work again. What was the matter with her today? She had never felt like this before, as though her bones were made of cotton wool. It must be the foul air. The ventilation did not work properly in this remote gallery. You breathed all sorts of gases that bubbled out of the coal like springs, sometimes in such quantities that the lamps would not burn, to say nothing of the fire damp which everybody had given up bothering about, for the steam blew such a lot of that into the men's nostrils from one end of the fortnight to the other. She knew all about this foul air. Dead air, miners called it. Heavy, asphyxiating gases at the bottom, light, explosive gases at the top, which can blow up all the teams in a mine, hundreds of men in one thunderclap. She'd swallowed so much of it since early childhood that she was surprised to be taking it so badly now, with noises in her ears and a burning throat. In desperation, she felt that she must take off her shirt. The material, every fold of which cut and burned her, was becoming a torture. She resisted the temptation and tried to push on, but was obliged to straighten herself and stand up. Then, telling herself that she would put it on again at the relay, she took everything off, string, shirt, and all, with such feverish haste that she would have torn her own skin as well if she could. So now she toiled on in pitiful nakedness, brought down to the level of some female beast hunting for food in the mire, and with sooty haunches and filth up to her belly she went along on all fours like a cab horse. But to her dismay she found no relief in nakedness. What more could she take off? The buzzing in her ears grew louder, and her temples felt as though they were being crushed in a vice. She fell on her knees. Her lamp, standing on the coal in the tub, seemed to go out. One idea rose to the surface of her swimming consciousness. She must turn up the wick. Twice she tried to examine it, and each time as she lifted it down to put it on the ground in front of her, she saw it wane as though it too were out of breath. Suddenly it went out, and everything whirled away into darkness. A millstone was turning round in her head, and her heart grew faint and stopped beating, overcome in its turn by the immense fatigue that had cramped her limbs. She'd fallen on her back and was dying in the heavy asphyxiating air at ground level.
Good God, I think she's slacking again, growled Cheval.
He listened from the top of the coal face, but heard no sound of wheels.
Hey, Katrine, you lazy slug!
His voice trailed off into the black gallery, and no answer came.
Have I got to come and make you move?
Nothing stirred. There was the same deathly silence. He went down in a towering rage, and ran so fast holding his lamp that he nearly tripped over her body lying across the road. He gaped at her. What was the matter?
Not a try-on, was it, to get a little nap? But when he lowered his lamp to look at her face, the flame nearly went out. He raised it, lowered it again, and finally understood. She must have swallowed some foul air. All his violence was forgotten and gave way to the miner's devotion to a mate in peril. He shouted for somebody to bring her shirt, and seized the unconscious girl in his arms and held her up as high as possible. When some of her clothes had been thrown round her shoulders, he set off as fast as he could, steadying his burden with one hand and holding the two lamps in the other. The deep galleries flew past him as he rushed along, turning to right and left in his quest for the cold air of the plane coming down the ventilator. He was pulled up at last by the sound of water gushing from the rock. He was at a junction with the main haulage gallery that formerly served Gaston Marie. Here the ventilation was blowing like a hurricane, and it was so cold that when he had set his still unconscious mistress down with her back against the timbers, he was seized with a violent fit of shivering.
"Catherine, come on. For God's sake, don't act the fool. Sit up and let me dip this in the water."
It frightened him to see her so limp. He managed, however, to dip her shirt in the spring and bathe her face. She was like a corpse already buried, with her slim young body still only half formed. Then a shudder ran through her childish bosom and along the belly and thighs of this pathetic little thing, deflowered before her time. She opened her eyes and murmured, "I'm cold."
"Ah, that's better. That's the style," cried Cheval, immensely relieved.
He put her clothes on again. The shirt slipped on easily enough, but he cursed at the trouble he had to get on her trousers, for she could not do much to help herself. She was still bewildered, unable to make out where she was or why she was naked. When she remembered, she was overcome with shame. However had she dared to take everything off? She asked him questions. Had anybody seen her like that, without even a handkerchief round her middle for decency? He tried to make her laugh by inventing stories, saying how he had carried her along between a guard of honor of all their mates, and fancying her taking him at his word and sticking her behind up in the air. But later he gave her his word that the others could not even have known whether hers were as round or square, so fast had he run.
Hell, I'm dying of cold," he said, dressing in his turn.
She'd never known him so nice. Generally, for each kind word he spoke, she immediately got a couple of curses. How lovely it would have been to live in agreement. In her tired and weak state, she was filled with sentimentality and smiled at him, whispering, "Kiss me." He did, and lay down beside her to wait until she was fit to walk. "You know," she went on, "you shouldn't have bawled at me down there, because I couldn't go on any more. I just couldn't. It's not so bad for you at the face, but if you knew how baking it is along the roads." "Yes, I know it would be nicer under the trees," he said. "This pitch makes you feel bad, I dare say. Poor kid." She was so touched to hear him agreeing with her that she put on a show of bravery. "Oh, it's just a bad stretch. And then the air is foul today. But you'll soon see whether I really am a slug. When you've got to work, you work, don't you? I'd rather die than give in." There was a pause. He had one arm round her waist and was holding her close to his body to keep her from catching cold. Although she now felt strong enough to go back to the job, she was making the most of this delicious moment. "Only," she went on very softly, "I do wish you could be a bit nicer to me. Yes, you're so happy when you love each other a bit." She began crying softly. "But I do love you," he protested. "Otherwise, I wouldn't have taken you to live with me." She only shook her head. So many men only took women for the sake of having them, and never bothered their heads about their happiness.
Her hot tears ran faster and faster as she thought with wistful despair of the wonderful life she might have had if she had come across a different fellow whose arm always took her round the waist like this. Some different fellow? And the vague figure of this other man floated before her in her distress. But no, that was all over now, and all she wanted was to go on with this one, if only he would not be so tough with her. "Very well," said she, "then try to be like this now and again." She broke down into sobs, and he kissed her again. "You silly little thing. All right, I swear I'll be nice. Anyway, I'm no worse than anybody else." She looked at him and began to smile again through her tears. Perhaps he was right, for you didn't see many happy women about. And although she did not quite believe in his protestations, she gave herself up to the joy of seeing him so kind. Oh God, if only it could have lasted! They were now in each other's arms again, and as they were locked in an embrace, the sound of footsteps made them jump up. 3 of their mates who had seen them go past had come to see what was the matter. They all set off together. It was nearly 10, and they had their lunch in a cool corner before going back to sweat at the coalface. They were finishing their sandwiches, and were about to have a drink of coffee from their flasks, when they were alarmed by a noise of shouting in the distance. What? Another accident? They got up and ran. Colliers, haulage girls, and pit boys kept passing them, but nobody knew anything, and everybody was shouting. It must be something serious. The panic was spreading all through the pit. Frightened shadows ran out of passages, lamps bobbed and danced about in the darkness. Where was it? Why couldn't somebody say? Suddenly a deputy ran by shouting, "They're cutting the cables! They're cutting the cables!" Then real panic broke out, with people galloping madly along the dark galleries. They all lost their heads. Why were they cutting the cables? Who was cutting them? With men still underground, it seemed unspeakable. The voice of another deputy boomed and died away. "The Montou lot are cutting the cables. Everybody out!" When he realized what it was, Cheval stopped Catherine. The thought that he would meet the Montou men if he went up paralyzed his limbs. So they'd come, and he thought they'd been arrested by the police. For a moment he thought of going back and getting out through Gaston Marie, but that shaft was now out of order. He stormed and swore to cover his hesitation and hide his fear, declaring that it was silly to run like that. They were not going to be left at the bottom of the pit, surely. The deputy's voice called again, nearer and louder. "Everybody out! Use the ladders! Use the ladders!" Cheval was carried along by the others. He bullied Catherine and accused her of not running fast enough. Did she want him to stay alone down here and die of hunger? Those Montou ruffians were quite capable of destroying the ladders without waiting for everybody to get out. This horrible suggestion sent them all clean out of their minds, and it was now a wild stampede along the galleries. A lot of madmen racing to see who could get there first and go up before the others. Men yelled that the ladders had been destroyed and that nobody could get out. And when the terrified groups began to pour into pit bottom, they hurled themselves towards the shaft like a rushing torrent, crushing one another in the narrow entrance to the escape shaft. But an old ponyman, who had just prudently taken his ponies back into the stable, looked on with contemptuous indifference. He was quite used to spending nights down below, and was certain that they would always get him out somehow. "For God's sake, go on up in front of me," said Cheval. "At any rate, then, I shall catch you if you fall." After running 3 kilometers, she was breathless and bewildered, soaked in sweat again, and without realizing what she was doing, was letting herself be carried hither and thither by the crowd. He tugged her arm almost to breaking point, and she screamed with pain and burst into tears. He'd forgotten his promise already. She would never be happy. "Go on," he bawled. But she was too afraid of him. If she went up in front of him, he would rough-handle her all the time. And so she resisted, and the surge of panic-stricken workmates pushed them to one side.
Water seeping from the shaft was falling in huge drops, and the floor of the bottom landing, which was over the sump filled with 10 meters of slimy water, was shaking and giving way beneath the weight of stampeding feet. It was here, at Jean-Bart, that 2 years earlier there had been a terrible accident when the cable had snapped and flung the cage to the bottom of the sump, drowning 2 men. Everybody had this in mind, feeling that they would all end their days there if they kept crowding onto this piece of floor.
"You'd better die then, you bloody fool," shouted Cheval, "and then I'll be rid of you."
Up he went, and she followed. From the bottom up to the daylight there were 102 ladders, each standing on a narrow platform stretching across the well, in the middle of which was a square opening just big enough to allow a man's shoulders through. It was like a flat chimney 700 meters high, between the wall of the shaft proper and the lining of the cage shaft. A damp, black, endless well in which the ladders were superimposed almost vertically on regularly spaced platforms. It took a strong man 25 minutes to climb up this gigantic column, which was never used now except in emergencies. At first, Catherine climbed gaily enough. Her bare feet, hardened by the sharp-edged coal floors of the galleries, were not troubled by the square rungs covered with iron rods to preserve them, and her hands, roughened by tramming, grasped the uprights easily, even though they were too big for her grip. She was even glad to have something to think about and take her mind off her troubles in this unexpected climb, this human serpent moving upwards, 3 men to each ladder, and so long that its head would reach daylight while its tail was still dragging across the sump. They were not yet as far advanced as that, though, for the leaders could scarcely be a third of the way up. They had all relapsed into silence, and only the dull thud of feet could be heard, and lamps like moving stars stretched up from the bottom in an ever-lengthening line. Hearing a boy behind her counting the ladders, she thought she would count them too. They'd already climbed 15 and were coming to a level, but just at that moment she collided with Cheval's legs. He swore at her and told her to be more careful. The whole column was slowing down now and stopping. What was the matter? What was going on? Everybody found his voice again and began asking frightened questions. Anxiety had been steadily growing ever since they left the bottom, and the nearer they were to daylight, the more strongly the fear of the unknown gripped them. Somebody called out they would have to go down again because the ladders were broken. That was what was in everybody's mind, the dread of coming up against the void. Another explanation was passed down from mouth to mouth. A collier had had an accident and slipped on a rung. Nobody knew for certain, and the shouting prevented anybody from hearing. Were they going to stay there all night? Finally, without anything more being found out, the climb began again, slow and painful as before, with the same bobbing of lamps and thudding of feet. They would find the broken ladders higher up, no doubt. By the 32nd ladder, as they were passing a 3rd level, Catherine felt her legs and arms go stiff. At first it had been a slight sensation of pins and needles, but now her feet and hands could not feel the iron and wood. A slight pain in the muscles became much more acute and was now like a hot smarting. In the swooning feeling that was coming over her, she recalled old Bonnemore's tales about the time before there was a proper ladder shaft, and girls of 10 used to bring up the coal on their shoulders by completely exposed ladders, so that if one of them slipped or even dropped a piece of coal out of her basket, 3 or 4 children were knocked down head first. The cramp in her limbs was becoming unbearable. She would never last out. But fresh stoppages gave her some breathing space, although the panic which came down from above each time added to her distress. The breathing of people above and below was becoming more labored, and the endless climb was communicating a general feeling of giddiness from which she suffered with all the others. She felt stifled and almost intoxicated by the darkness, maddened by the sides of a well which seemed to be crushing her in. Moreover, the wet was making her shiver,
for the great drops of water fell on her sweating body. They were nearing the level of the underground springs, and so much water was pouring down that their lamps were in danger of being put out. Twice Cheval spoke to Catherine without getting any answer. What was she up to down there? Had her tongue dropped out? She might at any rate say whether she was all right. The climb had been going on for half an hour, but so wearily that he was only at the 59th ladder. 43 more. Catherine managed to gasp out that she was holding on somehow. He would have called her a slug again if she'd owned up to being tired. The iron on the rungs must be affecting her feet, for it felt as though they were being sawn to the bone. After each movement of her arms, she expected her hands would lose their grip on the uprights, for they were so stiff and skinned that she could not close her fingers, and her shoulders were so strained and her thighs so wrenched from their sockets by the continual effort that she felt she was falling backwards. What upset her most was the very slight rake of the ladders, the almost upright position which obliged her to hoist herself up by the wrists, with her stomach pressing against the wood. By now the noise of feet was drowned by heavy breathing, and a great gasping sound, intensified by the walls of this chimney, rose up from below and went on up towards the daylight. There was a groan, and word was passed along the line. A pit boy had cut his head open on the edge of a platform. Still Catherine climbed on. They passed through the water level, and the downpour stopped, but the air was heavy with mist and smelt like a cellar, a musty smell of old iron and damp wood. She forced herself to go on counting, mechanically, under her breath. 81, 82, 83, still 19 more. It was only these repeated figures with their rhythmical swing that kept her going, for she ceased to be conscious of her movements. Above her, as she looked up, the lamps were going round in a spiral. Her blood was draining away. She felt she was dying, and the slightest breath would blow her down. To make things worse, they were pushing up behind her now. The whole column was stampeding, giving into a growing rage and exhaustion, a frantic determination to see the sun. Some of the leading ones had already reached the top and were out, which meant that no ladders had been damaged. But the thought that somebody might still do so in order to prevent the last ones from coming out when others were already breathing the fresh air above ground put the finishing touch to their frenzy. And so when a fresh stoppage occurred, everybody swore and went on climbing, pushing and shoving over each other's bodies in a last bid to get there all the same. Then Catherine fell. She had screamed Cheval's name in a desperate appeal. He did not hear. He was fighting mad and kicking one of his mate's ribs with his heels so as to get in front of him. She was rolled over and trampled on. In her unconsciousness she dreamed that she was one of the little girls of long ago, and that a piece of coal dropped from a basket above her had knocked her down to the bottom of the shaft like a sparrow hit by a stone. There were only 5 more ladders to climb, and it had taken nearly an hour. She never knew how she reached daylight, carried on people's shoulders, prevented from falling by the solid mass of humanity jammed in the well. Suddenly she found herself in blinding sunlight, surrounded by a booing crowd. This ends Part 5, Chapter 2. Part 5, Chapter 3 of Germinal by Émile Zola, translated by L.W. Tancock. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Part 5, Chapter 3. Since before dawn, the villages had been seething with unrest, an excitement which was now spreading far and wide along the roads and throughout the countryside. But the departure had not come off as arranged, for the news went round that the whole plain was being patrolled by dragoons and gendarmes. It was said they had come from Douai during the night. Rasseneur was accused of having betrayed his comrades by warning Monsieur Hennebeau, and one haulage girl had even sworn she'd seen the manservant taking the note to the office. With clenched fists, the men watched for the soldiers through their shutters in the wan light of dawn. At about 7:30, as the sun was rising, another rumor came around to reassure the impatient. It was a false alarm, it appeared, just one of those military exercises which, since the beginning of the strike, the general had occasionally ordered at the request of the prefect of Lille. The strikers tested this official, whom they accused of having tricked them with a promise of friendly arbitration, which boiled down to marching troops through Montou once a week to intimidate them. And so, when the dragoons and gendarmes meekly went back along the Marchienne road, after contenting themselves with deafening the villagers with the trotting of their horses on the hard ground, the miners laughed at this ninny of a prefect, whose soldiers took to their heels just when things were about to warm up. Until 9 o'clock they stood peacefully about in front of their houses, and watched the harmless backs of the last gendarme disappearing down the road. The good people of Montou were still in their big beds, sleeping with their heads in their downy pillows. Madame Hennebeau had been seen leaving the manager's house in her carriage, leaving Monsieur Hennebeau working, presumably, for the closed and silent house looked dead. Not a single pit was being guarded by troops, an example of the inevitable lack of foresight at the moment of danger, the usual stupidity in times of emergency. In fact, all the mistakes a government can make when a little knowledge of facts is required. At 9, the miners finally set out along the Vendôme road for the meeting place settled in the forest the night before. Of course, Etienne realized at once that he would not have anything like the 3,000 comrades at Jean Bart that he had counted on. Many of them assumed that the demonstration had been postponed, and the worst feature was that 2 or 3 groups had already set out and would compromise the cause if he did not get them under his control. Nearly 100 of them who had set off before dawn must have taken refuge under the beeches in the forest to wait for the others. Souvarine, whom he went up to consult, merely shrugged his shoulders. 10 determined men did much better than a mob, he said, and turned back to the book he was reading. He refused to have anything to do with it. The thing looked like turning into emotionalism, he added, whereas all that was needed was to burn down Montou, which was quite simple. As Etienne was going off along the passage, he saw Rasseneur sitting by his iron stove, looking very pale, whilst his wife, towering above him in her everlasting black dress, was giving him a piece of her mind in trenchant but genteel terms. Maheu's opinion was that they must keep their word. An appointment like this was sacred. But the night had cooled everybody down somewhat, and he himself was afraid there would be trouble. Therefore, he said, their duty was to be on the spot so as to keep an eye on the others. Maheu agreed. Etienne repeated, with somewhat naive optimism, that they must act in a revolutionary way, but not endanger anybody's life. Before leaving, he refused his share of a loaf which had been given him the day before with a bottle of gin. But he drank 3 nips of the gin straight off just to keep out the cold, and took a full flask away with him. Alzire would look after the children. Grandpa Bonnemort, whose legs were worn out after yesterday's running about, had stayed in bed. They thought it wiser not to leave in a body. Jeanlin had disappeared long ago. Maheu and his wife went in one direction, cutting across towards Montou, whilst Etienne made for the forest, where he proposed to rejoin the main body of his mates. On the way, he caught up with a party of women, amongst whom he recognized Marbrulé and La Levaque. As they marched, they were eating chestnuts brought by Mouquette, swallowing them skins and all so as to have a little more in their stomachs. But he found nobody in the forest. They were at Jean Bart already. He ran off at full speed and reached the pit, just as Levaque and 100 others were forcing their way into the yard. Miners were coming in from all sides, the Maheus along the main road, the women across the fields, all higgledy-piggledy, without leaders and without weapons, all flowing there naturally like flood water running down the slopes. Etienne spied Jeanlin perched up on a footbridge, in a front seat for the show. He quickened his pace and got in amongst the first. There were scarcely 300 of them all told. The onrush was checked by the appearance of Deneulin at the head of a stairway leading to the top landing.
"What do you want?" he shouted.
Having watched the carriage drive away, bearing his daughters who were still smiling and waving at him, he had returned to the pit, full of vague misgivings. And yet everything seemed in good shape. The men had gone down and coal was coming up. He was feeling more cheerful and chatting to his overman when somebody pointed out the approaching strikers. He had at once taken up a position at the window of a screening shed, and at the sight of this flood of men surging into the yard had immediately realized he was powerless. How could he defend buildings that were open on all sides? He could not muster more than a score of his men round him. The game was up.
"What do you want?" he repeated,
white with repressed anger, making an effort to accept his doom courageously. After a certain amount of pushing and muttering in the crowd, Etienne stepped forward and said, "We don't mean you any harm, sir, but work must stop everywhere alike." Deneulin frankly treated him as a fool.
"Do you think you'll do me good, then, by stopping work in my pit? You might just as well fire a gun point blank into my back. Yes, my men are down below, and they are not coming up unless you murder me first."
This plain speaking raised the clamor. Mayhew had to restrain Levaque, who was rushing angrily forward, while Etienne went on parleying and trying to convince Deneulin that their revolutionary action was legitimate. But the latter replied by claiming everyone's right to work. In any case, he refused to argue about such nonsense. He meant to be master in his own place. All he reproached himself with was not having 4 gendarmes there to sweep all this riffraff away.
"Yes, it's my fault, and I deserve what has come to me. With people of your type, nothing is any use but force. It's like the government, which thinks it can buy you over with concessions. You will throw it over when it has supplied you with the weapons, that's all."
Etienne was trembling with rage, but still managed to hold himself in. He spoke more softly. "I do beg of you, sir, to order your men up. I cannot answer for what my mates might do. It is in your power to avoid a disaster."
"No, clear off! Who are you, anyway? You don't belong to my concern. You have nothing to discuss with me. You're no better than a lot of bandits roaming round the country robbing houses."
His voice was drowned by vociferations, and the women in particular hurled insults, but he continued to stand up to them, and even found some relief for his pent-up feelings in these harsh and dictatorial words. Since in any case he was facing ruin, he scorned useless and cowardly platitudes. But the numbers were continually growing. Already over 500 men were advancing towards the door, and he was on the point of being lynched, when his overman roughly pulled him back.
"For pity's sake, sir, it'll be murder. Where's the sense in getting men killed for nothing?"
Deneulin still struggled and protested, shouting a last word at the mob.
"You're a lot of bandits. You wait and see when we are the masters again."
He was hurried away just as the first of them rushed the staircase, the banisters of which were twisted by the impact. It was the screaming women who were egging the men on. The door, which had no lock and was simply fastened by a latch, gave at once, but the stairway was too narrow and was jammed by the mob, which would have taken endless time to get in that way if those in the rear of the assailants had not decided to go through the other openings. Then they burst in everywhere, through the locker room, the screening shed, and boiler house, and in less than 5 minutes the whole pit was theirs. They careered all over the 3 floors, uttering wild shouts and madly waving their arms in the elation of their victory over this boss who stood up to them. Mayhew was horrified, and ran to the head of the crowd, saying to Etienne,
"They mustn't kill him."
Etienne was now running too, but when he realized that Deneulin had barricaded himself in the deputy's room, he answered, "Well, what of it? It wouldn't be our fault, would it, with a crazy fellow like that?" But he was very anxious, for he was still too cold-headed himself to give in to this mass hysteria.
Also, his pride as a leader was hurt as he saw the mob slipping out of his control and doing wild things far beyond the cold execution of the people's will that he had planned. He tried in vain to restore order, saying that they must not put their enemies in the right by committing acts of senseless destruction. "The boilers! The boilers!" screamed Ma Brûlé. "Put out the furnaces!" Levaque had picked up a file and was brandishing it like a sword, dominating the tumult with a terrible cry. "Cut the cables! Cut the cables!" Soon they were all chanting it, and only Etienne and Maheu went on protesting, shouting frantically in the midst of the uproar, but unable to command silence. At last, Etienne managed to get a word in. "But there are men down there, mates!" The din grew even louder, and voices answered from all sides. "Good job, too! Shouldn't ever have gone down! Serves the traitors bloody well right! Yes, let them stop down there! Anyhow, they've got the ladders!" When they thought of the ladders, they became still more determined, and Etienne realized that he would have to give in. Fearing an even greater disaster, he rushed to the winding house, meaning at any rate to bring up the cages, so that if the cables were sawn through above the shaft, they would not fall and smash them to smithereens by their enormous weight. The engine man had disappeared with the few surface workers, and Etienne seized the starting lever and pushed it over, while Levaque and the two others were climbing up the iron pylons supporting the pulleys. Scarcely had the cages been secured on their keeps before the harsh sound of the file on steel could be heard. Everybody was silent, and this sound seemed to fill the whole pit. They all looked up and listened with deep emotion. Maheu, in the front row, felt a savage joy come over him, as though the teeth of the file were delivering them from evil by destroying the cable of one of these holes of misery, so that nobody would ever go down again. But Ma Brûlé had disappeared into the stairway leading to the locker room, shouting, "Let's draw the fires! To the boilers! To the boilers!" She was followed by other women. Maheude ran off to prevent their smashing everything, just as her husband had tried to reason with his mates. She was the most level-headed of the lot. Surely they could demand their rights without wreaking destruction on people's property. By the time she reached the boiler house, the women were already driving off the two stokers, and Ma Brûlé, armed with a huge shovel, was squatting in front of one of the furnaces and emptying it for all she was worth, scattering the live coals all over the brick floor, where they went on burning in clouds of black smoke. There were 10 furnaces for the 5 boilers. Soon the women warmed up to the task. La Levaque was wielding her shovel with both hands, Mouquette tucking her clothes up to her thighs for fear of catching fire, and they were all lit up blood-red by the glare, sweating and disheveled in this witches' Sabbath. The heaps of embers mounted higher and higher, and the heat was beginning to crack the ceiling of the huge shed.
"That'll do," shouted Maheude. "The storeroom's on fire."
"Good job, too," Ma Brûlé screamed back. "It'll be a good day's work. By God, I always said I'd make them pay for taking my man."
At that moment, the shrill voice of Germinal sang out.
"Look out! I'm going to put the fire out! I'm letting everything out!"
He'd been among the first in, and had galloped about in the crowd, thrilled by all the confusion, and out for mischief. And now it had occurred to him to open the steam cocks and let out the steam. The jets went off like gunshots, and the 5 boilers blew off like hurricanes, with such a thunderous hissing that your ears seemed to be bleeding. Everything was hidden in the steam. The hot coals went pale, and the women became nothing but shadows making half-visible gestures. Only the boy could be seen clearly, up in the gallery behind the clouds of white vapor, looking delighted, grinning from ear to ear with satisfaction at having unleashed this tornado. It lasted nearly a quarter of an hour. The few pails of water on the heaps of coal had put them right out, and there was no further danger of fire. But the fury of the mob was not appeased. On the contrary, it was lashed up. Men came down with hammers, and even the women armed themselves with crowbars. There was talk of smashing boilers, breaking machines, demolishing the whole mine. When Etienne was told of this, he rushed to the spot with Maheu. Even he was getting carried away, drunk with the frenzy of revenge. But he fought it down and urged them to be calm, now that the cut cables, extinguished fires, and empty boilers made all work impossible. But they continued to ignore him, and he was on the point of being overruled again when sounds of booing were heard outside, from a little low door where the escape shaft came up. "Down with the blacklegs! Look at the ugly cowards! Down with them!" The men from the bottom were beginning to come out. The first ones were standing there, blinking in the strong light. Then off they ran, trying to get to the road and make themselves scarce. "Down with the blacklegs and cowards!" A whole crowd of strikers ran up, and in less than 3 minutes there was not a soul left in the buildings, for all 500 Montou men formed a double line so as to force the Vandame blacklegs to run the gauntlet. And as each new miner emerged from the door of the escape shaft, with his clothes in rags and covered with the black mud of toil, he was met with renewed booings and ferocious pleasantries. "Oh, look at that one! Only 3 inches of leg, and you got to his arse. And this one! Look, his nose had been eaten away by the tarts at the Volcan. What about this other one whose eyes were pissing enough wax to make candles for 10 cathedrals? And that tall one, all skin and no bum, and as long as Lent." A huge haulage girl appeared, with her bosom hanging down to her belly, and her belly looking as though it had slipped round to her backside, and she raised screams of laughter. They wanted to feel, and the jokes began to turn nasty, and to go from nastiness to cruelty. Soon blows would be raining down, and the procession of poor devils went on, shivering and silent in the face of insults, glancing from side to side so as to dodge punches, and happy when at last they could scuttle away from the pit. "However many of them are there, then?" asked Etienne. He was amazed to see them still coming up, and angry that it was not merely a matter of a handful of men driven to it by hunger and browbeaten by deputies. So he had been lied to in the forest? Almost everybody at Jean Bart had gone down. But he suddenly uttered a shout and rushed forward, for there was Chaval standing in the doorway.
"Blast you! So this is your idea of keeping an appointment?"
There was a volley of curses, and the crowd surged forward to throw itself on the traitor. Why, he had taken the oath with them the very day before, and now here he was down below with the others. Of all the bleeding humbugs! "Take him away! Chuck him down the shaft! Down the shaft with him!" Livid with fear, Chaval was trying to stammer out an explanation, but Etienne cut him short, for he was now beside himself with rage, and as frenzied as all the rest. "You wanted to be in this with us, and in it you will be. Come on, you bastard, get a move on." But a fresh clamor drowned his words. Catherine had just appeared, and there she was, dazzled by the sunlight and terrified at falling into the hands of these savages. Her legs were giving way after the 100 ladders. Her hands were bleeding, and she was gasping for breath, when Mahut caught sight of her and flew at her with raised fist. "You as well, you bitch! When your own mother is dying of starvation, you go and betray her for that pimp of yours!" Mahut seized her arm and warded off the blow, but he gave his daughter a shaking, and like his wife he cursed her furiously for her behavior, and they both went completely crazy, shouting louder than all their mates combined. The sight of Catherine had put the finishing touch to Etienne's exasperation. He repeated, "Come on, let's get to the other pits, and you're coming with us, you filthy swine." Chaval scarcely had time to pick up his clogs in the locker room and pull his jersey over his frozen shoulders. They dragged him off and forced him to run along with them. Poor Catherine also put on her clogs and buttoned up the old jacket with which she had been covering herself since coming into the cold, and she ran along behind her lover, determined not to leave him, for they were going to murder him, she felt sure. Jean Bart emptied in 2 minutes. Jeanlin, who had found a watchman's horn, was blowing it and making bellowing noises as though he were calling the cattle home. The women, Ma Brûlé, Levaque, Mouquette, lifted up their skirts so as to run better, whilst Levaque twirled an axe about
like a drum major's staff. They were continually being joined by other workmates, and now, nearly 1,000 strong, they poured forth again into the road in a disorderly rabble, like a river in spate. The way out was too narrow, so they broke down fences. "To the pits! Down with the traitors! Stop all work!" A deep silence suddenly fell on Jean-Baptiste. Not a soul was left, not a breath was to be heard. Desmoulins emerged from the deputy's room and, refusing all offers to accompany him, inspected the pit alone. He looked pale, but quite composed. First he stopped by the shaft and looked up at the cut cables. The bits of steel were dangling uselessly. The fight had left a fresh wound like an open sore shining in the black grease. Then he went up to the winding house and contemplated the motionless crank, like the joint of some gigantic limb stricken with paralysis. And he touched the metal which had already cooled, and its coldness made him shudder as though he had touched a corpse. Next he went down to look at the boilers, walking slowly past the dead furnaces, keeping open and flooded, and when he kicked the boilers they rang hollow. Well, this was the end. He was well and truly ruined. Even if he could repair the cables and relight the furnaces, where could he find any men? Another fortnight of the strike and he would be bankrupt. And in the knowledge of this certain disaster, he no longer felt any hatred for the Montou hooligans, but rather was conscious of universal complicity, sins shared by all for generations past. Brutes they might be, but they were brutes who could not read and were dying of starvation. This ends Part 5, Chapter 3. Part 5, Chapter 4 of Germinal by Émile Zola, translated by L.W. Tancock. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Part 5, Chapter 4. Under a pale wintry sun, the mob straggled off across the bare frosty plain, spilling over the edges of the road, trampling down the fields of beet. From the Fourche-aux-Boeufs, Etienne had taken over control. Without calling a halt, he shouted orders and organized the march. Jeanlin ran on in front, blowing outlandish music on his horn. Next came the women in the front ranks, some of them armed with sticks, Méhud wild-eyed, as though she were gazing into the distance for the coming of the promised city of justice. Marbrulé, Lalevaque, Mouquet, striding along in their rags like soldiers marching off to the war. If they ran into any trouble, they would see whether the troops would dare to strike women. After them, the straggling herd of men formed a spreading tail, bristling with crowbars, over which stood out the single axe of Levaque, with its edge gleaming in the sunlight. Etienne, in the middle, kept an eye on Cheval, whom he forced to march in front of him, whilst Méhud from further back cast disapproving glances at Catherine, who was the only woman amongst all these men, determined to run along near her lover so that they could not hurt him. They were bareheaded, with tousled hair, and no sound could be heard but the clatter of clogs, like the trampling of cattle turned loose and driven on by Jeanlin's wild trumpetings. Suddenly a new cry rang out. "We want bread! We want bread!" It was midday, and the hunger of a 6-week strike, intensified by this march across country, was growing acute in their empty bellies. The few crusts of the morning, Mouquet's chestnuts, were now things of a distant past. Their stomachs were crying out for food, and their suffering put the finishing touch to their fury against the traitors. "To the pits! Stop all work! We want bread!" Etienne, who had refused to eat his share before leaving the village, was now tortured by an unbearable rending sensation in the chest. He did not complain, but every so often he automatically raised his flask and swallowed a nip of gin,
for he felt so shaky that it seemed vital to have it so as to be able to carry on. His cheeks were burning, and a flame shone in his eyes, but he did not lose his head and still wanted to avoid pointless destruction. As they came to the Choiseul road, a collier from Vendôme, who had joined the band to get his own back on his employer, turned his mates to the right, shouting, "To Gaston Marie! Stop the pump! Let the water finish off Jambal!" The mob was already letting itself be headed in that direction, although Etienne begged them not to stop the drainage. What was the point of destroying the workings? Angry though he was, such an idea outraged his conscience as a working man. Mayhew also thought it unfair to wreak vengeance upon a machine. But the collier was still yelling for revenge, and so Etienne had to shout louder still. "What about Mirou? There are blacklegs at work there. To Mirou! To Mirou!" By a wave of the arm he had managed to drive the crowd back onto the left-hand road, and Jeanlin took the lead again, blowing his horn louder than ever. The crowd swirled round, and for the moment Gaston Marie was saved. The 4 kilometers from there to Mirou were covered in half an hour, almost at the double across the featureless plain, which at this point was cut by the canal in a long ribbon of ice. The flat uniformity, stretching out of sight and merging into the sky as if it were the sea, was only broken by the bare trees along the canal banks, transformed by the frost into gigantic candelabra. Montou and Marchienne were both hidden by a slight undulation of the ground, so that there was nothing but stark immensity. As they reached the pit, they saw a deputy standing on a footbridge at the screens, waiting for them. Everybody knew Daddy Quandieu, the senior deputy of Montou, an old boy white of skin and hair, close on 70, and a marvel of health for a miner.
"What do you think you're doing here, you interfering lot of blighters?" he shouted.
The crowd stopped dead. This was not one of the bosses. He was one of themselves, and their respect for an old workman held them back. "There are chaps working down below," said Etienne. "Make them come out."
"Yes, there are," answered Daddy Quandieu. "At any rate, there are 6 dozen. The rest were afraid of you buggers. But I'm telling you, not one of them is coming out, or you'll have me to deal with."
Exclamations broke out. Men pushed forward, and women began to advance. The deputy quickly came down from the footbridge and took up his stand in front of the door. Then Mayhew tried to intervene.
"It's all right, old chap. How can we make the strike general if we don't force all the blokes to come out with us?"
The old man was silent for a moment. Evidently, his ignorance about solidarity matched the collier's. He finally answered,
"It's your right, I dare say, but all I know about is orders. I'm on my own here. The men are down there until 3 o'clock, and there they stay until 3.
His last words were drowned by booings. Fists were brandished, and already the women were screaming at him, and their hot breath blew in his face. With his snow-white hair and goatee beard, he stood firm, his head high, and courage so uplifted his voice that above all the din he could distinctly be heard saying, "By God, you shall not pass. As true as the sun is shining, I'd rather die than let anybody touch those cables. And stop shoving, or I'll jump down the bloody shaft in front of you." The crowd recoiled, deeply impressed. He went on,
"Is there any swine here who can't understand that? I'm only a working man like yourselves. I've been told to look after this, and I'm looking after it."
Daddy Quandieu's intellect stopped at that point, and stiff military discipline. His head was narrow, and his eyes had been dimmed by half a century of black gloom underground. The crowd of mates stood looking at him, and they were touched, for what he had said called forth echoes of their own soldierly obedience, brotherhood, and resignation in the face of danger. Thinking they were still unconvinced, he said once again,
"I'll jump down the bloody pit first."
The crowd moved as one man, turned, and made off again along the road that ran on and on between the fields. Once again the chorus began. To Madeleine, to Crèvecoeur, stop all work. We want bread. We want bread. A scrimmage had occurred in the middle of the marching host. It was Cheval, they said, who had tried to take advantage of the confusion and escape. Etienne had seized him by the arm, threatening to do him in if he was thinking of any funny business. Cheval struggled, furiously protesting. What's all this about? Isn't this a free country? I've been frozen for the last hour and I want a wash. Let me go. It was true that the cold stuck to his skin by sweat was beginning to hurt him, and there was very little warmth in his jersey. Just you keep on marching, or we'll give you a wash, answered Etienne. You shouldn't have gone one better than everybody else and asked for blood. They were all running along together, and eventually he turned round and saw Catherine still holding on. It hurt him to feel her so near and so unhappy, shivering under her man's coat and with her trousers covered in mud. She must be dead beat, he thought, but still she ran on. You'd better go home, he said. She did not seem to hear, but as her eyes met Etienne's, they showed a slight flicker of reproach. She did not stop, though. Why did he expect her to abandon her man? Cheval wasn't very nice, she knew that, and he even beat her sometimes. But still he was her man, the one who had had her first, and it made her wild that they should all go for him, more than 1,000 to 1. She would have defended him if she could, not for love, but out of pride. Clear off, said Mathieu this time. This order, coming from her father, made her slacken for a moment. She was trembling, and the tears came to her eyes. But in spite of her fear, she went back to the same position, still trotting along. After that, they all left her alone. The crowd crossed the Choiseul road, went a little way along the Cron road, and then turned up towards Cougny. In this direction, the flat horizon was broken by factory chimneys, and the road was lined with wooden sheds, brick workshops with large dusty windows. They passed by the low houses of 2 mining villages, numbers 180 and 76, and from each, at the sound of the horn and shouts of the crowd, whole families ran out, men, women, and children, and joined on behind their comrades. By the time they reached Madeleine, they were full 1,500 strong. The road sloped gently downhill, and the roaring torrent of strikers had to flow round the pit bank before spreading out over the yards. It had scarcely gone 2 o'clock, but the deputies had been warned and had speeded up the raising of the cages, so that as the mob arrived, the men had just finished coming out, and only a score or so were left, who came out of the cage at that moment. They were pursued with stones, 2 of them were beaten up, and 1 left his coat sleeve behind. This manhunt saved the plant, and neither the cables nor the boilers were touched. The flood was already heading for the next pit. This was Crèvecoeur, and was only 500 meters away. And once again the crowd arrived just as the men were coming up. 1 haulage girl was seized and flogged by the women, who split open her drawers and exposed her buttocks, to the great amusement of the men. The pit boys were cuffed, and by the time colliers escaped, they were black and blue with bruises and had bloody noses. In the growing ferocity of this age-old craving for revenge, which was lashing them all into madness, the yelling went on ever more raucous, as they called for death to all traitors, screamed their hatred of ill-paid toil, and roared the desperate need of empty bellies for bread. They began cutting cables, but now the file did not bite quickly enough, for everybody was mad to get on, ever onwards. 1 boiler cock was broken, and water thrown in pailsful into the furnaces cracked the iron grates. Outside, they were now talking of a march against Saint-Thomas, the most law-abiding of all the pits, which was so far unaffected by the strike. Nearly 700 men must have gone down to work, and that was infuriating. They would wait for them with cudgels in battle formation, and see who would remain on the field. but word ran round that the gendarmes were at Saint Thomas, the very troops they had laughed at in the morning. How did they know? Nobody could say, but all the same, panic seized them, and they decided on Feutry-Cantel instead. They veered round again dizzily and found themselves once more on the road, clattering their clogs and rushing ahead. To Feutry-Cantel! To Feutry-Cantel! There must still be a good 400 blacklegs there. What a game! This pit was 3 kilometers away and hidden in a depression near the Scarpe. They had already begun to climb the slope of Plâtrière, beyond the Boigny road, when a voice, nobody ever found out whose, spread the idea that perhaps the dragoons were there at Feutry-Cantel. From end to end of the column, the word was passed along that the dragoons were there. The march wavered, and panic began to spread over this silent, workless land, which they'd been scouring for ages past. Why hadn't they run into the soldiers? Their very impunity puzzled them, and brought to mind the reprisals they felt must be on the way. Nobody knew where it started, but yet another word of command turned them towards yet another pit. To la victoire! To la victoire! Weren't there any dragoons or gendarmes at La Victoire then? Nobody could say, but they all seemed reassured. Turning right round, they went back towards Beaumont, cutting across the fields to rejoin the Choiseul road. The railway line ran across their path, but they smashed down the palings and passed over. They were now nearing Montou, and the gently undulating country flattened out, opening up the sea of beet fields right away to the dark houses of Marchiennes. This time it was a good 5-kilometer stretch, but they were carried along by such elation that they did not notice their dreadful fatigue or their aching, bruised feet. The tale grew steadily longer as more and more comrades were picked up in each village they passed through. By the time they had crossed the canal by the Magache bridge and appeared at La Victoire, there were 2,000 of them. But it was past 3. The men had come up. They vented their disappointment in vague threats, but all they could do was throw brickbats at the rippers who were coming on to begin their shift. These were easily routed, and the deserted pit was theirs. And in their fury at not having any traitors to hit, they began attacking objects. An abscess of rancor was bursting, a septic boil of long, slow growth. Years and years of hunger were now torturing them with a lust for massacre and destruction. Behind a shed, Etienne saw some laborers filling a coal cart. "Bugger off, will you?" he shouted. "Not one bit is going out of here." 100 strikers ran up at his command, and the men only just had time to get away. The horses were taken out of the shafts. Some of the men pricked them in the rump, and they made off, whilst others overturned the cart and broke the shafts. Levaque threw himself at the trestles with his axe, so as to bring down the footbridges. They were too strong, however, so he bethought himself of tearing up the railway track from one end of the yard to the other, and soon the whole mob set about this task. Maheu ripped up the iron chairs, using his crowbar as a lever. Meanwhile, Ma Brûlé, at the head of the women, was invading the lamp room, where they wielded their sticks and covered the floor with bits of smashed lamps. By now, Maheu was quite frenzied and lashing out as hard as La Levaque. They were all soaked in oil, and Mouquette wiped her hands on her skirt, giggling because she was so dirty. By way of a bit of fun, Jeanlin had emptied a lamp down her neck. But these acts of revenge did not feed them, and their stomachs cried out more and more insistently for bread. The great lamentation arose once again. "We want bread! We want bread!" It happened that an ex-deputy ran a canteen at La Victoire. He had presumably taken fright, for his shack was abandoned. When the women came back from the lamp room and the men had finished tearing up the lines, they all attacked the canteen, the shutters of which gave way at once. There was no bread there, nothing but 2 pieces of raw meat and a sack of potatoes. But they discovered some 50 bottles of gin, which vanished like drops of water in the sand. Etienne was able to refill his empty flask. Gradually an ugly drunkenness, the drunkenness of the hungry, was making his eyes bloodshot and baring his teeth like a wolf's fangs between his pallid lips. And then he suddenly realized that Cheval had slipped off in the confusion. He swore, men were dispatched, and the fugitive was seized hiding behind the wood pile with Catherine.
"You dirty swine! So you're afraid of being compromised, are you?" roared Etienne. "You were the one in the forest to demand a strike of enginemen so as to stop the pumps, and now you want to do the dirty on us. All right. By Christ, we're going back to Gaston-Marie, and I'll make you smash up the pump yourself. Yes, that you will, by God." He really was drunk now, and launching his troops against the very pump he had saved from destruction a few hours earlier. "To Gaston-Marie! To Gaston-Marie!" They all applauded and leaped forward, whilst Cheval, still asking to be allowed to wash, was seized by the shoulders and roughly hustled along. "You clear off," said Maheu to Catherine, who had started her running again. But this time she did not even flinch, but gave her father a defiant look and went on running. Once again the mob plowed across the bare plain, doubling back over its own tracks on the long straight roads over ever-widening fields. It was 4 o'clock, and the setting sun cast the long, wildly gesticulating shadows of the rabble across the frozen ground. They avoided Montou by joining the Joiselle road higher up, and in order to save the detour by La Fourche-aux-Boeufs, they passed beneath the walls of La Piolaine. The Grégoires had just gone out, intending to call on their lawyer before going to dinner at the Ambeaus, where they were to pick up Cécile. The property seemed wrapped in slumber, with its deserted avenue of limes, its kitchen garden and orchard all stripped bare by winter. Nothing was stirring inside the house, the closed windows of which were misty with condensation from the warmth within. The deep silence gave an impression of good-natured well-being, a patriarchal sensation made up of the good beds, good food, and carefully regulated happiness, in the midst of which the proprietors spent their lives. The crowd did not stop, but glanced angrily through the railings and along the protecting walls, bristling with broken bottles. The cry went up again, "We want bread! We want bread!" The only answer was the fierce barking of a pair of Great Danes with tawny coats, who stood there open-jawed. But behind the closed shutters stood the two maids, Mélanie the cook and Honorine the housemaid, whom the noise had brought there sweating with fear and deathly pale as they watched these savages go by. They fell on their knees and thought their last hour had come when they heard a stone, just one stone, break a window pane in another room. It was one of Jeanlin's little games. He'd made a sling with a bit of rope and was leaving a little passing greeting for the Grégoires. But he had at once gone back to his horn blowing, and as the mob receded into the distance, the cry grew fainter. "We want bread! We want bread!" By the time they reached Gaston-Marie, their numbers had swollen still more. Over 2,500 madmen smashing everything, sweeping all before them with the force of a rushing torrent and spate. Some gendarmes had been that way an hour earlier, but had set off for Saint-Thomas, misdirected by some peasants. And in their haste they had not even taken the precaution of leaving a small detachment to guard the pit. In less than a quarter of an hour the fires were drawn, the boilers emptied, and the buildings ransacked and laid waste. But it was the pump that they were really after. It was not enough for them that they should stop working when the steam ran out. They hurled themselves against it as though it were a living being whose life they wanted. "You shall strike the first blow," said Etienne, putting a hammer into Cheval's hand. "Come on, you took your oath with the rest of us." Cheval recoiled, trembling, and in the scrimmage dropped the hammer. But the rest of them, without waiting for him, was already slaughtering the pump with crowbars, bricks, anything they could lay hands on. Some of them even broke their sticks on it. Nuts flew off, and pieces of steel were wrenched away like limbs being torn apart.
A shovel aimed with full force smashed the iron cylinder, and the water ran out with a final gurgle, like the hiccup of a dying man. That was that, and once again the mob found itself outside and pressing on behind Etienne, who was still holding on to Cheval. "Death to the traitor! Throw him down the shaft!" The wretched man, livid and stammering out disjointed words, was still clinging to his obsession with stupid obstinacy. He wanted to wash. "Half a jiffy, if that's what's bothering you," said LibriVox. "Look, here's your wash tub." There was a pool made by water leaking from the pump. It was white with a thick coat of ice. They broke the ice, pushed him in, and forced him to rinse his head in the freezing water.
"Go on, dive in," said Ma Brûlé.
"By God, if you don't, you'll be chucked in.
"And now you can have a drink. Yes, yes,
Like the animals, with your snout in the trough."
They made him drink on all fours, while they all roared with savage mirth. One woman pulled his ears, and another rammed into his face a handful of fresh horse dung she had found in the road. His old jersey was torn to shreds. He lurched about wildly, lunging from side to side in a desperate struggle to escape. Maheu had pushed him about, and Maheu was among those who warmed up to the job, for they both had old scores to settle with him. Even Mouquette, usually so kindly disposed to all her young men, vented her rage on this one, calling him a good-for-nothing and talking of pulling his trousers down to see if he was still a man. Etienne stopped her. "That'll do. There's no need for everybody to take a hand. Now, if you're ready, the two of us are going to settle this between us." His fists were clenched, and a murderous gleam shone in his eyes. His drunkenness was turning into a lust for blood. "Are you ready? There's only room for one of us here. Give him a knife. I've got mine." Catherine, on the point of collapse, gazed at him in horror. She remembered what he had told her about the desire to kill a man that came over him when he'd been drinking, how he went raving mad after his third glass, because his sottish forebears had planted the poison in his system. She suddenly leaped forward and boxed his ears with both hands, shouting into his face in a frenzy of indignation. "Coward! Coward! Coward! Aren't all these abominations enough for you? So you want to murder him now that he can't even stand up?" She rounded on her father and mother and all the others. "Cowards! You're all cowards! Why don't you kill me with him? I'll fly at your faces if you touch him again. Oh, what a lot of cowards!" She took up her stand in front of her man and defended him, forgetting the life of misery and how he had beaten her, inspired by the thought that she belonged to him because he had taken her, and that it brought shame on her too when he was humiliated. Etienne had gone white when the girl hit him, and at first had been on the point of striking her down. Then he ran his hand over his face like a man coming round from a drunken stupor, and in the midst of a deathly silence said to Cheval, "She's right. That'll do. Get out." Cheval made off at once, followed by Catherine. The crowd stood thunderstruck and watched them go out of sight round a bend in the road. But Maheu murmured, "You're wrong. You ought to have kept hold of him. He'll get up to some mischief for certain." The mob set off on the march again. It was nearly 5, and on the horizon the sun, like a red-hot coal, was setting the whole plain on fire. A peddler in the road told them that the dragoons were coming down from Crèvecoeur. So they turned yet again, and the order ran along, "To Montou, to the managers. We want bread. We want bread." This ends part 5, chapter 4. Part 5, Chapter 5 of Germinal by Émile Zola, translated by L.W. Tancock. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Part 5, Chapter 5. Mircea Hennebeau
had stood at his office window to watch the carriage take his wife off to lunch at Marchiennes. For a moment or two his eyes followed Négrel trotting along by the carriage door, and then he quietly went back and sat down at his desk. The house seemed empty indeed when neither his wife nor his nephew enlivened it with sounds of their existence. On that particular day the coachman was driving Madame. Rose, the new maid, had her day off until 5, and the only other people left in the house were Hippolyte, the manservant, slopping about the rooms in his slippers, and Cook, who had been up since dawn having a battle royal with her saucepans, completely taken up with the dinner party the master and mistress were giving that evening. Monsieur Hennebeau promised himself a good day's work in the quiet, deserted house. At about 9 o'clock, although he had orders to send everybody away, Hippolyte ventured to admit Dansaert, who had come with news. It was only then that the manager heard about the previous evening's meeting in the forest, and the details were so circumstantial that as he listened he thought of the well-known affair with Pierron, so well-known indeed that he received 2 or 3 anonymous letters every week denouncing the overman's goings-on. It was clear that the husband had talked, for this report smacked of the pillow. He even took advantage of the opening and gave Dansaert to understand that he knew all about it, and mildly recommended a little prudence for fear of a scandal. Taken off his guard by this criticism in the middle of his report, Dansaert floundered about his denials and apologies, though the sudden reddening of his big nose was sufficient confession of guilt. But he did not follow the matter up, for he was glad to get off so lightly, as usually the manager displayed the inflexible severity of a clean-living man when an employee indulged in a bit of fun with a pretty girl in one of the pits. The conversation went on about the strike. This meeting in the forest was only a lot of blusterers showing off. There was no serious danger. In any case, the villages would certainly lie low for some days after the impression of fear and respect which the military sortie must have produced that morning. Nevertheless, when he was on his own again, Monsieur Hennebeau was on the point of sending a telegram to the prefect, and was only held back by his fear of showing himself unjustifiably nervous. He was already painfully aware of having been so completely lacking in insight that he had said everywhere, and even written to the directors, that the strike would last a fortnight at the most. And to his great surprise, it had now dragged on for nearly 2 months, and he was desperate, losing prestige every day, feeling more and more compromised and obliged to think of some sensational achievement in order to regain favor in high places. He had asked the directors for instructions in the event of trouble, but their reply still had not come, and he expected it by the afternoon post. And so he told himself that there would be time enough to send off telegrams asking for military occupation of the pits, if these gentlemen thought it advisable. In his view, such a step would certainly lead to war, bloodshed, and death, and in spite of his normally forthright nature, such a heavy responsibility weighed on him. He worked on quietly until 11, and nothing could be heard in the house but the noise of Hippolyte's floor polisher far away in one of the first-floor rooms. Then he received 2 dispatches in quick succession, the first informing him about the invasion of Jean Bart by the Montou mob, and the second reporting the severed cables, extinguished furnaces, and other damage. He did not understand. What were the strikers doing at Denorlands instead of attacking one of the company's pits? Incidentally, they could sack Vandamme if they liked, for it brought nearer to fruition the plan of conquest he'd been turning over in his mind. At midday he lunched alone in the big dining room, served in silence by Hippolyte, whose slippers he did not even hear. The loneliness deepened still more the gloom of his premonitions, and he was feeling sick at heart when one of the deputies who had come hotfoot was shown in and told him of the march on Mirou. Almost immediately afterwards, as he was finishing his coffee, a telegram informed him that Madeleine and Crèvecoeur were also threatened. That drew him into a terrible dilemma. He was waiting for the 2 o'clock post, but ought he to summon the troops at once?
Or was it wiser to possess himself in patience so as not to act before knowing the orders from headquarters? He returned to his office, meaning to read through a note to the prefect which he had asked Négrel to draft the day before. But he could not put his hand on it, and thought that perhaps his nephew had left it in his room, where he often did his writing at night. Before coming to a decision, he ran upstairs to look for the missing note in the young man's room. He was taken aback to find that the bedroom had not been done, either through forgetfulness or laziness on Hippolyte's part. It was stuffy from having been shut up all night, especially as the door of the stove had been left open, and his nostrils were assailed by a strong scent which he thought must come from the wash basin which had not been emptied. The room was very untidy, with clothes lying about, wet towels thrown over the backs of chairs,
and one of the sheets of the unmade bed was hanging down on the carpet.
He took all this absent-mindedly, for he had made straight for a table covered with papers, still looking for the lost note. He went through the papers twice most carefully. It was not there. Where the devil had that crack-brained Paul hidden it? As he returned to the middle of the room, looking on each piece of furniture, he saw something shining in the middle of the bed, like a spark. He went over mechanically and picked it up. It was a little gilt scent bottle lying in a fold of the sheet. He recognized it at once. It was Madame Anneau's, a little phial of ether which she always had with her. But why in Paul's bed, he wondered. Suddenly he went deathly pale. His wife had spent the night there. "Excuse me, sir," came Hippolyte's voice through the door. "I saw you go up, sir." He came in, and the state of the room filled him with consternation. "Oh, Lord, yes, of course. The room hasn't been done. Rose went out and left all the housework on my hands." Monsieur Hennebeau had the phial hidden in his hand, clutching it so tightly that he nearly broke it. "What do you want?" "Sir, it's another man from Crèvecoeur with a letter." "All right. Leave me alone. Tell him to wait." His wife had slept there. He bolted the door, opened his hand, and looked at the phial, which had stamped its shape red on his flesh. Suddenly he saw and understood. This filthy thing had been going on under his roof for months. His earlier suspicions came back to his mind, the sound of clothes brushing against the doors, of bare feet receding at night in the silent house. Yes, of course, it was the sound of his wife going up there. He dropped into a chair and for many minutes stared at the bed as though stunned. A noise disturbed him, somebody knocking at the door and trying to open it. He recognized the servant's voice. "Sir?" "Oh, you have locked the door, sir." "What is it now?" "It seems it's urgent, sir. The men are smashing everything up. There are 2 more men downstairs and a lot of telegrams." "Clear off. I'll be down in a minute." The thought that Hippolyte would have found the phial himself if he had done the room in the morning made his blood run cold. In any case, the servant must know all about it. A score of times he must have found the bed still hot with adultery, Madame's hairs on the pillow, disgusting stains on the sheets, and no doubt he kept on interrupting him, now out of sheer malice. He probably listened at the door and enjoyed the debauches of his employers. Still Monsieur Hennebeau did not move, but went on staring at the bed, seeing the long tale unfold, the tale of suffering, his marriage to this woman, their immediate maladjustment of body and spirit, the lover she had had unknown to him, and the one he had tolerated for 10 years, as one puts up with a sick woman's abnormal tastes. Then their arrival at Montou and his fatuous hope of curing her, months of languishing and sleepy exile, and the approach of middle age which he had hoped would at last give her back to him. Then the arrival of their nephew Paul, to whom she had played the part of a mother, with whom she had discussed her dead passions, dead and buried in ashes. And fool of a husband that he was, he had foreseen nothing. He had worshipped this woman who had belonged to him, whom all sorts of men had had, and whom he alone could not possess. He worshipped her with a shameful passion. He would have fallen on his knees before her if only she had consented to give him the other men's leavings. Other men's leavings? She was giving them to this boy. A distant bell made him start. He recognized the signal that was given on his orders when the postman came. He stood up and his grief shouted aloud, letting out a pent-up stream of foul language. "Oh, to hell with them! To bloody hell with a lot of them, and their telegrams and letters!" In his fury, he felt that he must have some midden to kick all this filth into. The woman was a bitch. He cast round for obscene words to throw in her face. The last straw was this marriage between Cécile and Paul that she was arranging with such smiling calmness. Was there no passion, not even any jealousy left in this inveterate sensuality of hers? By now, the thing had become simply a depraved amusement. She wanted men as a habit, a recreation, like dessert after a meal. He blamed everything on to her, almost exculpating the boy, whom she had dug her teeth into with this belated appetite, as one might bite the first green fruit picked up in the road. Whom would she devour next? How low would she sink when there were no more obliging nephews astute enough to come into their household and accept bed, board, and wife? There was a timid scratching at the door, and Hippolyte ventured to whisper through the keyhole, "Sir, the post. And Monsieur Dansaert has come back. He says it's murder." "I'm coming, damn you!" What should he do to them? Turn them out of his house as soon as they came back from Marchiennes, like stinking beasts that he would not keep under his roof? He would take a stick to them and tell them to take their disgusting copulation somewhere else. The sultry warmth of this room was heavy with their mingled sighs and breath. The pungent scent that had caught his nostrils was the scent of musk from her skin. Another of his wife's perverted tastes, this voluptuous desire for strong perfumes. Everywhere he found the heat and smell of fornication, of adultery as a living reality. In the jars lying about, the basins still full, the crumpled linen, the furniture, everything in this vice-infested room. He threw himself on the bed and pummeled it in impotent fury, belaboring the places where he saw the imprint of their bodies, maddened at the coverlets thrown back and the crumpled sheets which yielded soft and passive beneath his blows, as though they also were exhausted after a whole night of orgies. Suddenly he thought he heard Hippolyte coming up yet again, and a feeling of shame pulled him up. He paused one moment more, gasping and mopping his brow, trying to calm his thumping heart. He stood in front of the mirror, and his face looked so changed that he hardly recognized himself. He watched it slowly return to an appearance of normality, and then, by a supreme effort of will, went downstairs. 5 messengers were standing there, apart from Dansaert. Each one brought worse news than the other of the march of the strikers from pit to pit, and his overman told him at some length what had happened at Mirou and how it had been saved by the splendid conduct of old Quandieu. He nodded in approval, but was not taking it in, for his mind was still in that room upstairs. He eventually sent them away, saying that he would take steps, and when he was alone again at his desk, he buried his head in his hands and seemed to sink into slumber. But his post was waiting, and he made himself pick out the expected reply from headquarters. At first, the lines danced before his eyes, but he finally gathered that these gentlemen hoped it would come to an open fight. Of course, they did not actually order him to make things worse, but between the lines they gave him to understand that a certain amount of disturbance would hasten the end of the strike by justifying strong repressive measures. That put an end to his hesitation, and he immediately dispatched wires in all directions, to the prefect of Lille, to the military headquarters at Douai, and the police at Marchiennes. This was a way of escape, for all he had to do was shut himself in, and in fact, he even let it be understood that he had an attack of gout. And so he lay low in his office all the afternoon, seeing nobody, but reading the endless stream of telegrams and letters. In this way he followed the movements of the mob, from Madeleine to Crèvecoeur, from Crèvecoeur to La Victoire, from La Victoire to Gaston-Marie. News also reached him of the behavior of the gendarmes and dragoons, who were so flurried that they continually lost their way and turned their backs on the very pits being attacked. What did it matter? Let them murder and destroy. He allowed his head to sink back into his hands and covered his eyes with his fingers and lost himself in the deep silence of the empty house, only broken now and again by the sound of cooked saucepans as she busied herself with the evening's dinner. Dusk was already enveloping the room. It was 5 o'clock, and Monsieur Imbeau was still dazed and listless, with his elbows on his papers, when he was startled by a loud noise. For a moment he thought it was those two wretched creatures coming back, but the tumult increased, and as he was going to the window, a terrible cry rang out. "We want bread! We want bread!" The strikers were invading Montou just as the gendarmes, deciding that an attack on Le Voreux was imminent, were galloping off in the opposite direction to occupy that pit. It was just before this, 2 kilometers from the first houses of the town and a little below the crossing of the main road and the road to Vendôme, that Madame Hennebeau and the young ladies had watched the crowd go by. They had had a pleasant day at Marchiennes, with a delightful lunch at the house of the manager of the forges, followed by an interesting tour of the workshops and a visit to a nearby glassworks to fill up the afternoon. On the return journey, as this lovely winter day was drawing to its radiant close, Cécile had taken it into her head to have a cup of milk at a little farm by the roadside. They had all got out of the carriage. Négrel had gallantly leaped off his horse, and the farmer's wife, flustered by the presence of all these grand folk, was running to and fro and talking of laying a cloth before she served them. But Lucie and Jean wanted to see the cow milked, and so they had gone down to the cowshed with their cups, making it a rustic excursion, and much amused when their feet sank into the deep litter. Madame Hennebeau, looking quite the indulgent mother, was elegantly sipping her milk, when she was disturbed by a strange roaring noise outside. "What's that?" The cowshed was built right on the road and had a large door for carts, for it was also a hay barn. The young ladies craned their necks, and were very surprised to see a mob of people pouring out of the Vendôme road like a black stream, and yelling at the tops of their voices. "The devil!" said Négrel, who had come out too. "Do these bawlers really mean business at last?"
"I expect it's those miners again," said the farmer's wife. "That's twice they've been passed. It seems things aren't going too well, and that they are the masters now round here." She pronounced each word carefully, watching the effect on their faces, and when she noticed how frightened and apprehensive they all looked, she hastened to conclude, "Oh, the ruffians! The ruffians!" Realizing it was too late to get back into the carriage and reach Montou, Négrel ordered the coachman to move the carriage quickly into the farmyard, where the whole equipage was concealed behind a shed. A lad had been holding his horse's bridle, and he now took the horse himself and tethered it inside the shed. When he returned, it was to find his aunt and the girls panic-stricken and on the point of following the farmer's wife, who was offering them shelter in the house. But he thought they would be even safer where they were, for nobody would dream of looking for them here in the hay. But the barn door did not shut very well, and there were such wide gaps between its rotten planks that the road could be seen quite clearly. "Courage," he said. "We'll sell our lives dearly." This witticism only increased their alarm. The noise was coming nearer. So far nothing could be seen, but a wind seemed to sweep the empty road like a sudden squall preceding a great storm. "No, no, I don't want to look," said Cécile, cowering down in the hay. Madame Hennebeau looked very pale. She was irritated at these people coming and spoiling one of her pleasures, and was standing well back, casting sidelong glances of disapproval. But Lucie and Jean, although trembling,
had their eyes glued to a crack, for they were anxious not to miss any of the show. The thunder drew nearer, shaking the very earth, and then Jeanlin was the first to appear, running along and blowing his horn. "Get out your smelling salts. The sweat of the people is going by," murmured Négrel, who, for all his Republican convictions, liked to laugh at the common people when he was with the ladies. But his witty remark was lost in the din of the shouting and gesticulating mob. The women had come into sight, nearly 1,000 of them, disheveled after their tramp, in rags through which could be seen their naked flesh, worn out with bearing children doomed to starve. Some of them had babies in their arms and raised them aloft and waved them like flags of grief and vengeance. Others, younger, with chests thrown out like warriors, were brandishing sticks, whilst the old crones made a horrible sight as they yelled so hard that the strings in their skinny necks looked ready to snap. The men brought up the rear. 2,000 raving madmen, pit boys, colliers, repairers in a solid phalanx moving in a single block, so closely packed together that neither their faded trousers nor their ragged jerseys could be picked out from the uniform earth-colored mass. All that could be seen was their blazing eyes and the black holes of their mouths singing the Marseillaise, the verses of which merged into a confused roar, accompanied by the clatter of clogs on the hard ground. Above their heads, an axe rose straight up amidst the bristling crowbars, a single axe, the banner of the mob, and it stood out against the clear sky like the blade of the guillotine. "What dreadful faces!" was all Madame Hennebeau could find to say. Négrel muttered, "Devil take me if I can recognize a single one. Where have all these ruffians come from?" And indeed, rage, hunger, and 2 months of suffering, and then this wild stampede through the pits, had lengthened the placid features of the Montou miners into something resembling the jaws of wild beasts. The last red rays of a setting sun bathed the plain in blood, and the road seemed like a river of blood as men and women, bespattered like butchers in a slaughterhouse, galloped on and on. "Oh, how wonderful!" whispered Lucie and Jean, whose artistic taste was deeply stirred by the lovely horror of it all. Nevertheless, they were afraid and fell back towards Madame Hennebeau, who was leaning for support against a trough. She was appalled as she realized that one glimpse through the cracks in this rickety door would suffice, and they would all be slaughtered. Even Négrel, usually so brave, felt himself grow pale with a fear stronger than his willpower, the fear of the unknown. Cécile continued to lie motionless in the hay. As for the others, try as they might to avert their gaze, they could not do so, but went on looking. And what they saw was a red vision of the coming revolution that would inevitably carry them all off one bloody night at the end of this epoch. Yes, one night the people would break loose and hurtle like this along the roads, dripping with bourgeois blood, waving severed heads and scattering gold from rifled safes. The women would yell, and the men's teeth would be bared like the jaws of wolves ready to bite. Yes, it would be just like this, with the same rags, the same thunderous trampling of heavy clogs, the same dreadful rabble with filthy bodies and stinking breath, sweeping away the old world like the onrush of a barbaric horde. Fires would blaze, and not a single stone would be left standing in the cities. And after the great orgy, the grand feast, when in a single night the poor would empty the cellars of the rich and rip open their women, nothing would be left but wild life in the forests. Nothing at all. Not a sou of anybody's wealth, not one title deed of any established fortune, pending the day when a new world would be born, perhaps. Yes, this was what was passing them by along the road like a force of nature. They could feel its deadly blast blowing in their faces. Over and above the Marseillaise, a great cry went up. "We want bread! We want bread!" Lucie and Jean clung to Madame Hennebeau, herself almost swooning, while Négrel took his stand in front of them, as if to protect them with his body. Could this be the very night of doom for the old social order? What they saw next put the finishing touch to their stupefaction. The main body had gone by, and only the laggards were trailing on behind, when Mouquette appeared. She was dawdling in the rear, on the lookout for bourgeois at their garden gates or windows, and when she saw any, not being able to spit in their faces, she showed them what was for her the supreme mark of contempt. She must have seen one now, for she suddenly lifted her skirt, proffered her buttocks, and displayed her great fat behind, its nakedness lit up by the last gleams of sunlight. There was nothing obscene in this gesture, nothing laughable. It was terrible. They all disappeared as the stream rolled on towards Montou, following the bends of the road between the squat, gaily painted houses. The carriage was brought out from the farmyard, but the coachman said he could not take it upon himself to drive Madame and the young ladies back without delays if the strikers kept to the roadway. And the worst of it was that there was no other way. "But we must get back. The dinner will be waiting," said Madame Hennebeau, beside herself with vexation and fear. "Those beastly workmen would choose a day when I have company. You see what comes of being kind to creatures like that." Lucie and Jean set to work to get Cécile out of the hay, but she resisted, thinking that the savages were still going by, and repeating that she did not want to see. But eventually they were all back in their seats. Négrel jumped on his horse, and then it occurred to him that they might get home by the back lanes of Réquillart. "Go carefully," he told the coachman. "It's a very bad road. If there are crowds preventing you from getting back to the road at the other end, you can stop behind the old pit, and we can get in on foot by the garden gate. You can put the carriage and horses anywhere, some shed belonging to a pub." They set off. By now the mob was streaming into Montou. Having seen the gendarmes and dragoons go through twice already, the townsfolk were all agog and panic-stricken. Abominable rumors were going around, with talk of handwritten posters bearing threats that the bourgeois would have their bellies ripped open. Nobody had seen these, but that did not prevent their being quoted verbatim. The terror was at its height at the notary's, for he had received an anonymous letter through the post, warning him that a barrel of gunpowder had been buried under his cellar and would blow him up if he did not declare himself on the people's side. The Grégoires happened to be there when the letter arrived, and it delayed them, for they all discussed it and had reached the conclusion that it was a practical joke, just as the appearance of the mob threw the house into paroxysms of fright. But they merely smiled, lifting a corner of the curtain and looking out, refusing to admit there could possibly be any danger, and quite positive that everything would end up amicably. As it was just after 5, they had plenty of time to wait for the road to clear before crossing over to dine at the Ambeaus, where Cécile would certainly have returned by now and would be expecting them. But nobody else in Montou seemed to share their confidence. People were running up and down in terror, and doors and windows were being banged too. Over the road they saw Margrat barricading his shop with lots of iron bars. He was very pale, and so shaky that his poor little wife had to tighten up the nuts. The crowd was drawn up in front of the manager's house, and the cry rang out, "We want bread! We want bread!" Monsieur Hennebeau was standing at the window when Hippolyte came in to close the shutters for fear of the glass being broken by stones. He also shut up all the ground floor and went up to the first floor, whence the squeaking of hasps could be heard, and shutters slamming one by one. It was not possible to block up the kitchen window in the same way, which was unfortunate, because it was a basement window through which, alas, could be seen the red fires under the saucepans in the spit. But Monsieur Hennebeau wanted to look, and so he went up to the second floor and wandered automatically into Paul's room. It was on the left and the best placed, for it commanded a view along the road as far as the company's yards. He stood behind the blind, looking down on the crowd. But then he noticed the room again. The washstand had been wiped down and set in order, and the bed stood coldly there, properly made now, with clean sheets. and all the afternoon's rage and his fierce battle in the great lonely silence culminated in an immense weariness. Like this room, his whole personality was now cool, swept clean of the morning's filth and restored to its usual propriety. What was the use of a scandal? Was anything really different? His wife merely had one more lover, and her having chosen him in the family scarcely made the fact any worse. Perhaps it was even an advantage, because it would save appearances. In retrospect, his outburst of jealous rage seemed pitiful. How ridiculous to have gone for the bed with his fists! Since he had put up with another man before, he might as well put up with this one now. It would only mean that he despised her a little more. A horribly bitter taste came into his mouth. The futility of everything, the eternal pain of existence, the self-disgust to think that he worshipped this woman and still desired her, even while letting her sink into depravity. Beneath the window the shouting burst out with renewed violence.
"We want bread! We want bread!" "Imbeciles!" hissed Monsieur Annebault through his teeth. He heard them insulting him because of his big salary, calling him a pot-bellied good-for-nothing, a dirty swine who stuffed himself sick with good things while the workers were dying of hunger. The women had seen the kitchen, and there was an outburst of invective directed at the pheasant roasting there, and the greasy-smelling sauces which tortured their empty stomachs. Oh, these bleeding bourgeois! They should be stuffed with champagne and truffles till their innards burst. "We want bread! We want bread!" "Imbeciles!" repeated Monsieur Annebault. "Do you think I'm happy?" His anger boiled up against these people who would not understand. How gladly would he have made them a present of his fat salary if he could have had their tough hide and could have copulated like them. Easy come, easy go. Why couldn't he sit them at his table and stuff them with his pheasant while he went off fornicating behind the hedges, laying girls without bothering about who had done so before? He would have given up everything: education, comfort, luxurious life, and his powerful position as manager, if just for one day he could have been the humblest of these poor devils under him, and be free with his own body, and be oafish enough to beat his wife and take his pleasure with the wives of his neighbors. He found himself wishing he were dying of starvation too, and that his empty belly were twisted with pains that made his brain reel, for perhaps that might deaden this relentless grief. Oh, to live like a brute, possessing nothing but freedom, to roam in the cornfields with the ugliest and most revolting haulage girl and possess her. "We want bread! We want bread!" Over and above the din, he shouted in a burst of fury. "Bread? Do you think it is all there is to it, you fools?" He had food in plenty, but that did not prevent his groaning in anguish. His devastated home and the long drawn-out pain of his life, these things seemed to rise and catch him in the throat like the gasp of a dying man. As though everything in the garden were lovely just because you had bread to eat. What idiot imagined that happiness in this world depended on a share-out of wealth? These starry-eyed revolutionaries could demolish society and build a brave new world if they liked, but they would not by so doing add one single joy to man's lot, not relieve him of a single pain merely by sharing out the cake. In fact, they would only spread out the unhappiness of the world. And someday they would make the very dogs howl with despair by removing them from the simple satisfaction of their instincts and raising them to the unsatisfied yearnings of passion. No, the only good was to be found in non-existence, or, if one had to exist, in being a tree, a stone, or, lower still, a grain of sand, for that cannot bleed under the heel of every passer-by. In his extremity of torment, tears filled Monsieur Annebault's eyes and ran burning down his cheeks. The road was almost lost to sight in the deepening gloom when stones began pitting the front of the house. Feeling no resentment now against these famished creatures, but only maddened by the smarting wound in his heart, he went on gasping through his tears. "Fools! Fools!
But the cry of the stomach prevailed, and a howl rose like a tempest, sweeping all before it. "We want bread! We want bread!"
This ends Part 5, Chapter 5. Part 5, Chapter 6 of Germinal by Émile Zola. Translated by L. W. Tancock. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Part 5, Chapter 6. Catherine's blows had sobered Etienne, but he was still at the head of his comrades. Yet even while he was hoarsely urging them on against Montou, he could hear another voice within him, the voice of reason, asking in amazement what was the meaning of all this. He had not meant any of this to happen. How had it come about that, having set out for Jean-Bart with the object of keeping a cool head and preventing disaster, he now found himself ending a day of violence upon violence by besieging the manager's house? And yet he it was who had cried halt. But at first his sole idea had been to protect the company's yards, where they were talking of going to smash everything up. And now that stones were beginning to graze the walls of the house, he cast about in vain for some legitimate prey against which to unleash the mob, and so prevent still more serious disasters. As he was standing in the middle of the road, feeling alone and powerless, he heard a voice calling him. It was a man in the doorway of Tisson's bar, the proprietress of which had hastily put up her shutters, leaving only the door open. "Yes, it's me. Now, listen a moment." It was Rasseneur. Some 30 men and women, almost all from village 240, had stayed at home in the morning and had now come out for news. At the approach of the strikers, they had rushed into the bar. Zacharie was at a table with his wife Philomene, and further in, with their backs turned to the road and their faces hidden, were Pierron and Pierronne. Nobody was drinking. They had simply sought refuge. Recognizing Rasseneur, Etienne was turning away, but the latter added, "You don't want to see me, do you? Well, I warned you, and now the trouble is beginning. You can ask for bread now, but you'll get bullets." Etienne turned back and answered, "What annoys me is to see cowards looking on with folded arms while we risk our lives." "So your idea is to pillage over there?" asked Rasseneur. "My idea is to stick by my friends to the end and die with them if need be." Sick at heart, Etienne went back into the crowd, prepared to die. 3 children in the road were throwing stones, and he gave them a good kick, saying very loud, for the benefit of his mates, that smashing windows would do no good to anyone. Bébert and Lydie had rejoined Jeanlin, who was teaching them how to work the sling. Each one aimed a stone, and the game was to see who would do the most damage. Lydie bungled her throw and cut open a woman's head in the crowd, which made the 2 boys helpless with merriment. Bonnemort and Mouque were sitting behind them on a bench, watching. Bonnemont's swollen legs were now so bad that he had only dragged himself as far as this with the greatest difficulty, and God knows what curiosity had brought him there, for his face had the ashen hue it wore on the days when nobody could get a word out of him. Anyhow, they had all long since given up obeying Etienne. Despite his order, stones went on flying, and he was dismayed at the sight of these brutes whom he had unleashed, for if they were slow to anger, they were terrible when roused, and their ferocity was implacable. All the old Flemish blood was there, thick and placid, taking months to warm up, but then working itself up to unspeakable cruelties, and refusing to listen to any arguments until the beast in them was sated with atrocities. In the south, where he came from, mobs flared up more quickly, but they did far less damage. He had to fight Levaque to get the axe away from him, and he'd lost control of the Mehus, who were throwing stones with both hands. It was above all the women who frightened him.
Levaque, Mouquet, and the rest, who were possessed with murderous fury and fighting tooth and nail, yelping like a pack of bitches and egged on by Ma Brûlé, whose skinny form towered above them. But there was a sudden lull. A moment of surprise had produced some of the calm that all Etienne's supplications failed to impose. It was simply that the Grégoires had decided to take leave of a notary and cross the road to the manager's house. And they looked so peaceful, as though they thought all this was just a joke on the part of their worthy miners, whose resignation had fed them for a century, that the crowd in its amazement had stopped throwing stones for fear of hitting this old gentleman and old lady who had dropped from the sky. They were allowed to enter the garden, walk up the steps, and ring at the barricaded door, which nobody was anxious to open. But just then Rose was returning from her afternoon off, joking with the enraged miners, every one of whom she knew, for she was a Montou girl. And she it was who banged on the door with her fist and forced Hippolyte to open it a few inches. Only just in time, too, for the hail of stones began again as the Grégoires were disappearing inside. The crowd had recovered from its astonishment and was now chanting louder than ever, "Death to the bourgeois! Up with socialism!" In the hall, Rose was still laughing, very tickled by the adventure, and she repeated to the terrified manservant, "They won't hurt you. I know them." Monsieur Grégoire methodically hung up his coat and helped Madame Grégoire out of her thick winter wrap. Then he said, "Oh, I'm sure there's no real malice in them. When they have had a good shout, they'll go home with a better appetite for supper." Monsieur Hennebeau was coming down from the second floor. Having witnessed the scene, he was now hastening to welcome his guests with his customary formal politeness, with only a slight pallor betraying his recent storm of tears. The man in him had been overcome, and only the administrator was left, perfectly behaved and determined to do his duty. "You know," he said, "the ladies are not back yet." For the first time, the Grégoires felt some anxiety. Cécile not back! How could she get in if the miners went on with this nonsense? "I thought of having a space cleared in front of the house, but unfortunately I am on my own here, and in any case I don't know where to send my man for 4 men and a corporal to come and clear this rabble away." Rose, who was still there, ventured to say yet again, "Oh, sir, they're all right, really." The manager shook his head as the tumult outside increased in volume, and stones could be heard thudding against the walls. "I don't bear them any ill will. In fact, I can excuse them, for anybody who can believe that we are out to do them harm must be as foolish as they are. But all the same, I am responsible for keeping the peace. To think that there are gendarmes parading the roads, or so I'm told, and yet ever since this morning I've been trying in vain to find one." He broke off and stepped back to allow Madame Grégoire to pass, saying, "But please don't stay here, madame. Come into the drawing-room." They were kept in the hall, however, by Cook, who came up from the basement in a towering rage, declaring that she could no longer answer for the dinner, as she was still waiting for the vol au vent cases she had ordered for 4 o'clock from the pastry cooks at Marchiennes. Obviously he had got lost on the way, scared of the bandits, she supposed. His baskets might even have been pillaged. She had visions of the vol au vent held up behind some bushes, besieged by these 3,000 ne'er-do-wells who were clamoring for bread and destined to blow out their bellies. Howsoever be it, the master had been warned. She would rather chuck the whole dinner into the fire than have it spoiled because of the revolution. "Do be patient," said Monsieur Hennebeau. "All is not lost. The pastry cook may still come." He was turning back to Madame Grégoire and opening the drawing-room door for her, when to his great surprise he saw a man sitting on the hall seat. In the deepening twilight he had not noticed him before. "What, you, Maigrat? What brings you here?" Maigrat had risen, and his heavy features were livid and quite changed by fear. Gone was his foursquare, calm solidity, as he diffidently explained that he had slipped over to the manager's house to ask for help and protection if the brigands attacked his shop. "You can see that I am in danger too, and have nobody here," answered Monsieur Hennebeau. "You would have done better to stay at home and guard your stock." "Oh, I've put up iron bars and left my wife there." The manager was annoyed and made no effort to hide his contempt. A nice guard indeed, that puny creature, worn to a skeleton by beatings. "Anyhow, there's nothing I can do about it. Try and fend for yourself. And I advise you to get back at once, for they are still shouting for bread. Listen to them." The tumult was starting up again with renewed violence, and Maigrat thought he heard his own name. It was too late to go back now. He would be lynched. But on the other hand, he was appalled by the prospect of ruin. He glued his face to the glass panel in the front door, sweating and trembling, expecting disaster at any moment. Meanwhile, the Grégoires decided to go into the drawing room. Monsieur Hennebeau calmly played the attentive host. But in vain did he beg his guests to be seated. This room, closed and boarded up, with 2 lamps burning while it was still broad daylight outside, was filled with fresh terror at every shout from the street. Muffled by the curtains, the roaring anger of the mob was all the more frightening for being vague. But they made conversation, which, however, always came back to this extraordinary revolt. He was amazed at his own lack of foresight, but his information was so at fault that he singled out Rasseneur for abuse, claiming that he recognized the man's hateful influence. Of course, the gendarmes were bound to come, for it was impossible that he could be so completely let down. The Grégoires had no thought except for their daughter. Poor little dear, and she took fright so easily. Perhaps in view of a danger, the carriage had gone back to Marchiennes. The wait lasted another quarter of an hour, with the tension increasing because of a noise in the street and the impact of stones on the shutters resounding like drums. The situation was becoming intolerable, and Monsieur Hennebeau was talking of going out single-handed to drive away these bawling creatures and meet the carriage, when Hippolyte appeared, shouting, "Sir, sir, here is Madame! They are killing Madame!" The carriage had not been able to get out of the Réquillart lane because of threatening groups, and Négrel had carried out his plan of walking the 100 meters from there to the house and knocking at the little garden gate near the outbuildings, for he was confident that the gardener would hear them, or at any rate there would be somebody to open it for them. At first the plan had worked perfectly, and Madame Hennebeau and the young ladies were actually knocking, when some of the women who had got wind of the maneuver rushed round into the lane. From then onwards everything went wrong. Nobody opened the gate, and Négrel tried in vain to burst it open with his shoulder. The crowd of women was rapidly swelling, and fearing he might be overwhelmed, he took the desperate measure of pushing his aunt and the girls in front of him and trying to force a way through the assailants to the front steps. But this move led to a scrimmage, for the howling mob would not let go of them, and veered to and fro, not yet understanding why these fashionably dressed ladies were in the middle of the fray. At that moment the confusion was so great that one of those inexplicable misunderstandings occurred. Lucie and Jean had reached the steps and slipped through the door which the maid was holding ajar. Madame Hennebeau had managed to follow them in, and Négrel had brought up the rear and bolted the door behind him, under the impression that he'd seen Cécile go in first. She was not there. She had disappeared on the way, so panic-stricken that she had turned her back on the house and rushed of her own accord right into the danger. At once a shout arose. "Up with the people! Death to the bourgeois! Death!" Her face was hidden by a veil, and some of them took her at a distance from Madame Hennebeau. Others thought she was a friend of the manager's wife, the young wife of a neighboring industrialist whom his workmen loathed. In any case, it did not matter, for what infuriated them was her silk dress, fur coat, and the white feather in her hat. She smelled of scent, she had a watch, she had the tender skin of an idle creature who never touched coal.
"You just wait," screamed Ma Brûlé. "We'll stick that lace up your arse."
Those bitches pinch all that stuff from us, added LibriVox. They stick fur on their skins while we die of cold. Strip her bloody well naked just to show her what life is. Mouquette rushed forward. Yes, yes, let's whip her. The women vied with each other in abominations, choking with rage, displaying their own rags and each trying to get a piece of this rich man's daughter. Her bum was no better than anyone else's, you bet. More than one of them was rotten underneath her fine feathers. This injustice had lasted long enough, and now they would be made to dress the same as the working people, these harlots who had the sauce to spend 50 sous to have a skirt cleaned. Surrounded by these furies, Cécile was shaking with terror and on the point of collapse. Over and over again she stammered out the same words. Ladies, please, don't hurt me. But her voice turned into a strangled scream. Cold hands had closed round her throat. The crowd had pushed her up close to old Bonnemort, who had seized her. Hunger had made him lightheaded. He was stupefied by long years of misery, and now he had suddenly emerged from half a century of resignation, spurred on by some mysterious impulse to get his own back. The man who had saved a dozen of his mates from death and risked his life in fire damp and falls of rock was now giving way to things he could never have explained, and urged to act like this, the fascination of this girl's white throat. As it was one of his silent days, he kept his teeth clenched, looking like some sick and aged animal chewing over his memories. No, no, yelled the women. Turn her up! Arse in the air! As soon as they had seen what was happening, Négrel and Monsieur Hennebeau had courageously opened the door again to rush to Cécile's rescue. But the crowd was now storming the garden fence, and it was not easy to get out. A pitched battle began, watched by the terrified Grégoires, who had come out onto the steps. Leave her alone, old boy. It's the young lady from La Piolaine, said Mahieu to Grandpa Bonnemort, recognizing Cécile, whose veil had been torn off by one of the women. Etienne, horrified by these reprisals on a mere child, cast round for some way of heading off the mob. He had an inspiration, and brandishing the axe he had taken from Levaque, cried out, To Maigrat's, by God! There's bread there! Down with Maigrat's bloody shack! He aimed the first blow at random against the shop door. Some of the men followed suit, Levaque, Mahieu, and a few more. But the women were not to be put off, and Cécile had fallen from the hands of Bonnemort into those of Ma Brûlé. Lydie and Bébert, led by Jeanlin, were crawling on all fours under her skirt to see the lady's bottom. Already she was being mauled and her clothes torn, when a man on horseback rode up, forcing his animal on and using the whip on anybody who did not stand back at once. You lot of swine! So you're hitting our daughters now! It was Deneulin, arriving in time for dinner. He jumped down, put one arm round Cécile's waist, and with the other steered his horse with such strength and skill that he used it as a living wedge and split the crowd, which fell back before the shying beast. The battle was still raging at the railings, but he won through, breaking limbs right and left. This unforeseen help relieved Négrel and Monsieur Hennebeau, who were in great danger amid the curses and blows. And while the young man at last took the swooning Cécile indoors, Deneulin, covering the manager with his burly frame, reached the top of the steps, but was hit by a stone which nearly dislocated his shoulder. That's right, he shouted. Break my bones now, you've broken my machines. He slammed the door. A volley of stones cut into the wood. What a lot of madmen, he cried. Another 2 seconds and they would have split my head open like a pumpkin. There's nothing you can say to them, is there? They're past understanding, and all you can do is mow them down. In the drawing-room, the Grégoires tearfully watched Cécile come round. She was quite unhurt, without even a scratch, but had merely lost her veil. Their dismay was greater than ever, though, when they realized that their own cook, Mélanie, was standing in front of them, describing how the mob had wrecked La Piolaine. Mad with terror, she had rushed to warn her master and mistress,
and had slipped in unnoticed through the open door during the confusion. As her interminable story unfolded itself, the single stone thrown by Germinal, which had broken one window pane, became a full-scale bombardment which had rent the walls asunder. All Monsieur Gregoire's ideas were by now topsy-turvy. They slew his daughter and razed his home to the ground. So it must be true, then, that these miners were capable of resenting his living peacefully on their work. The maid, who'd brought a towel and some eau de cologne, remarked yet again, "It's funny, though, because they're all right, really." Madame Hennebeau, looking deathly pale as she sat in her chair, could not shake off the shock, but she did manage to smile when Négrel was congratulated. Cécile's parents were particularly grateful to the young man, and the marriage was as good as settled. Monsieur Hennebeau silently glanced from his wife to this lover of hers, whom that very morning he had sworn to kill, and then to this girl who would probably soon take him out of the way. He was not in any hurry, but the only thing he feared now was that his wife would sink still lower. Some servant, perhaps.
"And what about you, my dears?" Deneulin asked his daughters. "No bones broken?"
Lucie and Jean had had a great fright, but they were glad to have seen it all, and were now merrily laughing.
"Gosh," their father went on, "what a day we've had! If you want a dowry, you would do well to earn it yourselves. And what's more, you can count on having to keep me as well."
He spoke flippantly, but his voice was unsteady, and when his daughters threw themselves into his arms, his eyes filled with tears. Monsieur Hennebeau had overheard this confession of ruin, and a sudden thought lit up his face. Of course, Vandame would now belong to Montou. Here was the long-hoped-for compensation, the stroke of luck that would put him back into favor with the directors. At every crisis in his life, he took refuge in the strict execution of orders, and found his small share of happiness in the military discipline in which he lived. By now the tension was relaxing, and a weary peace was descending upon the room, with the soft light of the two lamps and the warm and deadening effect of the hangings. What could be happening outside? The shoutings had almost died away, and no more stones were hitting the walls. Only heavy thuds could be heard, like the distant sound of an axe in the forest. They felt a curiosity to know, and went back into the hall to peep through the glass panel in the front door. Even the ladies went upstairs to look through the shutters on the first floor.
"Do you see that scoundrel Rasseneur standing at the door of the pub over there?" Monsieur Hennebeau said to Deneulin. "I guessed as much. He must be behind it."
But it was not Rasseneur. It was Etienne, smashing in Maigrat's shop with an axe. He kept on calling to his mates. Didn't the provisions in the shop belong to the miners? Hadn't they the right to claim back their own from this robber who'd been exploiting them for so long, and who starved them whenever the company told him to? Gradually they all left the manager's house and ran to sack the neighboring shop. The cry, "We want bread," began again. They would find plenty of it behind this door. A frenzy of hunger seized them all, as though they had suddenly found out that they could last out no longer without dying there and then in the road. They pressed in such crowds against the door that Etienne was afraid of hurting somebody with each swing of the axe. Meanwhile, Maigrat had left the hall and had first sought refuge in the kitchen. But from there he could not hear anything, and visualized abominable attacks on his shop. So he had come up again and hidden behind the pump in the yard, whence he could clearly hear his door cracking, and voices urging each other on to the pillage, and pronouncing his own name. It was not a nightmare then, for although he could not see, he could now hear, and he followed each stage of the attack with outraged ears. Each blow of the axe struck at his heart. One hinge must have gone. 5 more minutes now, and the whole shop must be in their hands. He had mental pictures of appalling realism. The brigands rushing in, drawers forced, sacks ripped open, everything eaten and drunk, and his home plundered into the bargain. Nothing left, not even a stick to go begging with in the villages. No, he would not let them finish him off. He would sooner leave his dead body there. Since he'd been standing there, he had seen through a side window of the house the puny figure of his wife, pale and distorted through the glass. She was no doubt passively watching the attack, like the poor, beaten, dumb animal she was. Below the window there was a shed in such a position that from the garden of the manager's house it could be reached by climbing up the palings on the party wall, and from there it was simple to crawl along the tiles as far as the window. He became obsessed by the idea of getting back home by this route, for he was cursing himself for ever having left. He might still be in time to barricade the shop with furniture. He even thought of other heroic means of defense, such as boiling oil or burning paraffin poured down from above. A desperate struggle ensued between love of his stock and fear for his life, and his breath came thick in the battle against cowardice. Suddenly, a still louder blow of the axe made up his mind for him. Avarice won. He and his wife would cover the sacks with their dead bodies rather than give up a single loaf. Almost at once there was a burst of catcalls. "Look, look! There's the tomcat up there! After him!" They had caught sight of Maigrat on the shed roof. In spite of his corpulence, he had leaped up the palings with feverish agility, heedless of what wood he smashed, and now he was flat on the tiles, working his way towards the window. But the pitch of the roof was steep, his stomach was in the way, and his nails were breaking off. Nevertheless, he would have dragged himself to the top had not his fear of stones started a fit of trembling, for the crowd, which he could no longer see, was still shouting, "After him! After the cat! Let's do him in!" All of a sudden, both hands lost their grip, and he rolled down like a ball, bounced over the gutter, and fell across the party wall so awkwardly that he rebounded from there to the road, where his skull was split open on the point of a stone post, and his brains gushed out. He was killed instantly. The pale, dim form of his wife was still looking down through the window pane. For a moment, everyone was horror-struck. Etienne stopped short, and the axe fell from his hands. Mayhew, Levaque, and the others forgot all about the shop, and all eyes were fixed on the wall, down which a thin red streak was slowly trickling. The shouting had died, and a hush spread through the deepening shadows. Then the yelling began again. It was the women who rushed forward, seized with a thirst for blood. "Then there is a God after all! You swine, you're done for now!" They surrounded the warm body and insulted it with jeers, called his smashed head an ugly mug, screaming into his face all the long pent-up hatred of their starved lives. "I owed you 60 francs. Well, you're paid now, you thief," said Mayhew, now as frenzied as anybody else. "You won't refuse me any more credit. Just wait a minute, I must fatten you up a bit more." With her 10 fingers she scratched up the earth, took 2 handfuls and rammed them into his mouth. "Here you are. Eat it. Go on, eat away like you used to eat us." Insults rained thick and fast while the dead man lay on his back, gazing with staring eyes at the wide sky from which night was falling. This earth in his mouth was the bread he had denied them, and it was the only bread he would eat henceforth. A lot of good it had done him to starve, poor folk. But the women had other scores to settle. They sniffed round like she-wolves, trying to think of some outrage, some obscenity to relieve their feelings. The shrill voice of Ma Brûlé was heard. "Doctor him like a tomcat." Yes, like a cat. The dirty old sod has done it once too often." Mouquet was already undoing his trousers and pulling them down, helped by La Levaque, who lifted the legs. And Ma Brûlé, with her withered old hands, parted his naked thighs and grasped his dead virility. She took hold of the lot and pulled so hard that she strained her skinny back, and her long arms cracked with the effort. The soft skin resisted, and she had to try again. But she managed in the end to pull away the lump of hairy, bleeding flesh, which she waved aloft with a snarl of triumph. "I've got it! I've got it!" The horrible trophy was greeted with shrill imprecations. "You bugger, you won't fill up our girls any more." "Yes, no more paying you with our bodies. Never again shall we have to go through that.
offering our backsides for a loaf of bread. Oh, by the way, I owe you 10 francs. Would you like something on account? I'm willing if you still can. These witticisms made them shake with terrible mirth. They pointed out to each other the bloody piece of flesh as though it were some nasty animal that had hurt them all and which they had at last squashed to death and now had lying there inert in their power. They spat on it, thrusting forward their jaws, repeating in a furious outburst of contempt, "He can't do it now! He can't do it now! It isn't even a man they've got left to shove in the ground! Go and rot! You're no good for anything now!" Then Ma Brûlé stuck the whole thing on the end of her stick, raised it on high, and carried it like a standard down the street, followed by a rout of shrieking women. Drops of blood spattered down, and this miserable bit of flesh hung down like an odd piece of meat on a butcher's stall. Up at the window, Madame Raigrat was still motionless, but the last rays of a setting sun caught her pale face, and through the distorting glass it seemed to be grinning. Beaten, continually deceived, with her back bent over a ledger from morn till night, perhaps she really was laughing as the band of women hurtled by, with the evil beast crushed at last and stuck on a pole. This frightful mutilation had been performed in an atmosphere of icy horror. Neither Etienne, Mehue, nor anybody else had had time to intervene, but stood motionless before this stampede of furies. Faces appeared at the door of Tisson's. Rasseneur, livid with disgust. Zacharie and Philomène horrified at having seen it. The two old men, Bonnemort and Mouque, sagely shook their heads. The only one to giggle was Jeanlin, who nudged Bébert and forced Liddy to look up. But already the women had turned back and were passing the managers' windows. Behind the shutters the ladies were craning their necks. They had not been able to see the scene which had been hidden from them by the wall, and now they could not see anything clearly because it was getting dark. "Whatever have they got on the end of that stick?" asked Cécile, who had now plucked up courage to look out. Lucie and Jean declared that it must be a rabbit skin. "No, no," murmured Madame Hennebeau, "they must have looted the butcher's. It looks like a bit of pork." Then she shuddered and stopped. Madame Grégoire had nudged her with her knee. They both stood stock still, open-mouthed. The girls, deathly pale, asked no more questions, but their eyes watched the red vision disappear into the darkness. Etienne brandished his axe again, but the feeling of horror could not be dispelled, and now the corpse was in the way, protecting the shop. Many of them had turned away, as though now that their appetites were sated they had lost interest. Mehue was standing in glum silence, when a voice whispering in his ear told him to make off at once. He turned and saw Catherine, still in her man's coat, with coal on her face and gasping with anxiety. He pushed her aside, refusing to listen, and threatened to hit her. She hesitated, made a despairing gesture, and then ran up to Etienne. "Run! Run! The police!" He also made as if to drive her off with curses, feeling the blood rush to his cheeks at the places where she had hit them. But she would not be put off, forced him to drop the axe, and exerting all her strength dragged him along irresistibly by both arms. "I tell you it's the police! Listen, Cheval went for them and is bringing them, if you want to know. I was disgusted at him, and so I've come. Clear off, I don't want you to be caught." Catherine led him away just as a heavy galloping could be heard some way off along the road. At once a shout went up. "The police! The police!" It was a rout, such a wild stampede that in 2 minutes the road was cleared, absolutely empty, as though it had been swept by a hurricane. Only Maigrat's corpse remained, a dark patch on the white roadway. There was nobody left in front of Tisson's except Rasseneur, whose face had lit up with relief and approval of the easy victory of the sabres, whilst in the darkened and deserted town of Montou, behind their silent, shuttered walls, the bourgeois, with sweating bodies and chattering teeth, still dared not look out. The plain had disappeared in the dense night,
and far away in the tragic sky only the glare of the furnaces and coke ovens remained. The heavy gallop of the gendarmes came nearer, and they entered the street in an indistinguishable dark mass. Behind them, and entrusted to their protection, came the pastry cook's van from Marchiennes at long last. A light two-wheeled cart, out of which jumped an errand boy, who calmly proceeded to unload the vol-au-vent cases. This ends Part 5, Chapter 6. Part 6, Chapter 1 of Germinal by Émile Zola, translated by L.W. Tancock. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Part 6, Chapter 1. The first fortnight of February came and went, and a black frost went on and on. It was a hard winter, pitiless for the poor. Once again the authorities had made a tour of inspection. The prefect of Lille, an attorney, and a general. As the gendarmes had proved inadequate, troops were now occupying Montou, a whole regiment of them, and the men were billeted from Bogny to Marchiennes. The pits had armed guards, with soldiers standing by every engine. The manager's house, the company's yards, and even the houses of some of the bourgeois were bristling with bayonets. The slow marching of patrols was constantly heard along the streets. A sentry was always posted on top of the Voreux slag heap, a lookout high above the plain in the icy wind, and every 2 hours the sentry's cries rang out as though they were in a hostile, occupied country. "Who goes there? Advancing! Give the password!" Work had not been resumed anywhere. On the contrary, the strike had spread. For Crèvecoeur, Miraut, and Madeleine had stopped production like Le Voreux. Vitry-Cantel and La Victoire saw fewer men turn up each morning, and even Saint-Thomas, hitherto unaffected, was now short-handed. This display of force was being countered by a mute resistance, for the workers' pride had been outraged. In the midst of the beet fields the villages appeared to be deserted. Not a single workman stirred abroad, and if by chance you met one, he would be alone and looking about him furtively, lowering his head at the sight of red trousers. But underlying this universal dreary quietness, and behind this passive obstinacy in the face of the guns, there was the deceptive gentleness and patient, enforced obedience of wild beasts kept in a cage, never taking their eyes off the trainer, but waiting to bury their teeth in his neck the moment he turns his back. The company, faced with ruin, talked of taking on men from the Borinage on the Belgian frontier, but it had not the courage to do so. The result was a stalemate between the miners shut up in their homes and the dead pits guarded by troops. This calm had set in immediately after the day of terror, and it concealed such panic that the least possible was said about damage and atrocities. The inquest established that Maigrat had died as a result of his fall, and the fearful mutilation of his body was not insisted upon, though it had already become legendary. The company did not admit the damage it had suffered any more than the Grégoires cared about exposing their daughter to the scandal of a lawsuit at which she should have been a witness. Nevertheless, there had been a few arrests. Mere onlookers, of course, as always happens. Silly, scared people who knew nothing about anything. Pierron had been taken in handcuffs to Marchiennes, by mistake, and the chaps had never stopped laughing. Rasseneur, too, had nearly been taken off between 2 gendarmes. The only step taken by the administration was to compile lists of people to be sacked, and cards had been handed back wholesale. Mayhew had had his, and Levaque, together with 34 of their mates in village 240 alone. The full weight of official wrath fell upon Etienne, who had disappeared since the evening of the riot without leaving a trace. Cheval had maliciously denounced him, though refusing to name the others, for Catherine had implored him not to, in order to save her parents. As the days went on, everybody was full of foreboding, for the matter was still inconclusive, and they wanted to know what the end would be. In Montou now, the worthy bourgeois woke up in a panic every night, with imaginary toxins clanging in their ears and a smell of powder in their nostrils. But they went clean out of their minds when they heard a sermon by the new curé, Abbé Ranvier, the lean priest with blazing eyes who had succeeded Abbé Joire. How far removed from the smiling diplomacy of that plump and unctuous man, whose one aim in life had been to live at peace with everybody. Had not Abbé Ranvier had the effrontery to defend these unspeakable brigands who were a disgrace to the neighborhood? He found excuses for the crimes of the strikers and violently attacked the bourgeoisie, on whom he thrust all the responsibility. According to him, it was the bourgeoisie which, by robbing the church of her ancient liberties and misusing them, had turned this world into an accursed hell of injustice and suffering. It was the bourgeoisie which prolonged misunderstandings and which was leading the world to a terrible cataclysm through its atheism and refusal to go back to the beliefs and brotherly traditions of the early Christians. And he had even dared to threaten the rich. He had warned them that if they went on hardening their hearts, heeding not the voice of God, God would surely side with the poor. He would take away the fortunes of these self-indulgent unbelievers and distribute them to the humble of this world for his greater glory. Pious females shuddered. The notary declared that this was socialism of the most rabid kind, and they all visualized this parish priest at the head of a mob, brandishing a crucifix and smashing the bourgeois society of 1789. When M. Hennebeau was told about it, he merely shrugged his shoulders and said, "If he makes himself too much of a nuisance, the bishop will get rid of him for us." While panic was sweeping over the plain, Etienne was living underground in Jeanlin's burrow down in Réquillart. Nobody imagined he could be hiding so near, for the cool audacity of this retreat in the mine itself, in an abandoned gallery, had thrown his pursuers off the scent. Up on the surface, the blackthorns and hawthorns growing among the fallen timbers of the headgear blocked up the entrance, and nobody ventured there. You had to have the knack of hanging from the roots of the rowan tree and fearlessly dropping onto the rungs of the ladder that were still sound. And there were other obstacles to protect him, such as the suffocating heat of the shaft, a perilous descent of 120 meters, then the difficult belly slide for a quarter of a league between narrow walls before you discovered the robber's cave with its plundered treasures. There he lived in abundance. He had found some gin, the remains of the dried cod, and other provisions of all kinds. The big bed of hay was excellent, and there were no draughts in this equable temperature, like a warm bath. The only thing in danger of giving out was light, for although Jeanlin had undertaken to supply him, and was delighted to bring all his instinctive prudence and finesse to bear on the task of tricking the gendarmes, the boy who had managed to produce even hair oil could not lay his hands on a packet of candles. By the 5th day, Etienne could only light a candle when he was eating. Somehow the food would not go down in the dark. His great trial was the endless, uniform, total darkness. It was all very well to be able to sleep in safety and to have plenty of food and warmth, but never had darkness weighed down on him so heavily. It seemed to crush his very thoughts. So now he was reduced to living on stolen goods. For all his communist theories, the old scruples of his upbringing would raise their heads, and he made do with dry bread and measured out his portions. But what else could be done? He had to live, for his task was not yet accomplished. Something else made him ashamed. He felt remorse for his fit of drunken savagery, for having drunk that gin on an empty stomach in the cold weather. That was what had made him fling himself on Cheval with a knife. It stirred up within him a whole world of unknown fears. His hereditary malady, that long heredity of drunkenness which made him incapable of taking a single drop of alcohol without being gripped by this homicidal mania. Would he end up as a murderer? When he had found refuge in this deep subterranean silence, he was so overcome by excess of violence that for 2 whole days he had slept the sleep of a brute, gorged and stupefied. And yet his nausea persisted, and he was still dead beat, with a horrible taste in his mouth and a sick headache, as though he were recovering from a terrible orgy. A whole week passed, and still the Mayhews, who had been let into the secret, could not send down a candle, and so he had to give up seeing, even to eat. Now he spent hours lying on the hay, turning over vague ideas which he did not recognize as his own. A sensation, for instance, of superiority would set him apart from his mates, as though his intellectual progress had raised his whole being to greater spiritual heights. He never reflected so deeply, and he wondered why he had felt such disgust after the mad rush through the pits. But he dared not answer his own question, for he was revolted by memories of mean covetousness, coarse instincts, and the stench of all this poverty which was in the very air you breathed. Horrible though the torment of darkness might be, he would end up, he felt, by dreading the moment where he would have to go back to the village. How sickening! To think of these poor wretches all living in a heap and washing together in the same tub. There was not one of them with whom you could talk politics seriously. It was a bestial existence in that everlasting choking stink of onions. He longed to widen their horizon, raise them up to the comfortable standards and decent manners of the bourgeois by making them the masters. But what a long job! He no longer felt the courage to wait for victory in this prison of hunger. Gradually, his vanity at being their leader and the constant necessity of doing their thinking for them was setting him apart and creating within him the soul of one of the bourgeois he hated so much. One evening, Jeanlin brought down a bit of candle he had stolen out of a carter's lantern, and this was a great relief. When the darkness drove him almost out of his mind and seemed to weigh down on his head, he would light his candle for a minute or two, and then, when he had dispelled the nightmare, blow it out again, for he had the husband light as much as food. The very silence made noises in his head, and the only sounds he could hear were the scuttling of rats, the cracking of old timbers, or the tiny noise of a spider spinning its web. Staring wide-eyed into the stuffy emptiness, he constantly came back to his obsession. What were his mates doing up there? It would have been the worst possible cowardice on his part to let them down, and he was only hiding in this way, he told himself, so as to remain free to advise and act. These long meditations had shown him where his real ambitions lay. Pending something better, he would like to be a pluchart and give up manual labor in order to work full-time in politics. But it must be alone and in a decent room, and he justified this to himself by reflecting that mental work needs one's full attention in complete peace and quiet. At the beginning of the second week, the boy told him that the police thought he had crossed into Belgium, and so Etienne ventured to come up out of his hole at nightfall. He wanted to reconnoiter and see whether they ought to continue the resistance. He himself was now doubtful about the outcome. Even before the strike he'd been skeptical, but had yielded to the facts of the situation. But now, after the intoxication of rebellion, he was coming round to his earlier doubts and beginning to despair of ever making the company give in. But he did not yet admit it even to himself, and he was still tortured with anguish at the thought of the sufferings defeat would entail, and the heavy responsibility for these sufferings which would fall on him. Would not the end of the strike mean the end of the part he had played, the collapse of all his ambition, and the resumption of his brutish life in the pits and revolting existence in the village? And in all honesty, without unworthy calculations and self-deceptions, he struggled to recapture his faith and prove to himself that resistance was still feasible and that capital would destroy itself in the face of the heroic suicide of labor. Throughout the district, ruin echoed ruin. At night he wandered about the black countryside like a wolf sallying forth from its forest lair. He could almost hear the financial crasses from one end of the plain to the other. Along the roads he passed nothing but closed factories, quite dead, with their buildings rotting away beneath the ashen sky. The sugar refineries, having begun by cutting down their staff, had now crashed one after the other. At the Dutilleux flour mills, the last grindstone had stopped on the second Saturday of the month, and the Bleus rope works, which made pit cables, had been finished off by the stoppage. Round Marchiennes, the position was deteriorating daily. All the furnaces had been extinguished at the Dégage-Bois glassworks. The Sonneville building shops were continually putting men off. Only one of the 3 blast furnaces at the forge was alight, and not a single battery of coke ovens was flaring on the horizon. The strike of the Montou miners, itself the outcome of the industrial crisis which had been worsening for 2 years, had in its turn speeded up that crisis and was now precipitating disaster. To the prime causes of the trouble, the falling off of orders from America and the resulting accumulation of capital immobilized in excessive production, was now added unforeseen lack of coal for the few boilers still working. The mines no longer supplied the machines with their food, and that meant death. Scared by the general unrest, the company had reduced output and starved its miners, with the inevitable result that by the end of December it had found itself without a scrap of coal in its yards. Everything hung together, and the wind of disaster blew far and wide. One failure involved another. Industries destroyed each other in their crashes in such a crescendo of catastrophes that the effect could be felt throughout the neighboring cities of Lille, Douai, and Valenciennes, where banks failed and families found themselves penniless. Often in the freezing night, Etienne would pause at a bend of the road and listen, as it were, to the ruins falling, and draw deep breaths of night air, filled with the joy of sheer destruction and the hope that the morrow would dawn on the extermination of the old world, a day when the leveling scythe of equality would pass across the ground and leave no wealth standing. But in this general destruction, the fate of the company's pits interested him more particularly, and he would set off again in the blinding darkness and visit them, one by one, rejoicing when he heard of some new damage. As the neglect of the galleries went on, new falls were continually occurring, and they were more and more serious in character. The subsidence of the land above the north gallery of Mirou was now so extensive that 100 meters of the Choiseul road had fallen in, as though there had been an earthquake, and the company was so disturbed by the talk these accidents were creating that it was paying compensation to owners of sunken fields without any haggling. Crèvecoeur and Madeleine, where the rock was very loose, were rapidly becoming blocked up. It was said that 2 deputies had been buried alive in La Victoire. The waters had flooded Futry-Cantel, while a whole kilometre of galleries at Saint-Thomas would have to be bricked up because the timbers were collapsing all the way along for want of repair. Huge sums of money were being lost hourly, making gaping holes in the shareholders' dividends. In fact, this rapid deterioration of the pits was bound to end by swallowing up the famous Monceau denier, which had multiplied 100-fold in a century. In the face of these repeated disasters, Etienne's hopes revived, and he began to believe that a 3rd month of resistance would finish off once and for all this monster, this beast drowsy with overeating, crouching yonder like an idol in the secret recesses of its tabernacle. He knew the troubles at Monceau had unloosed a storm of excitement in the Paris press, a furious polemic between the time-serving papers and those of the opposition. In particular, hair-raising stories had been exploited against the International, which the imperial regime had first encouraged, but now feared. The administration had not been able to go on turning a deaf ear, and 2 of the directors had deigned to come down and conduct an inquiry, but they had done so unwillingly and without appearing to be in the least concerned about the result. Indeed, their impartiality was such that in 3 days they'd gone home again, declaring that everything was going perfectly. But from other sources, Etienne had learned that during their stay these gentlemen had worked incessantly and with feverish activity, burying themselves in matters about which nobody who had any contact with them would divulge a word. And so he accused them of play-acting, persuading himself that they had fled in panic. Now he was certain of victory, since these terrible gentlemen were clearly throwing up the sponge. But the very next night plunged Etienne into despair again, and he felt that the company's back was too strong to be broken so easily. It might well be losing millions, but later on it would make them up again at the workers' expense by cutting down their livelihood. That night he pushed on as far as Germinal, and guessed the truth when an overseer told him that there was talk of handing over Vendôme to Montou. It was said that the plight of the Deneulins was pitiful, the sordid life of the rich come down in the world, the father ill with frustration and money worries, the daughters struggling on amidst mounting bills and trying to save at least their clothes from the wreck. Even the distress in the famine-stricken villages was preferable to life in this well-to-do home where they shut themselves up so as not to be seen drinking water. Work had not been resumed at Germinal, and the pump at Gaston-Marie had had to be replaced. But even then, despite the hasty emergency measures, flooding had begun and was a source of great expense. Deneulin had at last plucked up courage to ask the Grégoires for a loan of 100,000 francs, and their refusal, although expected, had been the last straw. They refused, so they said, out of affection for him, so as to spare him an impossible struggle, and advised him to sell. He still said no, violently. It was infuriating that the cost of the strike should fall on him, and at first he wished he could have a rush of blood to the head and die of an apoplectic seizure. What, then, was to be done? He had considered offers. They haggled and underrated the splendid prize, a pit entirely modernized in which nothing but lack of ready cash was holding up output. He would be lucky if he got enough out of it to keep his creditors at bay. For 2 whole days he had wrestled with the directors encamped at Montou, furious at the calm way they were taking advantage of his difficulties and shouting "Never!" in his stentorian voice. And there the matter rested. They had returned to Paris to wait patiently for his last gasp. Etienne saw in all this the company's compensation for its own disasters, and it filled him with fresh discouragement at the invincible power of big capital, which was so strong in battle that, even in defeat, it could still grow fat on the bodies of the less important casualties lying round it. Fortunately, Germinal brought some good news the next day. At Le Voreux, the lining of the shaft was in danger of giving way, and water was coming in through every joint. A squad of carpenters had had to be rushed there for emergency repairs. So far, Etienne had avoided Le Voreux, not liking the look of the sentry whose black silhouette always stood out on top of the slag heap, overlooking the plain. He could not be dodged. There he stood dominating everything, up aloft like the regimental flag. At about 3 o'clock in the morning, however, when the sky was very dark, he made his way to the pit, where some of his friends met him and explained the bad state of the shaft lining. They even thought that the whole of it should be replaced at once, and that would put a stop to all output for 3 months. He prowled round for a long time, listening to the carpenters' mallets banging away in the shaft. It rejoiced his heart that there was a wound needing to be dressed. At daybreak on his way back, he saw the sentry still on the slag heap, and this time surely the sentry could not help seeing him. As he walked along, he thought of these soldiers, recruited from the people and armed against the people. How easily the revolution could have triumphed if only the army had suddenly come over to their side. It was only necessary for the workman or the peasant in the barracks to remember his own origins. The very thought of a possible defection of the troops was a supreme peril, the ultimate terror that set the bourgeois' teeth chattering. In 2 hours they would be swept away, exterminated, together with all the luxuries and abominations of their iniquitous lives. It was already being said that whole regiments were infected with socialism. Was it true? Were they about to bring justice to the world with the very cartridges issued them by the bourgeoisie? Seizing on a fresh hope, the young man dreamed that the regiment whose outposts were guarding the pits decided to throw in its lot with the strikers, shot the directors to a man, and handed the mine over at last to the miners. As these thoughts were buzzing round in his head, he realized that he was climbing up the tip. Why not talk to the soldier? He would find out what sort of ideas he had. Looking quite unconcerned, he drew nearer, pretending to be gleaning old bits of wood amongst the rubbish. The sentry did not move.
"Hello, chum. Bloody awful weather. I think we're going to get some snow." The soldier was a fair-haired little chap with a gentle, pale, freckled face. He looked like a recruit, judging by the awkward way he was wearing his greatcoat. "Yes, perhaps we shall, I suppose," he murmured. His blue eyes stared for a long time at the livid sky. The sooty dawn seemed to weigh down like lead over the distant plain. "Aren't they daft to stick you up here freezing your bones?" went on Etienne. "Anybody would think we were expecting the Cossacks to come. What's more, the wind always blows up here." The little soldier shivered, but did not complain. There was, as it happened, a dry stone shelter in which old Bonnemort used to find protection on blowy nights. But orders were that the top of the tip must never be abandoned, and the soldier did not move an inch, though his hands were so numbed with cold that he could not feel his rifle. He was one of a detachment of 60 men guarding Le Voreux, and as this cruel duty came round frequently, he nearly stayed there for good with frost-bitten feet. But that was his job, and passive obedience had finished the stultifying process. He answered questions with disconnected, stammering words, like a sleepy child. Etienne tried for a quarter of an hour to get him talking about politics, but in vain. He said yes or no without seeming to understand. Yes, some of his comrades said that the captain was a Republican. As for himself, he really had no idea. He didn't care. If he was ordered to shoot, he would shoot, so as not to be punished. As Etienne listened, he was seized by the people's instinctive hatred of the army, these brothers of theirs whose hearts had been changed by a pair of red trousers stuck on their behinds. "What's your name?" "Jules." "Where from?" "Plogoff, over there." He pointed at random. It was in Brittany, that was all he knew. His pale little face lit up, and he began to laugh, quite cheered. "I've got mother and my sister. They're waiting for me, I'm sure. But it won't be tomorrow. When I left, they came with me as far as Pont-l'Abbé. We'd borrowed Le Palmec's horse, and he nearly broke his legs at the bottom of the hill at Audierne. Cousin Charlie met us with some sausages, but the women were crying so much that we couldn't enjoy them. Oh dear, what a long way away home is." His eyes grew moist, although he was still laughing. The lonely moor of Plogoff and the wild and stormy Pointe du Raz appeared before his gaze in a golden, sun-bathed vision, in the season of purple heather. "I say," he asked, "if I get no bad marks, do you think they'll give me a month's leave in 2 years' time?" Then Etienne told him about his own Provence, which he'd left when he was still a small child. By now it was quite light, and snowflakes were beginning to float in the leaden sky. At length he became anxious, for he was aware of Jeanlin prowling about in the brambles, amazed to see him up there. The boy was beckoning him. What was the use of this dream of fraternizing with the soldiery? It would take years and years, and this vain attempt upset him as though he had counted on it succeeding. But all of a sudden he realized what Jeanlin's beckoning meant. The sentry was about to be relieved. And so he raced off and went to earth in Requillart, once more heartbroken at the certainty of defeat, whilst the boy, running along with him, accused that dirty old trooper of having called out the guard to fire on them. Up the slag heap, Jules had not moved. His eyes gazed on at the falling snow. The sergeant came up with the relieving party, and the regulation calls were exchanged.
"Who goes there? Advance and give the password."
The heavy steps receded, marching as though in an occupied country. Although by now it was broad daylight, nothing stirred in the villages. The miners were chafing in silence under the conqueror's heel. This ends Part 6, Chapter 1.